morning. It is so good to see everybody. I feel like I haven't been here in too long, so I think I'm going to have to work on that. I feel it's been like a little while since I've been here.
And if this is too glaring, we can adjust it if it's in your eye.
Okay. So before we get started, I know you see a person in the back. I just want to say, he's with me. I didn't just pick the string. He's not a stranger from the, off the street. He's my husband. He's going to be recording us today. Thank you so much. The main focus is going to probably be him recording me. But I just wanted you all to know before he starts recording who he is. And he's going to be with us the next couple of days. I had to steal him from work to get him to come help me for the next couple of days. So that's who he is.
And your name? Because you don't have a name badge.
He does not have a name badge. He's Koo. Koo.
Nice to meet you.
He's Koo. They're like, hi, Koo. And so I just wanted you all to know who he was, okay? And so I'm going to go ahead and kind of give him the thumbs up to start. But I'm really excited about being here with you guys today as I'm walking kind of in a different space. So today I'm going to have the opportunity, today and tomorrow, to talk to you guys about some tools in your toolbox as professionals. Because so often, us being in the field of pouring into others, whether you want to call it human service, whether you want to call it public service, whatever you want to call it, we're giving, we're serving, and very often we don't always do as well taking care of ourselves. Or we put ourselves toward the end of the list and be like, well, we'll be okay because the work has to be done. But today and tomorrow, I'm going to take some time just to kind of try to continue to encourage you guys the importance of you pouring into yourself, okay? Okay, so though this may seem like this is real formal, I am still Chenequa, okay? Let's just put that disclaimer out there. Meaning the information is, yes, evidence-based. Yes, it's been fact-checked. Yes, this is good stuff. But you all talk to me. I know that I'm in a room full of what? Professional facilitators. You all facilitate groups all the time, as I do. So I really feel like we should be able to have a good time with each other for the next couple of days, okay? Okay. So here's our agenda. And you do have copies of the presentation in your folder. I'll review the folder stuff in a moment, okay? But here's the agenda for our presentation today. We're going to do some introductions, talk about the purpose of the presentation, establish some ground rules, which I'm sure you guys are familiar with. Review some housekeeping items, talk about some hopes and fears, and then we'll go into our first presentation officially, which is managing stressors. And I'm clearly, probably no one in here has stressors, right? Wrong, yeah, okay. I don't know what you're talking about. I live a completely stress-free life. And so the reality is we're going to talk about stressors. Then from that, we're going to take a lunch. We'll have lunch. It's up in the air whether we talked about having a working lunch, so we'll just kind of try to see how time goes. Then we'll go into our second presentation, which is communicating through courageous conversations. Clearly, no one in this room has probably ever had to have a courageous conversation. I would probably say that it's not a true statement. So we'll talk about courageous conversations, do some techniques and strategies around that. And then we'll do a survey, then we'll do some wrap-up for the parking lot thought of the day. You'll see my references. I'll give you a big thank you and say see you tomorrow, bright and early at 10 a.m. On a Friday. On a Friday. Really thank you for this Friday. The Friday and HU's homecoming week. NSU's homecoming week. She is not oblivious. She understands, okay, that there's some homecomings happening, okay? So thank you for your time. So we'll start with some introductions so I know who's in the room. So I know that I may know many of you that is in this space, but I do not know all of you that's in this space. So what I would like to do is some introductions so I know who's in the room. Name, position, years of service, and your why. Okay? So I will start with myself. I'm Chenequa Hayden. Position in this element, I am a leadership coach. You all probably know me as the director of Hampton Healthy Families, where I am responsible for a workforce of about 150 employees. But through that journey, I have started working on my doctorate in strategic leadership at Regent University. And I realized you have been shaping leaders for years. and you just didn't realize that that's what you were doing. So I have now completed all my stuff for my doctorate in strategic leadership. This is the final portion. And so you all are a part of this journey for me as I am offering some of my services to say this is the new chapter of my life that I'm going into, which is shaping the professionals of today and tomorrow. And so that's who I am. Years of service, I've been doing this almost 20 years. I know it's crazy because clearly I look way too young for all of that. I'm going to be almost 20 years in it, right? And my why. My why has never changed. Just the tools that he's given me to use looks different. I do what I do to use my life to help positively shape the lives of children and families. That's my why. Now I have the privilege and honor of shaping the leaders and the professionals that do the work of children and families. So, I'm going to now turn it over to you all since you've met me. You want to just go around this way? Miss Annette.
Good morning, my name is Annette Robinson. My position title is Site Coordinator at Andrews, which is a middle school. My years of service is 1 year for alternatives. My background is child care and human services, which over 20 years. My why is because I feel like it's my assignment to help, and I've always enjoyed what I do, so I don't take it lightly.
Wonderful. Nice to meet you.
I'm Ella. I'm the intern for Miss Shireen and Miss Hattie. I've only been here for about 2 months, so very fresh. And my why would be, I feel like kids are a very vulnerable population, and it's our duty to help lead them in the right direction for success.
Nice to meet you, Ella. What school are you from?
Christopher Newport University.
Social work?
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Kat. I'm also an intern from Shireen. This also about 2 months I've been here. And my why is just kind of like, I want kids to know that there's people that care. And things like that.
Nice to meet you, Kat. Michelle.
Good morning, I'm Michelle Simpson. I am a youth development specialist here at Alternatives. I have been here at Alternatives for approximately 7 years. I have been in youth development for over 30 years. My why is that it's my calling, my purpose, and my assignment to pull out the leader within those that don't know it's in them.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Good. Nice to see you this morning.
Thank you, good to see you too.
Miss Shireen.
I am Shireen. My position title is out of school time manager. My years of services, I have no idea. Been doing it forever. Grew up here with my mom, and then worked with the kids my whole life, almost, except when I was being a private investigator. Then my why is, I have a lot of whys, and they change throughout whatever I'm doing.
Yes.
So my why when I'm with the little ones is because they're sponges and they just can take in, and they just need, they just need love and compassion. And I think everybody needs love and compassion. When I work with elementary and middle, that still is there, but it's also to give them some leadership and some, just care. I just want to give love back to people. You never know if anybody said anything nice to them all day long.
Mr. Charles.
Good morning, Chenequa.
Good
You
morning.
don't know who I am. My name is Charles. My position title is Program Administrator / Communication Specialist. I have been in the nonprofit sector for 10 years. And my why is I believe that my background, my skill set, and my gifts match up pretty well with the population that we serve. And so I think that I can be a model for not just the young people that we work with, but for also the adults.
Thank you.
Good morning again.
Yes, good morning.
Ms. Chenequa, and my name is Maria Perkins. It's always good to see you. position title, new position title is training specialist and use of service. It's been a minute. And so in regards to the why, which really just feeds my soul, that's probably about the most important thing up there, aside from my name, is I've always been interested in understanding somebody else's why and helping them to build their capacity as they walk through and as they manifest their why.
I love that. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Evelyn, office manager. I've been here, about 16 years, but I've been working in the admin field for over 40. My why is to help keep things organized, to keep the communication open, to let everyone know what's happening, to help keep our door open. So communication is a big key.
Got it. Thank you so much. You have a real important role. That's an important job.
Good morning. Yes, Miss Hattie. So now you know my name.
I listen, look, I be listening. Look, I try to listen.
My position is the Early Childhood Program Coordinator.
Okay.
I work with the ALPAS and the HCAP program. I've been here at Alternatives, I think this is my 8th year, going into my 8th year. But I was a child care director for the 20 years before I came here. Yeah, so my why is that I wanted to show children love, but I also want to create a safe space for them, because we know that a lot of the children that you work with have a background that may not be so safe. And then as I got out of the director field and started working with the adults, I wanted to pass that on to them as well, because they're still in the classroom, and those kids need to be able to see that people care and they love them, and that they need that safe space as well.
Thank you for being with us.
We've been known each other a long, long time, in our early days.
Yes.
So as you all know, I'm Reagan. My position, of course, is the executive director. Years of service, I will celebrate 25 years of social work, human service work in May. So I've been here a minute. Yeah, and my why, because like many others, I grew up through alternatives, but I was also case manager before my alternatives days and in other fields of human service work. And for me, my why is, I just believe this is what I am put here to do. So it is spiritual work for me, working with all kinds of people.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Paula Safford, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Finance and administrator. I just changed my title, so
I'm loving these new position titles. These are all new. Look, I'm like, okay, yeah, I didn't know it was that. Great.
I've been with Alternatives just over a year now,
Yeah.
in finance since ever.
Okay.
A position why, I don't know, I just happened to end up in finance because I was forced by my father. Hated it at the beginning, and then became my love. I do like to work in finance. I always worked in finance, and so I would not be able to work anywhere else. But I do like it. Alternatives, has been a new field for me. Always worked in for-profit.
Oh, yes.
So it was a big change, a big switch when I came to alternatives. I wasn't really looking for a non-profit. I just ended up to land here at the right time, at the right moment. And I've been really enjoying working in this different environment, completely different from where I was used to. Even though the finance is the same, I mean, it's the same field, but it's worked from a different approach, with a different approach, and I've been loving it.
I'm so glad to hear that you're loving it. I'm sure everyone in the room is glad to hear that you're loving it. I'm sure they welcomed you with open arms to the team. And so I love how you said this is kind of not a new industry, but of course supporting a different type of business, it being nonprofit. But it seems like you're finding out why you're supposed to be here, and so I'm glad you love it.
Yeah.
So this is really nice to be able to hear you all's whys, and you saw me kind of jotting notes down because I was kind of paying attention to the whys, right? Because the other things on here are important, but you know, I kind of want to zero in on the whys and why we continue to commit to service and do the work that we do, because you don't have to be here. You could clearly decide to take your talents, your efforts, your gifts somewhere else or in a different setting. And so the whys are really important. So it's nice to see you all. It's nice to meet all of you who I'm new to meeting. And I look forward to learning more about you today and tomorrow, okay? And hopefully you'll learn more about me, you know? So we're going to try to get the most out of our time together, right? So the purpose of the presentation, of course, you guys got my little thing, and I said we want to try to give some tools and resources to all of the team members at Alternatives to help with personal and professional development. I would say kind of gone are the days, right, where we separate completely personal from professional. Because the reality is this, they both impact each other. So the concept and the idea that what's happening in your personal life happens over here, so put it over there, and then come in this workspace and just do what you're supposed to do. It's one of those concepts, it's really old and it's really not working in the workspace anymore. And I'm happy through all the different work, research and literature and leadership is showing that you really have to give your team members tools to be able to navigate both roles, because they really do influence each other. And so hopefully today and tomorrow you'll get some personal and professional tools that you can use from both sides, which is going to ultimately help you be able to work better with your internal customers, which is your team, and your external customers, right? Because sometimes us knowing that this work is really like hard work, it's passion work, it pulls on us and it feeds us sometimes in a different way. A lot of times we can give it so easily to our external customer. But then when we come back into the space with our internal customer, which is our team member, we don't necessarily do it the same way, not with the same perspective, okay? And so my hope is what you're learning is going to be intertransferable between the two, okay? So we need to establish some training ground rules. You all know all about these ground rules, right? Why do we have ground rules when we're in a group setting, all you facilitators?
So that there's order.
Yes. So that there's order to set the tone, right? And the other thing that we know also is it's more effective if you allow who to establish the ground rules? The group, not the person doing the facilitation. So Chenequa has it up there, but she is not going to give them to you, because the reality with establishing the ground rules for the group, we know that if you all establish it, it helps hold you all accountable to adhering to them, right? More. So we're going to have some, and the reason why I would like us to have some is not to make this all stiff and stale, okay? It's more so to say, hey, let me encourage you guys to stay in the moment right now. I know that there's work, I know that there's personal, but really trying to encourage you all to take a minute and take the time to try to make some deposits into yourself. You all deserve it. You all deserve to have deposits put into yourself that you can use personally and professionally. So with these ground rules, what do you think we should put? What should be one of our first ones? Just send it out and don't judge my handwriting on this flip chart, okay? Because I'm going to have to write it up there. So what should our first rule be as far as ground rules?
Beginner's mind.
Beginner's mind. Look at y'all. You can tell y'all facilitate the beginner's mind. Well, it's kind of straight. And don't blame me if my spelling's a little off. I got it right that time, I feel like. What else? Beginner's mind. What else do we need to do?
No judgment.
No judgment. Now, I might have got that one a little wrong. There we go. There we go. It's kind of like what? I used to go to that gym. What's the gym that used to say that? I think that's Planet Fitness. When I was a member, it's a no judgment zone.
Yeah.
This is officially a no judgment zone.
Yeah.
Okay?
Participate.
Participate. You heard the saying before? You get out of something, what you put into it. You want to get something out of it, you got to put something into it.
Nothing in, nothing out.
Nothing in, nothing out.
I would say attentive listening, so you're listening to what people are saying and not jumping to respond.
You took mine. That was
Which
good.
off of mine, so. But we have
Trust the process.
Trust the Trust the process. Love it. All right, anything else we need to add?
Stick to the schedule.
You can tell you come from corporate America. She like,
She's such
you
a
better,
brain.
you better stick to that agenda. You have a, she's like, I'm impressed. You have a timed agenda. Now stick to it. Those numbers, that quantitative thing. I get it, I get it.
I think that shows my personality.
It does.
She's a
It
brain.
does.
I know.
She's a brain.
And the funny thing is, I had a piece of that, which is why you have a timed agenda, but then the other piece of me sometimes takes over, and I'm like, oh, it's okay. But yes, Ms. Pope, got it. Stick to the schedule. Yes, ma'am.
And I would not be able to spell schedule.
Let me write it down there. Stick.
We just weren't gonna say it, but yeah, we get it.
Schedule. I got it. Stick to the schedule. Okay, you guys have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Is that enough? Is there anything else?
Well, I've got one more. And I know when I'm doing this, and people don't always think about it, but they love it when we add it, is to have fun.
I was going to add it.
Oh,
So yes,
see?
very good.
There we go.
Have fun. Try to enjoy yourself. Have fun.
This having fun is something that is not familiar to me.
I know.
When I'm at
When
work.
you're at work, I understand. I completely understand. She said you're in the right place
This
for
was a
help with
big
this.
change.
Oh, I am so sure. There is no doubt in my mind.
Yes.
There is no doubt in my mind. So I'm gonna put these group rules up on the wall, somewhere where we can see them to help govern ourselves accordingly. I may move it.
Interest tape?
Well, it's 6. I bought
Oh,
a
okay.
sticky one.
Okay.
So we'll put it over here. I may move it as things go on, okay?
Okay.
So this is the thing. I know the fun piece is different, but the reality is this. We gotta be here anyway. So you might as well make the most out of it. And smile. I think someone walked in and said, oh, you're bubbly. I am. That is my personality. I couldn't imagine having to be like, yeah, so we're gonna try to make the most of it and have fun. But I'm glad you're open, and that's good. So here's our ground rules. I think you guys did a great job coming up with them. So now I'm gonna just review a couple of housekeeping items. So you all have a folder in front of you, if you haven't already opened it up. I'm just gonna briefly review what's in the folder for those who may be a little more, what'd you say, Ms. Evelyn? Curious, yes ma'am. So you do to the left of your folder have an agenda for today, okay? Then on the right, that's on your left. On your right side, you have a complete printout of the presentation. Feel free to use them today if you like. Generally, I don't always give out the full presentation of my presentations in advance. Generally, I am we're gonna email it to you kind of girl, right? However, today, I just felt so led that we'll give it in advance because I also didn't know people's schedules, right? In case you have to leave, and then of course, you may desire at your own leisure to say, well, I have have a little bit of time, I'm gonna pull that presentation out and take a look. But we can also get it emailed to you. I can also email it to Raven at a later time. Behind the complete packet of the presentations for today, you have day 1 training evaluation that I will ask for you all to also complete. Once you complete that evaluation, there is a blue folder on the very back of the table, that's right there at the very back, that says surveys. Please just put it in there. You don't have to be worried about me taking a look at it right now, this is that, fill it out at your own leisure, stick it in there, okay?
You go report to Reagan who said what?
Reagan, the data showed, well, and then of course, the last thing that you'll see on this side is a brief little fall little article. It's talking about don't let stress steal your sparkle, reclaiming your calm for fall. And so I really felt like it was worthwhile. Short little nugget, but some good content in it. Sometimes you don't have time to do like, you know, a deep dive, right, with some of the things that you need. Sometimes you just have to get it quickly and move to the next thing. Okay, so that's the folder. Any questions about anything in the folder currently? Okay. Next, table toolboxes. Okay, so you see these orange boxes on 2 sides of the table. Okay, in total fairness, Ms. Noreen, I didn't realize I was going to have a table kind of like that. So you guys are going to have to share the wealth, right? Okay. So, you're amongst friends, so I'm sure they're going to be willing to share. So pretty much what it is are my table toolboxes. What's in those boxes? There are some tools that you might so decide that you want to utilize to get through training today and tomorrow. So what's that? Pencils, highlighters, candy, chocolate, stickies, stress balls. I'm a person who feels like you never know what you might need to get through some long extended training, right? So feel free to pass it around. And the little squashies have little positive messages on them, right? Okay. So your little table toolboxes to kind of get you through training today and tomorrow with me. Okay. And then I'm going to leave the boxes with alternatives because they're orange. I don't know what you guys want to do with them. I don't know what you want to do with them, but I'm going to leave them. Don't judge my painting skills, okay? I think I did the best I could. Oh my gosh, I did that painting. Great, thanks. Okay, so that's our table toolboxes, okay? So help yourself to share what's in there. Learn something new, and then really tap into what our ground rules said. Enjoy yourself. Let's have some fun. I'm happy to hear that you guys like the little table box toolbox, because I didn't know if that was going to hit right or not. So I'm glad to hear that y'all like this.
This is alternative.
Right.
We were doing this long before other people thought we were weird.
Thought you were weird. We were like, now weird.
Again.
And if that is the case, I have just found my people.
That's right.
Right? I've found my people over the years. So now we're going to talk a little bit about hopes and fears. So what I'm going to do is ask you to go in your little toolbox and grab out some Post-its. Let's share some Post-its. Post-its or Post-its? Okay. And if you need a pen, highlighter, they're in there.
And I got a pen machine though.
Okay? Yeah. Pen, highlighter. And we're going to do some Post-it stuff right now with your Post-its. So, we're going to think about right now your hopes. This is a hopes and fears activity. But right now, let's just zero in on our hopes. What do you hope to gain from participating in the training? Put it on your Post-it. I'm then going to come collect your Post-it and put it on the hopes. Piece of paper. Yes, ma'am.
You want just one thing?
No, you can do one per Post-it if you want.
Okay.
You can do one per
Or
Post-it.
don't put it all on one.
Right. Yeah, just put one item on a Post-it. We should have plenty. And then once you think of your hopes, I would like you to start thinking about if you happen to have any fear of anything from participating in the training. And then I'll come and collect the fears, and then I'll put those on the fear side. have any hopes finished? Hopes, if we have any of us? I'll put the hopes up here. Any other hopes? Okay. All right. Everybody should be on their fears. Anybody finished with any fears? Thank you. And if you don't have any, that's fine too. That's fine too. That's fine. Any other fears? You're fine. All right. Okay. So I'll ask one more time to make sure that everyone's been given a substantial amount of time. Any other fears? So now, let's review these a little bit, okay? Let's review our hopes first. So, hopes, a better understanding of how to prioritize my team's needs. I hope to learn new ideas and information. Learn how to manage stress while in the workplace. New skills and competencies. New ideas and refreshers for stress management. Engagement, not just sitting still. Something new, like a new idea. Got it, something new. Hopefully if I get one thing over, this person's expectations should be met. I love it. I can appreciate it. Calm conversations. Tools to execute. Stress reliever. New insights I can connect to my work. Group awareness. Tools to strengthen us in the workplace. Shared experiences with staff. Understanding more of the nonprofit. And having fun learning new techniques. This is good stuff. Mm-hmm. So what the hopes also have the ability to demonstrate is our expectations. Just another way of saying it. Your expectations from your time with me. So we're reviewing it now, but you all will should know that we're going to review it again, right? Because we want to make sure that the expectations have been met. And if there's a gap within the expectations, we then have to identify a way to fill them, maybe for the future, okay? Mm-hmm. So these are essentially our expectations for training. This is what you want your takeaways to be. And they'll get posted. I'll put them on the wall. Fears. Okay, none. A few of you had no fears. You straight up open. Ain't nothing bothering me. Nothing fears me that can come out of this meeting together. And I like it. I like it. So, I understand, and that probably would have been me. Because I'm a person who feels like what comes up, comes up. And if it comes up, it needs to come up.
Amazon.
Right? Amazon, have to love the Amazon. Being misunderstood is someone's fear. Being misunderstood. Judgment. Lack of sharing. None at this time for fear. That I will look silly answering questions. You will not look silly, but I understand it can be a fear. So what we have to do is make sure that we're creating an environment where people feel safe. That they can be and show up as their authentic, true self without the judgment. Right? Let's see. No fears at this time. Feeling awkward or uncomfortable. Disingenuous behavior. Oh, the young people, when I started working with young people, it used to be like, this is when I was much younger. The Chenequa, real recognize real. You can come up here and be one way. We know if you're real or not, right? Young people are not the only people that know that. People can tell when you are genuine, when you're authentic, or not. So, some of these fears are pretty much, these are the things you don't necessarily want to have to deal with, but these are the things we need to deal with. The other thing that I've learned when I do the fear, I've done the hopes and fears activity before, is also some of the things that comes up as a fear are things that people have felt like they've had to experience in the setting before. And it has just never come up. Or they haven't felt comfortable enough to share that these are some of the thoughts and feelings that they've had. Okay? So, we will also review this later on, which will probably be tomorrow, and check in to see where we are with these feelings that people have had as far as their fears. Okay? Any questions about hopes and fears? Any thoughts? It's going to govern the work we do a little bit. Okay? All right. And for Ms. Powell, we're doing good on time. I'm doing good on time. Okay? And generally, I have on here that we would take our first break. Does anybody need a break? All right, we can keep on going. Okay, so we're going to jump into managing stressors. Get your wiggles out. It's okay. It's okay. Managing stressors shouldn't be stressful, right? But it's one of those things when you sometimes say the title, it's like people automatically tense up. You know what I mean? Like people automatically be like, oh goodness, this is tense, right? So let's see if we can do something with this to kind of help us with our managing of our stress. And I'll be the first one to tell you, some of this stuff, I'm certain you have heard before. Some of it may be new to some of you. For many of you, it may just be refreshers. But the point that I really want to drive home is, even though it may be a refresher, I would encourage you to challenge yourself to say, even though you know this, is it a practice? Because see, that becomes the issue with stressors. You may know it, you may have been exposed to it, and all of those things, that these are techniques and strategies that you should be using. That is not enough though. The real thing is, are you using it consistently? Okay? All right, so listen to this. It's no secret that workspace stress has become an undeniable reality for many of the current workforce. According to the American Institute of Stress, over 80% of workers in the United States suffer from workplace stress. Listen, look at this. Costing the U.S. businesses $51 billion a year of people being absent from work. That is a lot of money.
That's a whole organization.
Well, that would be great if they would donate to us.
Would it not? Would it not? It would certainly be great if they would donate it to us. And do know, I'm not going to talk about a whole lot of just statistics, but I think you all need to hear the numbers that connect to this thing,
Yeah.
right? So when people are stressed out, they can't come to work. They don't desire to come to work.
Can I just say, Chenequa, that you're on the board, so you understand this. What Shireen said, spoken like a true nonprofit employee, because that's what we think, you know? So how do we generate money? Ooh, they could donate it to us. Spoken
Like a true nonprofit champion,
Yes,
right? We could always use it.
we could always use it.
Absolutely. Even a piece of it.
That's right.
I'd even take a small piece of that, right? And we'd be happy. You know what I mean? So this is what we're seeing as far as people dealing with a stressful workplace. So here's some more data when it comes to workplace stress. So this is a study that was worldwide. So they did the study also in 2022. So for 2024, it found that 41% of employees worldwide stated that they had experienced much stress in the workplace just the day before. Just the day before they were questioned. They had experienced a substantial amount of stress just the day before the questioning. Now, the data from the study in 2022 showed that it was 44%. So it went down a little bit. But that's still substantial. 41% of your entire workforce in the world, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. Stress is a factor in 7 out of 10 causes of death worldwide. And the workplace is an important contributing factor. Because regardless if you're experiencing it personally or at work, we know that it impacts our what? Health. I hope you all don't mind, but I am a person who also uses their experiences to kind of walk people through things. And so, of course, for confidentiality purposes, there will be no identifying information. However, I think it's important for something to hit home. I will use one of my experiences. Because I do believe we don't have our experiences just for ourselves, right? Very recently, in the other role that I served in, I've been talking with my team about taking care of themselves. This new catch term that you all have probably been hearing. Life been life. It's all over Instagram, it's all over TikTok, it's everywhere. Life be life. I have heard it in almost every setting, right? Life been life, right? And so, because I should be observing as a leader when it comes to my team, I saw that life was life, right? And so I've been encouraging and trying to make moments where we can have fun at work, take a breather, things of that nature. A few weeks ago, I had an employee have a medical emergency at work. Scared me half to death, right? Related to stress, probably, more than likely, when looking at the medical emergency that it was. Now, there's things going on in people's personal life we certainly don't know about. But also with that being said, we should really be empathetic when it comes to the professional side, because once again, you don't know what people are dealing with outside of work. And so, I say that to say this. We're living in a time frame where everything is expensive and high. People are trying to take care of themselves, their families, financially. People are strapped, right? That's a what? Stressor. Then we expect them to come into the workspace and give of themselves. That's hard. And I'm not trying to say we can't hold people accountable for the work that we have to do, but I think we do have to really be empathetic with the times such as this. And so I've been encouraging team members throughout the city to say, let's be empathetic and not just think that everybody's life is like your life. You may not be struggling financially. That ain't everybody's walk. Be grateful and thankful that that's not your struggle. but I'm sure you got something else. Because everybody has something. And so I just want you to know that as we're trying to give this to you all, we understand, which is, you know, the conversation Reagan and I have had, we understand that life is happening outside of here. But we want you all to know, because we understand that, we care, and we want to encourage you guys to try to take care of yourselves, and let's see what we can do to encourage it as a group, okay? So this is real life, literally. This happened to me a couple of weeks ago. Now the person is okay. I don't know. The person is not back at work yet, but recovering. Let's put it that way. They're recovering. But this is real life, okay? And if you are stressed to that magnitude, we'll talk later about some things that you can do, okay? It's a recommendation. The American Psychological Association survey found that 31% of employees felt stressed out during their workday. Yeah. Only 31%. You know, in my mind, I was like, 31% is a lot. But then if you say only 31%, I would have thought it was 51, you know. It's just one of those things, you know. At one point in time, I thought people were in work and they were being fed in a positive way in their work, right? But now it's like they may be getting fed in a positive way, but now it's still resulting in them feeling depleted, whether it's work or personal, okay? So let's take a glance at stress in the workplace. So stress is a natural response to the demands of work and life. It is. But when left unaddressed, you can feel burned out. And you may have heard before that stress is not necessarily a bad thing, because you know that there can also be stress that can be positive. Yes. And that stress, you know, is a good thing for you. But oftentimes, it is not good where you're having more of one type of stress versus the other. Type of stress. So I do think that stress is starting to cause some burnout. So reminisce with me a little bit. Let me look around the room. All of y'all was working, most of y'all was working in alternatives during this time. Let's reminisce and go back to the onset of COVID-19. The pandemic. Y'all like, don't take us back, don't take us back. You're like, please don't take us back. That time was detrimental time for many of us. Especially from the professional perspective. Because we were faced with something that many of us had never been faced with in our entire lifetime. And how do you lead people through that? Right? Stress, burnout. Y'all don't want to admit to it. I'll admit to it. We teleworking and I'm at the house crying. I'm stressed. Because my big thing was, I want my people to be safe. Right? And I want them to be able to continue to care for their field. So the big thing for me as a leader was, I don't want people to lose their jobs. And I remember saying to my support person, I can lose my job. We'll be okay. I don't want my team members to lose their job. Because I have faith and I'm not worried about how we're going to make it. We'll be fine. But I don't want my team to lose their job. So you carry that stress, right? And then other people carried it depending on where they are in the organization. And they were like, I've done this work as long as I can do it. And so then what did they say we saw once we kind of got through it a little bit? We saw the great what they called it, the great retirement.
Yeah.
People were like, you done stressed me out so much, I'm chucking the deuces. They're like, I don't even have it in me anymore to give. I had, in my other position, 4 people retire during that time frame. Staples in the organization. One that literally was a trailblazer, was a part from the very conception of the organization. Was like, yep, I've done what I can do. Chenequa, take it, right? And we did that. But my point is, it contributed to such burnout for some people. They were like, I can't even handle this. Now, on the flip side of that, I felt like it was positive that it pushed us to doing some things that I wanted us to do anyway, which was what? Virtual services, innovation. So I was excited about that. But I also remember having meetings with that team member, and I was like, I'm thinking we should do, this was before the pandemic, we should do electronic files, virtual home visits. I'm saying all of this stuff in the office at that time, before the pandemic happened. And they looked right at me and said, do that once I retire. 3 months later, we had a pandemic. And it forced us to be innovative. And I think it did that for a lot of organizations. If you think back to how you guys charted the waters during that time, you had to be very what? Innovative. What's some of the stuff, I'm just curious, what's some of the things that you guys did during that time frame to be innovative? That was like different than what you had done pre-COVID?
Zoom. I remember everyone, when I said we were getting Zoom, you guys were like, what is that? and we didn't know. This is like a new platform for a lot of people. Like, this is the platform we're going to have to use to do virtual.
Zoom. I believe that. Anything else?
Now I love
For,
Yeah.
Now you probably love it, right? Yeah, me too. Love it, yeah, me too.
Ways of trying to make sure that if you dressed up here, you didn't get. No.
The balance of, you know,
Professional on the top.
a
And,
professional on the
Yeah.
top and yoga pants on the bottom, things like that.
Work
Yeah.
a shirt over on the side, and put it on when you go on Zoom. But you don't put it on unless you have a Zoom meeting.
Unless you had a Zoom meeting. That is hilarious.
I think in alignment with Zoom is like learning how to, like for our trainings or working with our young people, how can we be creative and engaging online when they're just at home, we're at home. So like, what can we do to be more creative online?
I could see that. I could definitely see that. I know with the other organizations that I'm responsible for, you know, before and after care, what does that look like when we was all in our houses, right? And so I don't know about you guys, but we tried different things like taking enrichments virtual,
yeah.
right? So I remember having, when we could be in a building, having staff in the building, I didn't think about it, you had to social distance, what did that look like? You know, we went through a time frame where no one wanted to be in a space more than 15 minutes with anyone. It was like 15 minutes, just not exit, you know.
You better not call.
You better not call.
That's right.
And you better not call.
Exactly.
And, I mean, to put it out there is, we were able to get rid of some staff that were toxic.
That's a positive.
And so that was a positive thing. I mean, it was,
She said it was
I'm sorry.
We're not naming names. Someone said, who was that?
No, everything's confidential. That needs to go.
So you were able, some individuals that we lost from the organization might have been a good move.
Yeah.
And that's fine. Because sometimes it's like that. Sometimes there are good moves and you're like, oh, you found another opportunity. Great for you.
Yes.
I hope that is
Wish
everything
you well.
that you go find. I've been there, believe me. I have been there. So as we think about all of these things, we made it through the other side. But just that reminiscing for a moment of what we were going through when we were in the midst of it, that was a whole different thing. And it was like these different components and stages of it. Because we're talking about at the very beginning, but then what about when we were able to come back into spaces?
Well, I think for us as an organization, there was also a lot happening with many of us personally, on top of a pandemic, on top of trying to do our work and keep the agency open. Like personally, many of us were going through big things
At the same
at
time.
the same time. So there was that personal, and then there was the work, you know, that we were trying to do here every day too.
So what that tells me is you're quite resilient,
Yes.
right?
Very.
Quite resilient.
Converting a home into a professional
Yes.
environment.
Yes.
That was tough for us.
Yeah.
It was full of us in a house,
Trying to find spaces.
plus dogs.
Yeah.
Plus stuff, yeah, trying to find spaces, right? I believe that.
Yeah. And I was gonna say, in talking about being innovative, like everybody else, you know, in the world, we left here in March thinking 2 weeks. So Reagan
Yeah.
was like, yeah, take this much, you don't need to go up. And then, I mean,
We couldn't do it.
quickly, we had to
And
learn
not we,
how
but
to
like on a bigger.
shift. Yes, and to recognize, oh, yeah, well, it's gonna be a little bit longer. You know, it's something that we had never ever experienced. And here we are, new executive director, and, you know, I mean, we figured it out.
Absolutely, you're so right. No one knew
Right.
with time, and that in itself is a what? Stressor,
Yeah.
because it's the unknown. Oftentimes, the unknown for people are very stressful as well.
I was gonna say, when you stop and think about it, and we can laugh now, but looking back, I wasn't here alternatives, but I can imagine the stress on Reagan, just trying to make sure everybody keep their job and keep everybody busy. Mentally, that had to be just so much stress in itself, and blood pressure, and just everything. I mean, because we're thinking about our families, and that's all we got. But she's thinking about all of our families, so it's, you know, it had to be really heavy for supervisors at that time.
And the work, I mean, you know, again, we're nonprofit, so it's not like, I mean, we work for the city, so whether we worked or not, we were gonna get paid.
Yeah.
We're nonprofit, so that's a whole nother level of accountability.
Yes,
So when we talk about stressors in an effort to try to maintain at least some sense of normalcy and connectedness, I mean, you guys, you remember, we, you know, not that Reagan, the intent was not to try to, you know, micromanage and see what you were doing, but weekly, we would have these sessions where we would be talking about, so here's what I did this week, here's where I'm at this week, you know, work-wise.
Yes.
Because it was important that we all kept some sense of normalcy without having to be made to feel like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna now I need to check in exactly what you're doing. It wasn't that kind of atmosphere, but it brought us closer because we had, you know, a common vision in terms of why we were doing that, you know, so, yeah.
You know what I call that? When we were going through, because I was doing it on the other side of the leaf. What I call that is we were over-engaging.
Yeah.
And that is actually really a technique and a strategy when businesses are going through changes. We are supposed to over-engage. We over-engage, we over-communicate. I found my stuff doing videos. I was sending video messages to my team, blasting it out. Just like, hey, happy Monday from your administrator. Just highlighting certain things, also for they could hear my voice, right? Hey, you're doing great work. Thank you for
I know.
I'm sorry. He's distracted us. I'm sorry.
Remember hearing busy work,
Yes.
just to kind of keep everybody.
Just
busy.
trying to keep everybody busy. Absolutely. It's just amazing. And the reason why I wanted us to reminisce about that a little bit is because these were these high stress things that you guys, we worked through. And you're still here. Didn't break you, didn't burn you out, still came committed to the cause. So that speaks values right there, to me. That speaks values right there. So kudos to you all. That financial piece is a big piece. What the work is gonna look like, how are we going to do what we said we were doing in this grant that's paying for this? Having to pivot. But you guys have done that. And so you guys should be proud of yourself for your ability to do that. But the other piece of that is, sometimes, since we did that during that time, and then the opportunity now comes for us to come back together, right? So it's kind of like, some people say things like, well, the world opened back up. Okay, whatever. World opened back up, they say you guys can what? We can go back to work. But we went back to work, and I don't know how many people from going back to work, right, took the time to say, okay, our team has gone through this. We need to process this and check in thoroughly with where we are right now based on the experiences that we've had, and then look up how to move forward. Now, not saying you didn't have meetings. I'm talking about things specifically around this is what happened, this is what we have lived through, and now what? From my experience, most of the time it was like, oh, the doors open back up, we can go back out and work, go to work. And then we have people trying to get back into the process of we're back in work. How do we interact with our colleagues appropriately? The personal, interpersonal interactions, connections, some of that looks different. And I need you guys to understand, it should look different if you really pay attention to what we've all experienced.
I think that's a great point, Chenequa, because I know when I tell people that we're still hybrid, the amount of looks that I still get or comments people say to me about it, because there was this expectation, like you said, that everybody just goes back to the office 5 days a week. But taking that time to say, well, does that still even work for us? Is there a different way that we can still do our work and not have to give us all some flexibility versus saying, all right, everybody's got to come back here and at Fort Monroe 5 days a week, for your time. So that processing piece of saying what now is really working for us.
And that helps a lot during the shift, because you didn't just come with a mandate and say, okay, now here's what we're gonna do. It was a conversation. Now, you probably already had in mind how you wanted it to look, but it truly was a conversation. It was, a discussion, do we wanna all go back at the same, so we felt like we were a part of the decision. And that helped,
That's
because
wonderful.
that's the nature of how we operate anyway. So,
That's wonderful.
for you to have that foresight, that also helped in terms of, do we all wanna go back at the same time? Do we wanna still be hybrid? And, collectively we said, yeah, let's stay hybrid for a while.
Well, that speaks to Reagan, yes.
I know.
And so I thank you for acknowledging that, because not every leader is at that place, okay?
I know.
I do know other leaders of organizations that's like, I brought all my people back, and that's just it.
Right. And then you get the ramifications.
And then you
of
get the
that.
ramification of bringing everybody back. And we didn't prepare the space for them to be able to come back and be productive. So her doing that is just an example of what a holistic workspace should be like, in which we'll dive into that more tomorrow, right? And so kudos to her, but let me also take it from another perspective. Kudos to you all, okay? Because you were doing the work, and she could feel comfortable enough that she could bring that to you all, and that you all would give feedback and perspective that was gonna be, you were gonna be intentional,
Right.
you were gonna be considerate, you know what I mean? You were doing all of that while you were doing the work. And she could say she could bring it to you. And you guys not misuse it, not abuse it, not take it for granted, because I do need you to understand that it is some people in the workspace that's doing all of that.
Yeah.
You be like, hold on, I haven't heard from such and such in 2 days. Where are they? Well, they're teleworking. Are they?
Right.
Are they teleworking? Because the other big piece that came with hybrid is teleworking, and I say it all the time. Technically, teleworking is just you working in a different, what? Location.
Yes, right.
That's it.
That's right.
So technically, whatever you were doing in the office space, you should be doing while you're teleworking.
Right.
Now that is a constant struggle, even with my other hat, that it's just the location, right? The work that you're doing should be the same.
Right.
But the other thing that it showed us was this: individuals who weren't performing when they were in the office, guess what? They didn't perform when they were doing. Right? They certainly weren't performing when they were given the ability to work from their home, right? So that speaks to you all as well,
Yes.
as a workforce. And I have to say that you guys stayed the course and she could trust you with that. So that's kudos to you all. And I'm sorry I'm taking us down here, but this is good stuff. So in the current work environment, stress and burnout have come all too common. Like I said, we talked about people saying, this is it, I'm moving on.
I'm going to Target.
They're going to different fields. They're like, yeah, I'm not doing this anymore. Believe me, I've been.
Some days you kind of think, ooh, I won't say who says it. Ooh, I think working at Target is probably so much better. It's better. I just go in 8 o'clock, I'm home at 5, Bring up with every
Working at
time.
Target might be better than this. Is that the saying around? Okay. I might have to use that with my other hat. I don't know. And so it's critical to recognize the signs of stress and to take proactive steps to mitigate it on impacting the organization. The other thing that often happens in workspaces, have you all ever seen it? That say something happens and one person gets the information and it heightens them. It makes them a little stressed. Then they go share the information with somebody else. With their emotions being the way their emotions are and their energy. And then what happens? It stresses the other person out. So then, before you know it, it gets to the, and it's like a domino effect of these emotions, right? And so it kind of goes back to this whole, most of the time, I'm not going to say all of the time, but most of the time, the person who starts the communication can set the tone for the emotion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So us having to also play a real cautious effort as to what tone are we setting,
That mindfulness.
that mindfulness. And you know, I haven't gotten to the slide yet, but I will do a commercial once I get there, because I feel like you all are the best that do it when it comes to mindfulness. Oh, I know, believe me. And so the reality is this, being cognizant and mindful of how you're communicating, because you're setting the tone. So these are just a few causes for workplace stress. Common contributors: heavy workloads, tight deadlines, interpersonal conflict, lack of autonomy, perceived lack of support, hybrid, the blurring of personal and professional boundaries. There's other things. Tell me some other things that can contribute to stress in your work environment. Partners, funding, health.
Yeah, your own health. You mean like your
Your
personal health?
personal, yeah.
Your personal health, absolutely. Your personal health, partners, funding. What else?
The climate, like you mentioned trust, you know, I mean, we didn't just start trusting once COVID hit. You know, some things had to have already been in place before that world-changing event took place.
Absolutely.
So, that's about
Community priorities. So like this, for our line of work, is community priorities may change, how it impacts our work, or opportunities for us.
funding.
Big time.
And like you said it at the end, but like it's like house issues, but you're still working and trying to get the contractor there when you're
Yeah.
teleworking and it doesn't fit their schedule. Water problems.
In a larger context, it's like the political landscape. So what's coming down the pike, I know Ms. Michelle can speak to this, where in some places, when we're talking about young people, there are certain things that certain states cannot say, like certain words they cannot say. Right. So like, you know, that, I think that's stressful as well, because, you know, if you are a youth development professional and you are specialize in social and emotional work,
Absolutely.
but you can't, but that's kind of like a sticking point for politically, you know, in some regard, that can be stressful as well.
Absolutely. So it's one of those things where you know what you should be encouraging and equipping them to be able to do, but your hands are tied.
Right.
Right?
And how can you work around that?
Circumvent
Still
it.
get them
Find a
what they
gap.
need.
And get, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, it also made me think about when you talk about the political climate and things like that, that's also all attached here, is like the leadership, you know, when leadership changes a lot of times, and Reagan and I have talked about this a few times, the priority of what's important shifts. Okay? And I need you all to understand that that's not just something you deal with in the nonprofit world, you deal with that in local government as well. Because if they decide that, you know what, it's no longer, you know, early childhood was this person's agenda, but early childhood is not this person's agenda. Okay? So the funds come from that and they move it what, somewhere else. And I'm not going I'm just trying to make a I'm trying to make a point here. They move it from here, it's somewhere else. And I'm not saying that it may not be a place that it doesn't need to go to, but we do know that it certainly needs to stay here too, right? And so they say, well, it's not enough funds to go around, so we're cutting it here.
Here's the 51 billion.
Hey, and people being stressed not going to work.
But
You know what I
One
mean?
thing to your point, when leadership changes, I think the vision should change.
Yes.
Because it should be the vision of the person coming in,
Absolutely.
and it's like there's a new chief
There is.
on the reservation,
There is.
and things can't always stay the same.
They
So
cannot.
what is the marching order, what are the goals, what is the vision, what is the foresight?
Alex, you took the words right out of my mouth.
What is the foresight?
Yes.
Because if I move into a new house and I don't like the blue paint, I'm painting the wall.
This is very true.
It's my house now.
Very true. And so,
But I have to do that collectively
yes.
with the kids who used to live there. You know, if they come respecting them, like, oh, they used to be in my room and the wall was yellow.
Yes.
So it was yellow.
Absolutely.
But I can help you embrace it now being teal, my favorite color. You know?
Absolutely.
So, but it's.
And so I think sometimes with the leadership coming in, it's the approach that's used, right?
Yeah.
Oftentimes, I'm not gonna say often, sometimes it comes in and like, well, we just made this change for y'all. And you're like, well, I didn't, hold on. We were just told this 2 weeks ago. Hold on, wait a minute. We have a whole thing still over here in place, right? That was supporting this. And they're like, oh, well, no, we've decided to go a different way. But I completely agree with you, Ms. Michelle, that leadership, the vision does need to change. That's called strategic foresight. And oftentimes, we don't necessarily see a lot of work in that, or it being done the most productive way when it comes to nonprofit or government. It's kind of like, we done made this change. We the perfect people who determine who come in the sandbox and play. This is what we doing. You all just deal with it. Yes, ma'am.
And it makes me think that, or it comes to mind for me that change is not a bad thing. It's how we manage change, which takes me back a couple of slides when you were talking about stress. Stress in and of itself is not a bad thing. It's how you handle the stress
Yes,
that
ma'am.
makes it a bad thing.
Absolutely, absolutely. It makes me think of oldie but goodie to me. Y'all, when I say it, y'all can be like, this is such an old book. But it is still one of my favorites. Who Moved My Cheese?
Oh,
yes.
Old book.
Yeah,
Way old book.
Yes, it still stands.
But loved,
Yeah.
right? It was really one of the very first books that I read when I became a supervisor, right? Because back then I didn't have a whole lot of guidance. It was like, here, you got these people you're responsible for, now figure it out. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, I used to be the home visitor, but I'm gonna figure it out, right? And so it's not uncommon sometimes, depending on the climate and culture of the organization, they're like, yeah, I need you to go over here and figure this out. So one of my techniques to figure it out was me reading Who Moved My Cheese. And it was like, it ignited my love for change. And it was like, change is not bad. It's how we look at it, right?
But you see a whole workplace in that one little book, and it's this big.
And it's this big. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I was just gonna say, change is good, and I think when new people come in, you need to give them an opportunity to share their new vision and not hold them hostage and feel like you're here because of me. You know, because that changed the whole dynamic of the relationship as well.
It does. I often say, when we're looking at climate and culture of organizations, I guess you say recently, in 2024, I did some climate and culture assessments of a program from beginning to end. Completed an assessment, did all this stuff. And I'm saying to them that we have to remember, when you make one shift or change, it can, and most of the time it will, change the climate and culture of the whole thing. So when you hire somebody new, you don't think it shift? Oh, you better believe it shift. When you bring somebody in, or when you remove someone out, it shifts. And oftentimes we don't take the time as organizations to process what the shifting is, or that there was even a shift in the first place. It's kind of like, oh, well, this person is gone, now we gotta move on. Okay, so who's gonna do their tasks and duties? And it's so much more, right, than just the tasks and the duties, right? And so that's for like this level, but that also filters down to like your site levels, right, where you're out working in the field and things like that. When there's a shift, it's more than just the task. Because regardless of, depending on who you have in a seat, I mean, what? They bring everything with them. Their experiences, their personalities, and it affects what it looks like when we're functioning and working. And so much so that once they leave, you see another shift when it comes to the climate and the culture. And so I do think that that's a space that a lot of times as organizations, we don't necessarily have time. I think we don't have time. But I would go as far to say you have to make time. Because if you don't do it, you then see it on the back end and you're trying to repair something that's probably disastrous. And if we would have put the investment up front, it wouldn't be here. You know what I mean? So it is one of those things where you have to put the investment in it.
And I think that goes back to, I think somebody said, embracing the growth mindset of what it will evolve to look like. And I know when I sold my center, Inspiring Minds, I sold it as it was. It was a packaged curriculum, and it ran the way it ran for 20 years. And the person who bought it with the intent to start off running it that way, because she was brand new and didn't know any better. But it has evolved into her vision, now it's TikTok. And you would not know ever that TikTok used to be Inspiring Minds, but when it started off. So I can't get mad because that's not how we used to do things. You got my bus, but you're not, no, it's your, go fly, go soar. And I just have a belief that leaders lead, number one. If it's broke, fix it quick. If it's not, make it better. And there are some things 20 years ago that she can't do now that was done. Just make it better, evolve it. I'm not mad at her that she took the Inspiring Minds off and the kids don't sit here and do like that. No.
Exactly.
Take it to another level.
Absolutely. I completely agree. I completely agree. That whole, well, we've always done it, oh, I hear it so much. Well, we've always done it this way. We're doing it, it's time to do it another way. Think about it, with anything, with yourself as a person. Okay, you don't have to tell your age. I'm in my 40s. Do you think that I'm doing things with my current self in my 40s that I was doing when I was in my 20s? There may be some things here or there, right? But not much. Because of why? My experiences, because of what's life done, where I am in this season. It's kind of like that saying you probably heard, when you know better, you should what? Do better. I feel like I know better in my 40s. I was pretty up there in my 20s, I thought I was pretty bright. However, I certainly have evolved in my 40s, right? Because certain things were things that I made decisions for and were good. Then there was decisions I made that might not have been so good, but I still learned from them, right? And so being open to that regardless. We have to do the same thing with organizations. We can't stay the way it's always been. So I wonder, with the hybrid model for you guys, have you struggled at all when it comes to people working the way you feel like they should work while you all are working hybrid? Or do you feel like the productivity of work has still been fine? I'm just curious. It's been fine for you all? That's great.
I have enjoyed it because but when you're in the office, sometimes there's so many distractions, and especially Miss Shereen. When I have something that I need to work on, like, it's nice to have, maybe my cat might meow or my bird will chirp, but it's like I can focus. And I know when Reagan sometimes writes grants, she's like, I'm just gonna work from home, so nobody's knocking at my door and lining on up.
Absolutely.
You know, so I
Absolutely.
think when it's that kind of stuff, it's really good. Now, I am an interactive person.
You are a social person. Yes.
I was about to say, she's
So-
going to be out.
I do. So when I'm here, I like to have people eat lunch with me.
Oh, that's your moment. You like that people.
Quality time
Quality
is
time.
important.
Yes, I
So
understand.
when I'm at home, I don't have to, I'm not like calling Charles, hey, you wanna have lunch over at Zoom? No, absolutely not. But,
So that's interesting, and I completely understand that. I agree with the whole, I call it an admin day. Like, even now, I have my admin days that I telework. Because I just have to have it. It's like, look, because you're right, doors always open physically and literally. Like, you know, it's always open, and you want people to know that you're able to be there. But I think there's another piece to that too. When you're always there, the door is always open. Sometimes, I'm not saying every situation, but I would say that there are sometimes moments that people may come to you that if you weren't physically there, they would have to what? Bingo. And people need to be able to do that too. Right? That's a skill and a trait that people have to continue to build as well as professionals. It's kind of one of those mindsets of, I won't say who taught it to me, but it was something I learned when I was in graduate school at Hampton. It was like when people come to you and they're in crisis, right? Most of the time when people hear people are in crisis, they're like, oh, we have to jump in and save the day. No. Actually, one of the techniques is more so is give a little, not a lot of time now, and of course depending on what the crisis is. Giving them time to process just a little bit, because most of the time, depending on the person, if they sometimes they think they're in crisis, but if you had time to think about it and process it, they will do what? They will come up with a strategy or idea to help.
Exactly.
I had a situation like that the other day, where it was one of those things, I got a text message, I need to talk right now. Is anybody hurt? Are you gonna hurt anybody? You know, there's my list of questions. Okay, so we're not gonna have to call it Hampton PD, great. You just need to vent a little bit? Okay, great, I'm gonna be able to give you a call at this time. And that's not to say it's not important to me, but you check in to say, hey, I got it right now. And the other piece was, by the time I was able to have the conversation, what? They had de-escalated and they had figured it out. Did they not still want to vent? Of course they did. And I just sat on the phone and listened. But if I would have called back immediately when I got that message, the conversation probably would have went completely different. And so sometimes it's just being able to gauge those situations as to what technique or strategy to use to try to get the most out of the moment. Not necessarily for yourself, but also for always wanting to develop people. And that little technique is something that you could use not just with employees, but you can use that with young people. You know, but you have to know how to use it, and you have to know when the situations present, because that's not to say that there are not times and moments where people really are in crisis and they need you. I just want to make sure I put that disclaimer out there, because there are, and you have to be able to know the difference. Okay. Any questions or anything else to add about causes of workplace stress? You guys have come up with some stuff that I don't even know that I thought about. Yes.
Well, and this is not so much causes stress, but it has helped to reduce stress.
Okay.
Is when we were having a conversation, do y'all come back, blah, 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 blah. And one thing that Reagan has put in place is being mindful, and not to abuse it, but the flexibility exists where even, so we all decide, so which days are you going to come in? So that way everybody in here on the same days.
Yes. So
like my days are Monday and Thursday. It was based on the work that I do when I was for the evening meeting, yada, yada, yada. But thankfully, the flexibility is if I need to come in, or if I have a reason to come in on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or a Friday, that I can. So I'm not strictly relegated to that Monday, because that would have caused, I mean, that was, initially, that's what we were thinking, and that was causing stress, you know. And I'm like, but what if I've just been really busy, I know I've got a training on Wednesday, I need to go in on Tuesday, so I can get ready, you know. And so the fact that that has been allowed has been really, really helpful. I don't think anybody does, I just speak for Maria, but I don't take advantage of it, but I'm not here 5 days a week. But if you see me on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, then you know I'm here for a purpose. And I'm not even here all day. It's like I come in, I get done what I need to get done, and see y'all later. That's been a huge help.
you have the autonomy you need to do your job.
Yeah, and
And you don't take it for granted, you don't abuse it.
One of the major, and there were several, but one of the major stresses that everybody knows about, because it clearly affected me, was if there were any gaps or if there were any shortcomings, it showed up during COVID. And Verizon, my internet, it wasn't like I had a lousy computer. It wasn't nothing wrong with my computer. It was Verizon.
Or,
And oh my God, it was awful. But being innovative, you know, when we're having meetings or we're together and you would notice and that. I mean, I was trying to like, but he was supposed to be here at 9 o'clock, and it wasn't just me. Where I live, you know, the whole community was having these issues. And so trying to be innovative and still trying to at least get work done and yada, yada, yada. You know, I would get in my car and I would like go up to McDonald's because somebody had said, there's a hot spot in McDonald's. There is. In the parking lot with my laptop, you know, and I would go inside and say, can you please give me the password? I need to
I just
use
remember
your
when we were
Wi-Fi."
on a team meeting and you were like in a store
I did.
on their Wi-Fi.
I went to
Calling
this store, you know, that sells computers and technology and all. And I had gone to the police station, because any place I could find a hot spot, that's where I was. So I'm in the parking lot, and I thought, you know what, they're gonna come out, it's suspicious, why am I sitting here at the police station? So I looked across the street, there was a store that sold, you know, technology. I thought, let me just go over there, and I can sit in their parking lot, because I did not want to miss another staff meeting. So I go over there. So sit in the parking lot, you know, again, it's bringing too much attention to me, so I go inside and I asked it, I'm like, please, it was okay. Can I just go stand in this corner? I mean, I had to be innovative and, you know, I mean, and that's how I was able to connect. But oh my God, that was one of the biggest stressors for me.
I'm so sure, because the other piece with that stressor, and I mean, you preach it to the choir, believe me, I know.
Oh.
Not Verizon for us, but Cox, oh my gosh. There were many days that it was like, you know, I can't control this, or what am I supposed to do? I'm trying to troubleshoot it. I'm texting or calling my husband. What am I supposed to do? I'm in the closet at the house. You know, so I completely understand. And those are fed to stressors, right? And it's things that we really cannot what? We can't control it.
But the work goes on.
But the work still goes on. And so then you remember, oh, my phone turns into a hotspot.
Yeah.
Let me put my phone on and things like that. So no, I completely understand that. And yet and still, you all press up fear. And we're here today. You're here today. Even with all these causes of workplace stress. Y'all been through. So here's some more workplace stress effects on the organization. So what can it do to the organization? It can negatively impact team dynamics. If you're stressed out, not everybody really wants to feel like a team when we're stressed out. A lot of times, people will feel very isolated when stress has seeped in. Even though there may be moments where you have identified very team-specific moments and opportunities, they still feel isolated. So they don't feel like it's a team. It contributes to low productivity, right? So you're not necessarily getting the most out of your team members because they're feeling stressed. They're feeling pulled. They're feeling torn. You know, especially if there's a lot that we're juggling. You know what I mean? Like if you're pulled here, you're pulled there. At some point in time, something's gonna drop. Even for the very best of us, you know, you have people talk about, I'm a great multitasker. Yeah, me too, until I drop something. And I'm like, dang, my bad. Until I'm not. I remember I was watching something, I don't remember exactly what it was, and the lady was talking about, you know, the juggling of the balls, and the juggling of the balls with the different priorities and tasks and things that she was responsible for. And she's like, I'm juggling. And then someone looked at me and they're like, what's wrong? And you're like, I dropped a ball. And then they're like, well, then I dropped another ball. Because, you know, it's one of those things that some of us are able to multitask at a different level than others. But at the end of the day, we do know that it is most important that we have the opportunity to really just zero in on what needs our attention, our full attention at that moment. And not saying that we don't have to multitask in the current workspace, because most of us have to what? Multitask in the current workspace, because most of us are wearing several hats. I bet you if I asked in this room, how many hats do you wear? You'd be like, too many for me to count. And that's not to say anything against the organization. That's a part of the climate and the culture, I think, of the workspace. Right? We know that there's been a tremendous shift with the workforce since we've had the pandemic.
Yeah.
There's a lot of jobs out there. It's competitive. So when you're an organization that can only pay what? But so much. It can be, I can ask her, it can be challenging what? To identify the right candidate for your organization. And so now organizations are having to open positions 2, 3, 4, 5 times. I mean, I don't know, several times.
Yeah.
Several times, because the other piece is, it's so competitive and there's other organizations that's able to pay so much more than what you're able to pay. Not even just a nonprofit, even local government. We can't pay local government. You can only pay what you can pay. Look, this is what we can pay. But they can go, you know, there's been this big shift now with people working virtually. And so they can go to other places and work virtually and make, I'm not gonna say the numbers because I don't want to, you know, I want people to be like, wait a minute, who's she saying? I'll look that up.
Like my father-in-law works in Ohio, but his boss is in California, and then the rest of the team is all in different states. And that's just how it works.
I'm hearing it more and more and more. And so all of that has really kind of changed with what the workforce looks like, right? But with that being said, it also increases employees' burnout because we have tasks and duties that we need people to do, and we're having to delegate them where? To somebody else. When we were already had enough, when you already had enough.
Right.
But because it still has to get done, we're asking you to do it. I've never understood this concept, okay? You have a high-performing employee. I've never understood. I say it all the time. Help me understand. And maybe you all can help me. My team hasn't been able to. We have a high-performing employee that is a go-to person. When you ask them to do something, they do it with the caliber and the quality that you like it to be done, represents the organization well. And to show them a thank you, you give them more work to do.
Oh.
That's right.
And I have never been able to understand that concept, even though I have been the person that has probably done it to others, right? Until one day it hit me that I am pouring into you and like, you are a rock star. I'm so happy to have you on my team. And since you rock so well, I need you to do this.
Right.
It's one of those things where it's like, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying times may not come where you have to do it for a short period of time, you know, but us doing it, and it's like, yeah, but I need you to do it for the next 8 months. You know, it's kind of like, whew, that's a hard sell. I don't know why we do that. And then the other piece of that is, especially if you have another employee that's supposed to be doing that, but their performance is not up to par. So we've taken it from the person that this is kind of a part of your job, but we're not going to really hold you completely accountable for doing your job. We're going to take it over here to Miss Annette because she's so good. And I know she's going to do it exactly what she's supposed to. And then this creates the negative impact on the team dynamic. Because just because you didn't hear it, the streets is talking in the organization. And they are like, I could have sworn this is something that I was supposed to be doing. How did I get it? It does not matter the size. It doesn't matter how small or how big. At some point in time, the conversation comes up. So it goes back, yes?
So I think it speaks to like the people in this room here, because in our last staff meeting, Maria led the meeting. And so we were talking about communal work, right? You know, like maybe we all have to share some work, and this isn't just this person's or that person's, but we're gonna have to like kind of collaborate. So it might be something that you're not used to doing, but you might have to take it up.
Absolutely.
Take up the load in some places. So,
Absolutely.
yeah, so I think that speaks to like the caliber of people that we have here in this room, that people aren't like dropping the ball.
That's
The
wonderful.
ball they have, they're Steph Curry with it. and they're willing to maneuver in other places as well.
That's so true, Charles, because I think too, one of the things that I know some of the other ADs have talked with me about when we have conversations about the workplace is this idea that some people think, well, I only want to do these tasks and I don't want to do this task, and it's helping people understand. Well, you probably not gonna stay here long if you just think you're only gonna work this task and not this task over here.
Absolutely.
And so helping people understand that that's really not how it works, right, it works, Evelyn, in the workplace where you think you can always pick and choose. There's a difference, I think, between hearing people say, gosh, I really don't wanna work, that's not my favorite group to work with, or, you know, how long do I have to do this?
But I'll do it because
But
that's what
thinking
they
that
do.
you get to pick and choose.
All the time.
Right, yeah, because we had to work at Hampton High School.
Okay.
High school's not my favorite. I like the babies, the
You like the
middle,
little people.
and,
You like
and
the little
the middle,
Yeah.
right? But it would help the agency, so that's why I'm gonna do it. So Reagan said, how did it go? I said, it was tough, but we made it through. But you could not give that to me anymore.
I would really appreciate it.
But if you need to, I will take it.
But I'll take it.
Right, so,
Absolutely.
you know, that's how I feel, how we are
Yeah.
here. But I would never want to do Paola's job.
They don't wanna do QuickBooks?
You don't want to do
I don't want to. I mean, I can do a little, I can help you, but you can do all those formulas and everything so quick. I would do my calculator like.
So it speaks to, I think I saw
And you
your
know
hand.
what too, sometimes when you give a person another assignment, if it's in their job description, sometimes you do put other duties as assigned.
Oh,
Sometimes you
absolutely.
never know what they
That's
might get,
Yeah.
even though you're giving it to them.
Absolutely.
So, but you still, that other person's still gonna think that thought, well, why am I giving this when they supposed to do it? But bring it back to yourself. Other duties as
Absolutely.
assigned.
It's all in all.
I was gonna say, most of the job descriptions I've ever read for here or outside has something that says something just like that, right?
They all do.
And so I think, one, this speaks to the team that you all have here, that you're willing to step in place and say, okay, we're gonna do this. But I think there's also a level of acknowledgement once you've stressed an employee beyond their comfort, right? To acknowledge that you've done that and say thank you, I appreciate it. And if there is an element though, where it's like, okay, we've done this for this long, do we need to try to explore a long-term solution? Because sometimes, and I understand the whole collaborative piece, because I've done a collaborative leadership team before, right? Which is, everybody kind of has their piece to it, but we're ultimately all responsible for the organization. And so, but with that, you have to communicate openly. Everybody has to really take on their role and their piece and own it. But I'm glad to hear that you guys are doing that. And I think it also provides opportunities of growth, because the other thing is this. I know that some of us may know exactly what we feel we should be doing. We know exactly what we feel we should be doing, and we know exactly what we like and what we don't like. But sometimes you will have an experience, and you may not know until you have that experience that, well, this was not that bad. Now, I ain't talking about Miss Shereen. She said it was a struggle. I ain't talking about her. I'm talking about other times, right? That some of us may, if we may not have had that experience, we may not know that, oh, you know what? I mean, I ain't trying to say I'm trying to change my day job, but it wasn't horrible. You know what I mean? And you can gain something from it. Yes, ma'am.
And that's kind of where you go with your perspective when you get a call from Reagan and she's like, could you bring your calendar? I'm like, oh no,
What do you got now? Oh no! I find it so funny that everything is so with Reagan, like everybody's like,
oh no.
When you get an email, do you have time?
Do you have to,
Yeah.
right. You know, she's just so kind about it. But again, if the work hadn't been done, many years prior to, then you know that would not go over well. Because you know some workplaces, it's like, oh brother, you know you're walking there with an attitude. It's like, well, no, I'm not doing this, or do I have to do this? No, you do that work, you know, collectively ongoing.
That is dynamic that you all are like that, because I do want you to know clearly, and for those of you who may not have worked in the space outside of here in a while, because sometimes you need
Yeah.
reminders, okay?
Yeah.
Sometimes when you've been in an organization for a long time, I say this all the time, you ain't been out to the real world in a long time, and you've been in the world of this good, nurturing, alternative. Let me remind y'all, every workforce is not, every organization is not like this. You know? Every workspace is not like this. Interns, we not gonna, let me not make you think that every job is gonna be the climate and culture of what is here at Alternatives. You know what I mean? Because that is just not the truth. Now, you know, it's just not the case. And so with that being said, you know, there are some, and not trying to say that there may not be areas of opportunity here. But just saying that there are certainly some organizations that the work culture is so different, and you all could have had that same meeting, and it would have been people sitting up in there saying, I'm not doing that. Or they may be saying something like this. I think one time an employee said to me, are you asking me or are you telling me? I was
I
like,
think I might have said that.
You know, I told
and I was like, and I'm all, well, this would be what we feel is best for the team. So, you know, it's like, so I guess, I didn't say what I thought I really wanted to say to that response. I was like, and they're like, well, I guess I'll be willing to do it. You know, some of the environments are real different, y'all.
Yeah.
They really, really are.
And working with partners, I mean, we see that. So, I mean, it's not like we're insular, but we only get to work with each other. I mean, because, I mean, we live and breathe with our, community, you know? So we know that, we see that, and you know when you're in that atmosphere, and, you know, it makes you more appreciative of, you know, the work intentionally that we do here. Because, and it also makes you kind of feel like you stand out, like, ooh, well, I don't mind, you know, but when you work with partners, so yes, you're right. I mean, we certainly, you know, engage with the real world, with the rest of the world, you know that.
Yes, ma'am.
See it.
And I will say, with the other hat, organization being a partner, we need that, right? And I appreciate, I mean, you all have had to bring things to my attention, and I'm like, oh, they're doing that, okay, let me address it, right? And I wouldn't know unless we had partners that we had trusted, long-standing relationships with, to be able to say, the trust is there, the relationship is there, I can bring this to them, and she's not gonna ignore me. I mean, I think we just had a text the other week, it was like Chenequa, and I was like, okay, got it. I think she texted me, and then I picked up the phone and called. Very good. Because, of course, you all are seeing things that I may not be seeing, but we wanna make sure that we're always giving our kids and our families the best, right? So, the other thing that workplaces that stress can affect in the workplace, shifting of roles and duties that employees, we talked about that. But you guys have a real, I think, unique way that you guys are handling that. And it's working for your team, and so that's fine. It can sometimes reduce job satisfaction. It can negatively contribute to the retention rate. Now, I look around this room, and for those of you who don't know, retention rate is people staying employed with your organization. So I look around the room, and you will have some very long-standing employees here. And so if I go just from the top of my head, I would say that your retention rate, when looking at the size of the organization, is really positive. Kudos to the organization, kudos to leadership, kudos to the people that's committed to the cause and the work that you all do. Because not saying that you couldn't do it somewhere else, why would you want to do it? But I'm just joking. You could do it somewhere else, I'm sure. But you all have a true committed to this organization, a long-standing true committed to this organization for a reason. You know, there's a couple of you that said, I grew up here. I grew up in this. And so it has a, I would imagine it has a true genuine place in your heart and a part of your psyche as a person. So your retention rate, I would imagine, has been pretty positive. I mean, from just scooping them.
Well, you took some adjustment in the beginning.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Because what? Alternatives is 50
another
years
word.
old, yes? 50 years? 50 years old, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but yeah, I mean, even as a staff person, I mean, when you first, for some of us, when we first came, it was like, oh my God, what am I trying to get into? Depending on the environment that you worked in prior to coming, so, yeah.
I believe that. But somehow, kind of way, the organization found its groove. It found its groove. And then it was like, okay, I can withstand this. I can take this. It's kind of cost benefit,
There you go. There you
which
go.
oftentimes feeds to us staying in an organization, right?
That's right, that's right. And it's more the benefit that outweighs the cost.
There you go. So the benefit is outweighing the
It's
cost.
personal.
For you personally, right? That positively impacts your retention rate. Overall organizational success. Now, we've talked before about, we're a nonprofit organization. Funds. We talk about money a whole lot. The cost and benefit is probably what's impacting people staying at the job. Are they getting more of a benefit out of what it's costing them to put in? Yes, ma'am. And so, I wasn't new to the nonprofit world when I started working, partnering with alternatives, but my scope has certainly grown based on to where I'm attached to the organization. Because before, I came on board knowing about the dynamic work that you all do. Right? And I'm like, oh, this is great stuff. Yeah. And Reagan and I go back to Owls Pals days and early literacy days and things like that. And so I was like, they just do all this great work. And then my role shifted, and I'm like, oh, but we need money to do this great work. We gotta be paid. We need money to do this great work, right? This great work cannot be for free.
Right.
And so I saw a shift once my role changed, where it was like, okay, so how we gonna pay them for this great work, right? And so now it's shifted again, right? Because of my seat, because now it's not, you all get paid. Now I'm all like, how do we give them more? Because they deserve it. Our kids deserve it. How do we get more? So now it's more of a, where can we find holes? Are there holes that this dynamic organization can fill? And let's compensate them because they deserve it. I haven't gotten it right all the time, but Reagan, no, I try to stay on top of it. I'm like, Reagan, I think this might be an opportunity. And things like that, because I truly value the work that you all are doing. So keep rocking it out, but to rock it out, you got to keep taking care of yourselves too, okay? So what is stress management in the workplace? How do you think you guys manage stress in your workplace? Before I go into stress management in the workplace.
Mindfulness, so we're very intentional in our mindfulness work.
Okay.
And that looks different for each person around the room, but that is a practice that we know correlates to helping with stress.
And also growing ourselves. So we have tools all the time, different tools that we use to make ourselves more aware. Enneagram, Myers-Briggs, colors, personality, and then also knowing other people's personality in the workplace can help.
Absolutely. So you learning about yourself, but also learning about your team members.
I think being able to verbalize it, so this is a workplace where you can say, hey, this is going on at home and it's really causing me to be stressed, or I have, versus what you were saying earlier, some workplaces, you're there to work, nobody's concerned about your personal life, or what, you gotta leave that at the door when you come in, but I think for us, being able to verbalize, oh, I've gotta take care of someone in my family, or someone in my family's having this, or, whatever it is, but being able to even just have a space to verbalize it.
So it sounds like from leadership, and I'll say this, when I say leadership, I do not just mean Reagan, okay? So let me put this caveat out here. I should have done it from the beginning. I'm a person who really believes in organizations striving to be high-performing organizations, HPOs, okay? One of the major characteristics of HPOs is this. Everyone in the organization, regardless of the actual title of their job, is seen as a leader,
Yes.
okay? everyone in this room is a leader within your own right of what you do. So when I use the term leader, I'm talking about everybody. Because I view people as leaders. You lead whatever you do with the ability, the capacity. You should be able to have the ability, the capacity to do whatever it is in your capacity as a leader of such. Ms. Evelyn talked about organization, how it's key to success of the organization and things of that. She is the leader of that, for this organization. And so I don't want you guys just thinking when I say leader, I just mean Reagan, or I just mean someone that's in a capacity where they're officially a supervisor. Does that make sense? Yeah, I really value that concept because from my opinion and perspective, I think that it empowers people when you give them the autonomy to be seen as a leader.
And I think we, theoretically, we know that, but typically, when people talk about leadership, typically it's in a hierarchical, so they are referring to Reagan. And there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
You know what I mean? I don't think anybody was sitting here saying, well, I'm a leader too. That's not how it works. But typically, that's how it goes. So for you to say, well, I need to kind of bring some clarity and give you, you know, a different concept of when I say leader. It's like, oh, okay, so you're acknowledging everybody.
Yes.
So even if you hadn't said that, I mean, it still would have been okay, because she is the executive director.
Yes, ma'am.
But for you to kind of shift the language and to broaden the language and to bring us along with you to say, here's what I mean, yeah, then that shifts. So next time you use the word leader, I'll be looking around the table.
Holding all of ourselves accountable, right? Because the other work that you think about that you're doing is, you know, you guys are, you're establishing and pouring into leaders all day, every day with our young people and our children. We're raising them to be leaders in their current state with personal power and decisions and things like that. And we're raising them to grow it, right? And expand it as they get older and what they're exposed to. So I appreciate you saying that, Ms. Maria, because everyone may not agree with that. But for my experience, I have found it to be very useful. And I have found my workforce that I'm responsible for to find it useful. And so I just wanted to make sure that I say that. Because the other piece of us all being leaders within the organization, if we're looking at being and operating and functioning as a high-performing organization, is we also then have to take accountability for the role we play in the organization. And so we'll talk more about that when we talk about what a holistic workplace looks like and things of that nature. But I think it also helps it not necessarily put all the burden here. Because all the burden doesn't lie here. And not trying to make you feel like Reagan, but all the burden doesn't rely on Reagan. The reality is it's a team effort. You know, when we look at climate and culture of organizations, whose job is it to ensure that that's positive? Everybody's. Everybody's. But so often if you hear that, people be like, well, that's leadership. Okay, yeah. They have to get buy-in from the body and set the vision and things of that nature, but you all's buy-in is imperative. Let me tell you, it's imperative because we can create it as leaders, but if nobody's following, then what did we just do? Nobody's following, what did we just do?
And I think that goes back to the leader
Right,
sets the tone.
they do.
So if she was real,
That's right.
you know, then
Yeah, cut the
our
camera off.
buy-in.
Yeah.
But, you know, or nasty and mean, then our buy-in would be like,
It would be hard for you to buy in.
it would be hard.
Would it not? It would be
very,
challenging
very hard.
for you to buy into it.
Right. So I think that the leader definitely sets the tone for the buy-in.
So I just want to add one more thing, because I know we want to stay on schedule here. It's almost so. But, I'm sorry, will you finish with that? Because I don't really. You good?
Just kidding.
Are you finished?
Yeah, I'm finished.
All right. So like the other part that can help like alleviate stress in the workplace is like the open communication, but the generous communication as well.
Yes.
So like you don't leave any gaps for people to fill it in themselves,
With their
which
own stuff.
oftentimes goes awry. You know, like it, you know, when you leave it up to people to come up with what they think something, the process of something is, it's always crazy, right?
Yeah.
So I think that typically, not always, let me not use that always word.
It can often be a
All
little.
it could be a little crazy, right? So I think I'm going to put this on Reagan here because what she can tell us, she does, but there's no silo with her information. Like she'll say, all right, guys, so this is what's happening. Some changes have happened. This is what's going on. So like we never are wondering.
Left wondering and making it up for yourself.
Because that can cause stress too, because you just, you know, and you feel like you can't communicate, you can't talk, you can't ask questions. You know, if you ask your question, someone's gonna bite your head off. So I think that open and generous communication contributes to a stress-free environment.
It does. Very good. Yes, I completely agree.
And when we talk about, going back to, I think it was a previous slide, we were talking about, you know, alleviating stress, we were talking about leadership, and we were talking about the climate in the agency, you know, what helps to strengthen the agency, is, along with communication and leadership, is, it's imperative that we feel safe enough and that we operate in the skills where if there is something, a conversation, a concern, oh, I'm unhappy about this, you know, and we go to Reagan, then Reagan's gonna say, have you talked to Charles? Have you talked to Powell? Have you talked to Hattie? Now that requires a whole nother skill, because it's easy enough for me to go to Reagan and Hattie did it, and then it's on her shoulder. But to strengthen us, you know, and to strengthen that, you know, just the climate in agency and strengthen, you know, personal relationships. Well, have you had a conversation with Hattie? Oh, now I gotta put my big girl pants on. I gotta go.
Oh, yeah, you gotta have that courageous conversation that we're gonna talk about. Yes,
And
ma'am.
hope that, you know, Hattie's gonna receive it, and we can have an exchange. I know it's nice that we can have an exchange because we know the intention is for the greater good.
Yes, ma'am.
That's why I'm having this conversation. It's for the greater good, not to come and just pound and you do. But, you know, we have to be mindful of that. So when this conversation is over, we know that we want to do whatever's going to help to benefit the greater good of this agency, right?
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely. And so that's empowering for you. So Reagan's empowering you all to have those rapport and those moments amongst your colleagues, right? Versus serving as the leader that I'm gonna come and solve everything, because that's also not her role. Her role is to empower you and give you the techniques, the tools, the ability, and the space, right? To be able to have these dialogues and conversations with one another, right? I often say, hey, let's handle this stuff as low as we can ever. You should be able to have a conversation with your colleague. That doesn't mean, depending on how you all's relationship and rapport is, that it might not be stretching you.
right.
It very
Right.
well could. But as a leader, what a leader could do, and what Reagan probably does do, is, hey, I do need you to go back here. But hey, you can try these techniques or whatnot while you're communicating with this person, because of the seat that she's in. She knows what?
Personality.
Both personalities. So you might want to try this, and maybe this might work.
Right.
So absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make
And
sure.
the door is open, so when me and Hattie have that conversation, the door is open for if we do need to still be able to talk to, I mean, the door is open, so it's not like the door is like, don't bother me, I told you, oh, you handle that with Hattie, don't be bothered, you know, so that helps, you know, as
No, I'm
well.
not helping you go to them.
Right, exactly.
You know, absolutely, I completely get it. And that's awesome. That's awesome that is what's happening here. I think the other thing that we have to also remember when looking at the entire organization is, does everyone have the ability to have that same feeling, right? Are they, you know, I'm hearing from you all as individuals, but does every individual in this room feel that way? And see, that's where we have to look at the whole organization. Some of you may feel that way, but then there may be others that doesn't feel like they have that. And so then that's also where the work comes in, right? Where the work comes in. Okay, so workplace stress management is the relationship between the workplace, the psychology, the cognitive, the physiological, and the responses to stress. So it's complex, and it of course can impact your work demands and your environmental stressors. We talked about a whole lot of stressors. And when looking at the actual work stress management, that concept and framework, it's broken into 4 demands. That's your tasks, your roles, your physical demands, and your interpersonal. I will tell you, from my experience of being in leadership recently, this has been a heavy lift right here. It's been a heavy lift. I don't know if it's because we're hybriding and we are hybrid, we're hybrid and people coming back into the workspace, and that's been very interesting for me with the other hat. But task demands, job insecurity, of course that's stress. We've talked about funding, but what does that really mean, y'all? Funding is what?
It's my job.
Job security. Funding is job security.
It's 2 months without getting our funding, and we get it today.
Yeah, that's stressful. That's stressful, right?
Yes.
Workloads, report ranking, yeah. Yes. Occupation, workloads, roles and demands, role conflict, uncertainty, physical demands, workspace conditions. I added safety in there because that's the other thing. One of the things I've been dealing with is, do you feel safe? Do you feel like the workspace is safe that you're in and things of that nature? And those interpersonal demands, staffing needs, leadership style, and personality differences. Some of us are okay with personality differences most of the time, but then depending on what the personality traits are, others of us may struggle with navigating those differences. I will not let us sit in this room and make it seem like everybody, we just love each other and all of this stuff. No, because we are people. Look, we are people, right? And it's, different culturally, different experiences. We have different beliefs, different values. These are all things that kind of shapes our workforce in our environment. But the piece of it is, how do we respectfully accept that those differences are there? And I think that accepting that those differences are there doesn't necessarily mean you even agree with it. It's just that you've accepted it and you recognize it. And it's a place, I think that there's a place that both individuals involved has to play when it comes to being respectful of such, okay? So, 4 major work.
Oh, wait, before you leave that,
Yes,
could you talk more about under role demands? So I don't make assumptions, where it
Yes,
says
ma'am.
role conflict and uncertainty. Is it that you're uncertain about what your job is, or,
The uncertainty of if there's going to be a shift in your roles or responsibilities for your position.
Oh, okay,
That's stressful.
got it,
Got
got it. And role conflict,
And role conflict is, I normally do this, but now you've added this.
got it.
Well, how long am I going to have this?
Oh, okay.
And you're like, well, I need you to have it as long as we need it to be a thing that we have to do for work, right?
Got it.
And sometimes we also see that with funding. I don't know about here, but I'll speak about my other hat that I have on. So, my other hat, I'll put that down. Depending on the grant, some changes may come down from the state or from the feds when it comes to the position or the work that we're doing for the grant. And I'm like, oh snap, I don't have to terminate anybody, right? But a shift is being made. So then I have to call the necessary people in and say, hey, they said that we're having to make a shift and the funding now has to support this, but it's not supporting that. So we're gonna have to make a change. Are you gonna be okay with us adding that? Are you comfortable? And do you believe that you're gonna still be able to serve in this capacity? Because if not, then that could result in us having to make a different shift.
Would that also be too in terms of, to your example, like sometimes those things come down and now it's a whole different skill set
Right.
that you need someone for, that the person
they
who's
have
currently in it may not have that same skill set.
And they may not have it, and so what do we do with it? Do we have to identify opportunities of professional development, and even if we give them that, will that still give them the skill set? You know, if we even expose them to that, will that be enough? Or will that not be enough, and then it leads to other things? Okay. So, workplace stress management emphasizes individuals' response to stressors through the uses of WSM. Here are some interventions. So, I know you guys are used to hearing what? Primary, secondary, tertiary. Yeah, you guys are used to that, depending on the curriculums and things that you all are using. So primary, you're trying to be proactive. You want to get involved in preventing stress and promoting employee well-being. So sometimes organizations will create wellness programs. They might have stress management professional stuff. I think I said to Miss Evelyn earlier, I said, I feel like I remember when you all moved in this building. I think I did. And I feel like I was speaking to someone, and they were like, yeah, and we're over here, and it's off the beach, and people can go for walks. And then I said, I'm going to ask the question. How many people take the time on their lunch break and stuff and go over there for a walk?
People are real good about that.
She said, if I get to go for a walk, I'm not going back. I'm just wondering, because it is absolutely beautiful. But in my mind, I was like, when I was originally told about the SIS, they were like, for employee wellness, they can go for walks. And I'm like, yeah, that is a great idea. I wonder how many of them get to do that consistently.
I watched the cargo ships.
You watch the cargo ship from time to time?
If I'm having a day where I'm just like, I can't focus, then I'll just go for a walk and I'll come back.
Then you'll come back.
Like, I'm gonna go for a walk, and then I'll come back. But then typically, like, I don't do it on my lunch break, but if I'm not doing something where I can leave office and go somewhere else, like when I lock up, some days I'll just afterward.
You'll just go over. I can see that. I'm at that place in my career professionally too. Like when I need to take a timeout, I call them timeouts, and you'll see them in there. When I need to take a timeout, she is taking a timeout. Because I'm afraid of what will happen if I don't know. And when I say that, I don't mean just for myself, I even mean for my team, because this is the thing. We should try to lead with integrity and authenticity, right? But knowing that we're human and we make mistakes, we do things right, we do things wrong. But you all know it really only takes, people really only give you one time to mess something up. People are not always as forgiving as you might think. Reagan come in, she having a bad day. I'm not saying this happened, I'm just saying. She come in, she had a bad day. She's going to her office, you know what I'm saying? And she like da-da-da-da-da. And then in that moment, she's having an interaction with Miss Maria, and Miss Maria may be kind of in her feelings a little bit at that moment, right? And then Reagan is having, and you can go back and you can apologize and say this and that, but sometimes not everybody is always as forgiving. Everyone is not always as forgiving. So rather than me allow those moments to take seat and start to grow, I try to meet my personal needs as a professional. And I walk to, what is it called? What's that? Oh, stuff. I walk over there by stuff. I might get hit on my mama, but it's okay. It doesn't matter. I'm walking the stuff, down there in Phoebus, because that's what the temporary office is. Our temporary office is down there by the library. Yes, ma'am. You guys said. Okay. So taking those moments and meeting your needs. Yes, Ms.
Yeah, because,
Oh, you lost it.
no, I didn't lose it. I just gotta be careful how I say it.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
To your point, nobody can beat you being you, nobody knows you but you. So some people do the perpetration, I'm just working so hard, I'm just working. But knowing on the inside, you really need, just like we were in here yesterday, and that was like, it's not even her day to be here. But while she was here, I said, I need some fresh air. So I needed to go get some sun and get some fresh air. And I think there's a mindset where people are like, oh my God, if I'm going for a walk, if I'm going outside, it looks like I'm not doing anything. You gotta be true to yourself. You're really not doing anything when you crash and burn. And I know for me, on Tuesdays, I can be here for 12 hours. And if I open, like I'm looking at my calendar, next Tuesday I open at 9, and I'm here from 9 o'clock with the kids. I ain't worried about what nobody think if I'm out there walking that seawall or walking 5 miles. Some people are in there, hell, what are they gonna, I don't care what you say, because I know what I need for me. And nobody knows what it takes to get done, what has to get done with the quality of excellence and the energy and whatever. But some people go through this perpetration of, I'm gonna look busy and I like I'm doing something I'm really not. No, take care of you and then maybe you can justify what it is that you're doing, or not.
Well, one thing is for certain, if we don't take care of ourselves first, we certainly are not going to have in us what we need to be of any true benefit to other people, right? And so that's one of the things, those of us who have worked with parents for many years, what do we say? You got to take care of yourself first for you to be anything for your husband, your children, your this, and that. Because if you don't, you're just giving them the scraps that's left. And you don't want to do that. So you do have to be conscious and mindful of what you feel you need first, right? And so if that's the walk, go take a walk. So let me, just for a moment, put a pin here, because look at me, I'm trying. It's 12:13, and we're technically supposed to be having our working lunch by now. So this is what I would like to do. I saw that the lunches are here. So I'd like to put a pin or a break here, allow you guys to go to the restroom, get your lunches, and then we'll come back. How about that? Is that okay? All right, we'll take a little break for about 5 to let us do bathrooms, get lunches, and then we'll transfer.
For the study this, but looking at the second assembly, because see, I like doing that anyway, because it just strengthens you, it just builds bonds, you know, people tend to run from that.
They
But
do.
instead, we need to run towards it.
We do.
There's so much benefit to it. You know?
It is.
So, yeah.
I'm glad you like that. And I think it's something, I mean, I'm not going to say I'm perfect at it, but I think I've been able to put on my tools to do it pretty well. Yes. I studied the organization. Yes, ma'am.
No, I think it just must.
No, I
Did you
do.
even think to ask that?
Maybe the orange.
The orange boxes, the two orange toolboxes. I
But
tailored
that's why they were
it.
very intentional about a lot of stuff, so that I figured it.
There you go. You see, it was just a passing thought for me, like, oh, coincidence, but you didn't just go with it.
But you know, it's a big thing. Because you said earlier we do this, so we always pick up stuff from other people to incorporate in what we do.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I am intentional about that, so yes, I do that on purpose.
If you ever do kiddings, if you order through me, I can give you 50% off.
Well, thank you for that, because I really wanted you all to feel like this is specific just for you all, for the organization.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
And you're
But next time if you want to get Panera, I can get 50% off for you.
yes.
That's what I'm here for. That's what I did for Miss Hattie and the bagels. I got her 50% off.
Thank you. But yes, that was on purpose.
Yeah.
The colors were on purpose. Everything, I've tried to have it be a common thread, you know, throughout kind of everything. Yes.
And I guess I just kind of had it as a,
We just grab anyone.
Grab, yeah,
that
for the
has
same.
because I'm so.
Well, yeah.
They're all the sounds. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Our card.
Because ever since you're about,
I'm gonna have to do another write-up, but this is a part of my file.
Oh, what is it?
This is the name of the
Chauffeur, what's the? But then she was just busy too.
So you know what, again, you want real cheese and
program, doing a PhD in human services with a concentration in family strategies and intervention. I went through the entire program and got chapters 1 through 3 approved. And then they kept changing my methodologist, like 5 times.
Right.
And I was like, I can't do this. You're stressing. You talking about stress.
Right.
that's a whole different level of stress, right? And I used to tell myself all the time when I was at that university, this is self-inflicted. Like, you are choosing to allow yourself to go through this. And so eventually one day, I was working and I just took a lunch break and had a Zoom with my committee. And they were telling me they were changing my methodologist for the 5th time. When I got off, I busted into tears and then called my husband. And I was like, I am leaving this university. And he was like, okay. I was like, well, I'm taking the day off. I'm going such and such. And so, left that university. I said, but I'm not going to stop. I said, but this is not the place. And so then went into prayer, seeking guidance. Prayer, where do I need to put, where am I supposed to be? And then it was literally just like, Regent appeared, and I was like, man, started the program in 22, it is 24. I'll be finished in December, claiming it, I'm done in December. So 2 years, doctorate in strategic leadership.
Which is, yeah.
Which
So this
means-
is like more up your alley.
It is.
And it's like opening up some more doors for you too.
You took the words right out. Yes, Charles. I feel like, because you know, nothing is wasted, I don't think. I don't think anything is ever wasted with your life and experiences. And so I was boxing myself in. Human services, what do you mean? Of course, that's it. And then it was like, no, that is not it. There's other things for you. And it just hit me one day and I was like, what am I loving? I love developing people. That's going out here working with these young people and families and so I made the shift. And so you're right. Strategic leadership makes more sense. It's a better fit. You know, and so that's how I got there. So it's been a journey.
Those 5 changes were a spot for you.
It was. And I kept not listening. You know what I'm saying? I kept not listening, right? Those 5 changes was removed properly. Was saying this is not it. But I was trying to make something be it. So what did I learn from it? Don't force what's not supposed to happen. What's for you is for you, and what's supposed to be will be. You just gotta be open. And so, because I kept forcing, it's been a, I don't know, 8-year process. But nothing is lost, but 2 years at Regent. Exactly. And I will tell anyone, you know, not trying to plug the universe, I've had a wonderful experience there for myself. I've had a wonderful experience.
Chenequa. Thank you, Chenequa, for lunch.
Are you good? Yeah, I'll eat when I finish. Yes, I will.
I can't eat lunch ready.
It's like sometimes I do it if I have to, but then I feel like, I'm sorry, y'all, I'm talking in front of smacking and, you know, it just doesn't work for me. You know, but anytime. Appreciation for you guys spending time with us today in this way today. So thank you all.
So with this video, you show it to
My committee. And then, of course, there's some additional, I'll have to do some additional writing, a little bit of additional writing, but everything in by Thanksgiving.
That's right.
Dr. Hayden by Christmas.
There you go.
Isn't that not a wonderful Christmas gift? And so that is the goal. And, you know, Reagan has heard a little bit about my, where I feel like I'm being called to do next, especially for the nonprofit world.
Okay.
She said, which should be really good. I just think that nothing's lost. And so I think that there are some special things that I'm supposed to do for nonprofit organizations with this. And I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to it. So thank you guys. I think we're gonna go ahead and get started to continue. So you guys enjoy your Chick-fil-A lunch. I don't know when we're gonna get lunch tomorrow, but I'll talk to Miss Evelyn. We'll see what it's gonna be. And, you know, we may be, look at me, a little behind on our agenda, but this is good quality stuff. And so for me, what means more is that we're having good quality dialogue and conversations, that we're, you know, allowing it to continue to be in the atmosphere and people are growing just from the dialogue. So we talked about this a little bit before. We talked about primary. So secondary is you're being proactive and reactive to help remove the risk factors to include coping skills, employee fitness programs, or the redesigning of jobs. Now, look at this. I feel like I heard when I came in here today that we have redesigned some jobs. Have we not? We're here talking about coping skills today. Do they know about that?
I can tell them.
Tell them about this other piece.
So,
Okay.
with the new space, that we will be going to, there's a fitness center that we will have access to. Yes. So we will have, you can do that before work, after work.
Afterwards. It's
Yeah.
nice. It is nice. I was like, your board members come over here. They're like, you have to swipe in. Oh, I don't have a swiper. It's okay.
Yeah. You don't have to swipe to use it.
I
won't be able to do this.
You won't be using it. So I get you. Unless there's a pool.
There is not a
There's
pool.
So the reality is that there's some other initiatives, right, that we're looking forward to. So we're obviously doing some things that's kind of at a level 2. And so then for the third level, this is for, you're very reactive for employees who are need in help. When they're needing counseling or EAP or some other type of therapies. Because the reality is, as we said before, there's this, life is lifing. And sometimes you do need some additional support with dealing with what you're dealing with.
This is where I would say we would do like our referrals, like our referred staff and
Okay.
interns, volunteers, whatever, families,
Okay.
to outside partners, you know, like Center for Child and Family
CCFS.
Services is a great
Mhm.
partner.
Great.
Peninsula Pastoral Counseling Center is another partner.
Awesome.
When we have partners that we often, I think, we got a grant or something I wrote a few years ago through Sister that allows staff to take advantage of that. So, I mean, you know, we have those, on that level too, those kinds of resources.
Wonderful. Because when I was typing that, I was like, I'm gonna look forward to hearing about what we have here because I didn't know. So good. I figured that we probably had some partners. I thought of CCFS,
Yeah.
Center for Child and Family
Yeah.
Services, which is also one of the ones that we also utilize in the other role. But just was thinking about what kind of resources do we have for our team here.
Peninsula Pastoral Counseling Center.
Okay.
We have relationships that if we needed to call partners, you know, for a discounted services for the staff, or the, so the grant that we got a few years back covered so many sessions for staff. CCLC has come in, as you may remember, and did some training with us on grief.
Okay.
At the time, you know, for what many of us were experiencing, so I think it was Darla that came in
Okay.
to that. We have Wellness Day coming up that we always do with staff input and
How frequently do you guys do overtime?
Wellness Day is always, so we have summer kickoff, which is a fun day out for us, and then we have Wellness Day, which is the last day the agency's opened before we all shut down for break.
For break.
So
Okay.
we will be planning that at November staff meeting,
Okay, awesome.
what our Wellness Day will look like, for that. It is just, you know, just for staff, we don't work with other phones, we just, and then we give input as to who we want or what topics, you know, that kind of thing.
Love
To
that.
come in for that day.
Love it. Okay. Good. Awesome. Okay, so here's some strategies to minimize stress from the workplace. So let's finally get to some strategies. Some of the things you guys have mentioned, but hopefully I will have expanded on some of those things you mentioned. So open communication has come up several times. Channels of open communication, okay. Fostering environments that employees can all feel free to share. Now that is hard because the reality is, based on relationships, connections, and rapport, as I said before, some people may feel like that now. Other people may not be at that point. And so we do have to, one, work to keep things that way for those who do feel that way. Like they do feel like they can openly share and communicate. But then, so we have to keep that solid, but then we also have to try to grow and expand the ones that doesn't feel that way. And how do you know why they don't feel that way? The only way you know is to ask them the what? You have to ask the questions. And you have to have those moments to hear from the other person. So, like I said, some people may feel that way, but others may not. I've had some really tough conversations before. Someone has come in my office before and said, hey, I don't feel like you do that for everyone. And their view and their perspective of me as a person and a leader was their view and perspective. And they were respectful, you know, they were respectful in how they said it. And as a leader, I had to listen to it. And I was allowed to ask some questions. And though I may not have agreed with what they said about me, I did have to accept that that was their what? That was their perspective and opinion of me. So then once it was over, because it was hard to sit through, I was like, what do you mean? I do shut it in my head, but I'm like, well, that's not what they think. And so rather than me using that as a bad thing or to say, woe is me as a leader, I used it as what? An opportunity to say, okay, Chenequa, well, you think you're providing this for everybody. Let's take this step back. Are you truly providing this opportunity and moment for everyone? And maybe we need to do it in different ways, right? That's how you identify some opportunities of growth. Regular open dialogue to address potential stressors. I say all the time, you might as well tell your own story before it gets out in the streets and they develop it for you. I think Charles talked about that essentially. Tell your own story. Write your own narrative before you give people the time or the opportunity to make it up in their head. Because what they make up in their head, they're going to add their feel to it, their take to it, and they may, and most of the time, have not even really been exposed to the information that they need to be exposed to even make that kind of decision. And so I tell people all the time, we're going to tell our own story. Step out there and just address it. Because if you don't, it will show itself in another way. And most of the time, I think that it ends up being worse. Having to clean up the damage from like the collateral of us not just saying what it is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? From us just not saying what it is. Rather than you see it happen and they've done it before and you don't say nothing. And then it happens again and then you don't say nothing. And it just ends up piling. And then it just, yes.
Have you ever had to have a conversation with a person who approached you like that and say, well, you're not as open with your communication with me, and you're like, it's a reason for that.
Say that last part, Charles. What did you say the last one?
So like, a person approaches you and they say, you know what, you say you're open to everyone in communication, but you're not like that with me. And then you're thinking, yeah, there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
Why don't you say that is probably my question.
What's that?
Why don't you tell them that's the reason for that?
I'm saying, I was asking like,
Or
so have,
you had the
yeah,
experience?
have you ever had that experience, and then how did you approach it? Like,
Okay.
how did you cause them to turn that mirror around?
Right.
Because they already feel offended, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so like, how do you turn that mirror around?
Mm-hmm.
I hope I'm not putting you on the spot.
You're not.
Right, okay.
Look, I'm transparent. Look, I'm asking y'all to be authentic and transparent. I gotta do the same thing.
No. I'm not talking about anybody. That's just
You're just saying if you have that kind of situation. Charles like, I ain't talking about nobody. I'm just saying if they come to you and say you're not opening, you don't openly communicate with me like that.
right.
And you're like, well, yeah, because of
Right.
whatever it may be.
Yeah.
What do you do with that?
Mm-hmm.
I have had that happen to me, and this situation I'm telling you about was kind of like that. Which was, you don't communicate with me like that, and I felt as though you made some poor decisions as a leader. That's what I was also told. When it came to, look at her, she
They
said, wow.
went there.
They did. And so this was the thing. If I'm very transparent with you, initially when I first heard it, it wasn't easy for me to hear.
Yeah.
But what I had to do is what something that I have on one of the slides is I had to remember that I had to listen to hear the person versus listen to respond to the person. And so I listened to what this employee had to say to me. From me listening to what they had to say to me, I learned some additional information, okay? So the additional information that I learned was they didn't agree with how I handled a situation within the organization. And it was largely because they felt that I was possibly putting the employees in jeopardy because of their health, with something going on in the building. Well, what I didn't know is what they shared with me about them personally themselves. They shared that they had had a medical condition, right, that contributed in them feeling like I should have come in just like this. Shut it down, everybody get out kind of thing. But what they didn't understand, so I listened and heard that from them. And then I took the moment to give them my perspective. Yeah. So that they could understand where I was coming from. So my perspective was this. Though you see me as the leader in this organization, I also have someone that I report to. I'm a representative of this organization. So yes, I have autonomy, but I don't have all autonomy.
Right.
So the concern was I didn't communicate effectively with the closing down, and I didn't close the building down quick enough. Well, I can't just close the building down because I have to get what? Guidance from other leadership in the organization to be able to do that. Now, at that time, that employee learned too that what? Chenequa is not the be all is all. You giving me more autonomy and power than I really do have, right? I can't just come in and say, well, you don't have to work today. Not in my other role. You understand what I'm saying? It's, no, local government's open, guess what? We have to be open. And so when it comes to the open communication piece, I think you have to listen to really hear what they're saying. Even if you don't necessarily agree with it, I still feel like you have to show them you respect them. And you respect their opinion, though you don't see it as such. And the other thing that I always make sure that I go back and say to people before I end an interaction is, tell me what I could do to make it different. Tell me what I could do to fill in the communication gaps that you think are here, right? Now, also knowing that though you may tell me what you think I can do to fill it in, it doesn't mean that I'm gonna be able to do it.
Exactly.
But I offered to hear it from you.
And it's like this is how it works here. We can give input, but it's not ultimately how it's gonna turn out all the time.
And that's and that could be in any space. So what I would also say is with me asking, that empowers the employee. It also has the employee think and know, well, she at least cares about what I'm saying I'm dealing with, right? Yes, ma'am.
And what came to mind when you said, so here's what I said, I was thinking, so now what did you hear me say?
Yes.
Because even though often we're talking about communication, a lot of times we think that we're really clear and we're saying A, B, C, D, and I know I said A, B, C, D, but what you heard was Q, R, Z. So having that reflective listening, so now it doesn't mean that you agree or disagree, just what did you hear me say? So that way I know we have the same understanding, we're communicating.
Absolutely. And oftentimes what gets in the way of them hearing the A, B, C, D is some of this other stuff we don't even know about. Like, I didn't know about the health thing, right? But while I'm communicating, she was thinking this, and I'm thinking, well, hold on, I know I just said that this community just said blah, 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 you know what I'm saying? But they're like, wait a minute. I'm just thinking about this big outlier over here for me that's not allowing me to hear your A, B, C, D. So yes, that reflective listening matters, and that restating what you feel you heard. So restating what you feel you heard, and if you restate it and they're like, no, that's not what I said, then you have to acknowledge that, okay, you're still missing it. Like, take another stab at this thing. But I think that also when you give them the opportunity to say, so what could I do to fill in this communication for you? Affirms their, their view, their perspective. And then the other piece is this, though they may offer something up, that at that time you're like, I can't really do this. The other slide you're gonna see, I'm gonna tell you is, you gotta find something that is a give you can give. Often, you gotta find something that's a give that you can give. Because that's how you build trust and rapport. That's how people realize that when you come to me, I can expect you're gonna do something because it's something every time. It may not be exactly what you want, but it's something that we can both live with. We know about conflict resolution. And all the solutions for conflict resolution, you're not gonna always skip away down the path because we're happy about it. But it is something that we can both decide that we can what? Live with.
Right.
I've never gotten high in my life, but I feel like I'm getting high. I love what
I'm looking to see if the slide says that.
Wait a minute, Maria, I got one more thing.
Hold on, Maria.
But I just want to say, I love that, I'm just so many. The other thing about Maria, I think sometimes when you say, what did you hear me say? People get offended by that. But it's
Like you're not
acknowledgement.
listening.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page. And I say that with my adult children. Because sometimes when we're talking, my kids say, what, Mom? No buts. Just hear me out, then reject me. Hear me out, and then reject, you know. Because I think sometimes they feel like, you can't possibly know anything. You haven't lived here long enough. These are my experiences, my friends. So what I say sometimes is, if you want me to address something, and you want me to say what you want me to say, just tell me. Tell me what you want me to say, and I'm gonna say exactly what you want me to say, and you won't ask me no more.
So if you want this
That's not the right
communication to be one-sided, tell me
It's
you
a
want it
one-sided thing
one-sided.
sometimes. But I love that approach because I feel like sometimes you're not listening, you're not hearing what I'm saying. I'm trying to communicate it, but is it registering?
Right.
Because it don't always. And being a supervisor position, you know, I feel like this is my opinion. When I was a supervisor, I knew how to lead. When I wasn't a supervisor, and I have a supervisor, I know how to follow. I know how to follow. And I'm okay either way. And it makes a difference because some people come in automatically, whether it's whoever's the leader here, they don't want to follow. They come in with an agenda. Well, I'm not used to a timesheet. I mean, I got a friend, 54 years old, to my, well, I didn't agree that you took the job. Well, again, it's walking in with your own agenda. Now people like this, they're trying to deal with your craziness.
People like this can
You know, it's just real. It's just true. So you just make it harder for the person in charge. You really do. That's true. You know?
And there's a book and that called Being Number One at Being Number Two. No, written, it's a real book, because people who have been in those positions, it's
I could see that.
strategic to be able to come into a place and follow.
Yeah.
People
Yes.
can't naturally do that, and it's excellent. But I wanted to piggyback off of Charles, and I'm that person, as soon as I heard you say, and I didn't, you know, because first thing was, did you tell them? Because I just believe in going to the source. Don't ask Shireen why I wore all green today. Why did she wear all green? She wore green last week to the stadium. She got her green again. If you want to know, here I am. She can't tell you that. But we do all this whispering and we talk to everybody about everybody. But have you told me? Have you shared with me? And I will tell you because I want to.
Right.
But my point is to what Charles is asking, and I think, and that hit the nail on the head. People are so concerned about what other people are going to think. Oh, they're going to get offended, or they're not going to receive me, or what are they going to? It doesn't matter what you think they're going to think. You won't know what they think until you ask the question, until you make the comment, until you put it out there.
This is true.
And
there's
I'm just, y'all, I'm old now. My tolerance level is like ground zero. And it's like, say what you gotta say. All this murmuring and talking to everybody else, but tell it, if it's up on your issue, tell it to me.
Tell it to you.
If Ella is the issue, and I look at it, you Ella is.
I was like, yeah.
I mean, and I get Ella's personality, just people with that kind of personality, they're like, why she always so happy? Why she always so blah, 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 blah. People who are not can have an issue with that. And then they'll treat her some kind of way because that's who she is.
Yeah.
Don't judge her for being who she is. Get the chip off your shoulder and get some of that. Or embrace and accept her for who she is. So the moral to the story is, to what you said and what you said, all that it's just fluffy until you have the conversation.
It is.
If you don't have the conversation, you're just agreeing to agree, but you don't know, what do you agree to?
This is true. This is true.
That's just my 2
And
cents.
just a real quick statement, my husband used to say, and we learned in terms of communication, my husband would say, when I would go to him and he'd say, tell me, Do you want me to fix it, or do you just want me to
Listen.
And that helped like
That works.
tremendously, because I walked away, we walked away getting from each other what we needed.
Absolutely, absolutely. Asking what you want from me in this moment. And to just tap real quick into what Ms. Michelle just said a moment ago about going to the source. I am a person too that prefers for people just to what? Come to me. But you do have to also acknowledge though, what does it take? Like, let's ask this question. What does it take for people to have a willingness to come to me? A piece of what I had to do when that individual sat in front of me and stated things about me that I felt was not true about my leadership style is I had to take a glimpse at myself and introspect. And I had to say, ugh. So that's what they feel they got from me, huh? Okay. Am I approachable for everybody in this space to come to me? Now, I try to be one of those people where you try to be approachable to your entire team. But maybe I'm approachable according to Miss Annette. And Ella is like, well, I don't know. I feel like when she see me, she give me a look. So she feels like when she see me, she's like, I ain't going to her. So there's a piece where both people play roles, right? What are we giving off? Even though we may not feel like we're giving anything off, but taking a look at ourselves to say, am I giving an energy? And I'm going to talk about energy. Do I talk about energy later on? I'm going to talk about energy. Are you giving an energy where it's a you can come to me kind of energy?
Right.
Now, I feel like my smile and my bubbly personality is a you can come to me kind of energy. But to what Ms. Michelle just said, somebody be like, her personality too big for me.
Sometimes they just repel.
Yes. And so then you have to adjust it as a person who's trying to have effective communication with another person. You may have to adjust even yourself in the midst of you being who you are, right? So I do have this big bubbly personality, but when I have team members that I know that this is just too big for it's team too much for them, I have to what? I have to retrieve, adjust, and come at them from the perspective of trying to meet their needs.
The level of humility it takes to be a leader like that. Because instead of saying, this is just who I am, you gotta take me who I am.
Right.
And it's like, well, I have to read everyone, so I have to approach them the way that.
It is. It's like you have to adjust to everyone's, like for me, all of you have different personalities, all of you have different needs, all of you have different ways you want me to communicate with you. So like, it's so true to Charles's point. Every day, it's like this adjustment and then if you add stressors on top of it, whether it's me feeling stressed or you guys feeling stressed, that plays into it.
And sometimes it's the person's personality. Sometimes when I come to you, it has nothing to do with you, it's my own craziness.
Yeah, it might be what you're dealing with that day. But I think it goes back to it also goes back to people being willing to accept that, hey, you have your days too where it's just you a little off.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a little off today, right? You know what I mean? That kind of awareness and willingness to acknowledge that, hey, I had a day, my day's a little off today. And if you do address someone and it comes across maybe a little sharper than it maybe needed to be or should have been, the appropriate thing to do is for you to what? It's for you to go back and say, look, I'm sorry, I'm not making excuses, but I kind of had a moment this morning.
Right.
Except where I did that. Remember, Evelyn, this was Monday of this week? It was over the weekend I had this event. And so Evelyn, when I came in one morning, she said, oh, so how did the event go? And I was like, oh, it was okay. And I kept walking, you know. But then I went back and I said, I need to apologize to you. I mean, I wasn't disrespectful to her, but it wasn't me. It was the cat. I need to apologize to you, didn't I? And I said, it had nothing to do with you. I'm irritated about some things, and it's got -0 to do with you, Evelyn. I just need you to know that, and I apologize.
I love it. If more people would do that in the workspace.
We were good.
If more people would do that, not even just in the workspace, let's just say in life in general.
I was gonna say, when I walked in, the first thing I said, oh, you got a bubbly personality. But I like that.
And somebody else may say, well, that's too much, but it may be too much for you. But for somebody else, they needed that, they picked me up, you know, you just never know.
Yes, ma'am. So it's one of those things that you have to read the room all the time when you're in leadership, but you should also be able to be your authentic self.
Yeah.
Yeah, but as a leader, it's a good thing that you know the personalities of all
Yes.
of your people that you work with.
Yes.
Because once you know that, when you come in, like Maria said she came in, then you would say, oh, I know something is off.
And I
Maria.
knew she
You just
knew
give her
that.
that time to, to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you just
You
put,
knew something.
so that comes with rapport and relationship. Rapport and relationship, being able to know people's different personalities.
Right.
Right.
And you're not boring. Like, so, I mean, you know, like, because for me, and some people might like this, we are going to be
Oh.
getting some ground rules. Like, I would be literally like this. Like, you're moving around, you're like,
Yeah,
so it's not like,
Yeah, you do.
it's not like, oh God, I'm not looking at the clock. You know,
Right.
And we've
Well,
all
I
been in
really
those kind of-
appreciate that. And I guess because I have been in so many myself,
Yeah.
you know when you have an experience, you have the experience for a reason, right?
Yeah.
So you're like, don't do that.
You don't wanna be that.
you don't want to be that, right? But also just being real with who you are. And so what is it? It's a saying that says, no one can beat being who? You or something like that.
Being you.
Nobody can beat you being you. I learned that a long time ago as a professional.
Yeah.
And who I'm assigned to will get me. But I'm just gonna be my authentic self, and hopefully it's enough for the room. You know what I mean?
And you know, based on what Shereen just said, so I'll just put it out there. I don't know if you need to cut the camera off. But really, 'cause I've been thinking, okay, because you know, facilitate, right? And I've been thinking all day, I'm like, she is so good. I hope she gets an A out of this. She deserves an A for this project that she's doing, you know? But so when you said that you're not boring, you know, you're great, you know what I mean? But at the same time, you're really very skilled, you know, you are professional, there is order to what you're doing, you know what I mean? Yada, yada, yada. So I just wanted to put out what was in my head, you know?
Well, I appreciate you putting it
From
from your mouth to their ears and in the atmosphere, right? But the other thing that I hope that you guys see is, one, how much I care about the organization and you all. And this is a different way for you all to see me, but it helps because I know the other side also, right?
Yeah.
Because I know the other side. And so thank you for that positive feedback. It's more than a juggling. You'll see on here on the slide, they talking about a work-life balance. It really is like an alignment, to be very honest with you. Because you know, with an alignment, it's like you're trying to make sure something is correctly positioned. And it goes back and forth. Back and forth. It's not stagnant, right? So this open communication thing is a big thing. And at any time, I think we're doing it already, but let me just say, questions, just ask them. Please, just ask. Realistic expectations. Be mindful of the work tasks and responsibilities, and ensure that expectations are appropriate and obtained. Now, one of the things I do see a lot, and it kind of goes into what Ms. Michelle was saying, if there's a concern, not going to the source, this or that. The other piece that often gets lost in work is the establishment and the communication of expectations. If you don't establish them, you leave people to their own devices to come up with, they're going to do what they think you want them to do. Well, you ain't give me no real guidance. I did what I thought you wanted. Their way. Well, they thought it was enough. You know what I mean? So clear expectations are also imperative. And the other piece is not just you saying as a leader what you want them to do, but also you saying to your leader what you need from them. Because as Reagan just said, you said, Reagan, you were like, everybody's personality is different and this and that. And you all's expectations are different.
Right.
But she needs to know what those are, and you all need to know what they are for the people that you work with, so that it can effectively manage your interactions. Because if you don't know the expectations, you can come in there with some unrealistic ones, and then you're not allowing people to be successful. You're not setting them up to be successful.
You have to like communicate what the parameters are. Like
You do.
sometimes, you know, with you guys, I have to say, well, here's the parameters, or I may not have an exact, but here's the parameters which you can do such and such.
Absolutely.
So there's a question. I feel like a lot of like what we're talking about, it can be applied like easily to smaller teams, but like in relation to larger teams, how do you balance that, like knowing the whole team's like different personalities and everything?
I think you have to use strategy. So depending on the size of the group, right? So I mentioned before, with my other hat, I'm responsible for 150 people for a workforce. That's a lot of people. Well, to me, it is.
That's a lot.
To me, it's a lot of people. So the thing is, you have to have structure. No one realizes it's that large. No one realizes it's that large until I say the number. It is. So we have.
It just always
This is
true.
So technically, we have 50, because you all see one person in here. So we have 58 permanent full-time employees. And then tack on all the WAEs, right? So what you have to do, Ella, is have an effective structure in place. So what happens is, for that 150 workforce, I have myself that's at the top of the organizational structure. Then I have senior managers. And then underneath senior managers, I have team leaders, our supervisors, our program coordinators. Then under that, I have lead facilitators and this and that. So we have structure put into place, and the content and the expectations that are there for the organization, I do what? I make sure it gets to them at every level. So that's why the buy-in has to go from top down to bottom up, right?
The key is if the structure works properly, you
Exactly.
should only have to report, or the senior managers report to you.
Yes.
Everybody else reports up.
To them.
You shouldn't have to be filtering down to my headache
Exactly.
at the whatever.
Exactly.
I mean, if the hierarchy, if the organizational structure and the expectations are clear.
Exactly.
And I work in corporate, Federal Express, I had 150 men, all that male testosterone.
I might need to talk to you on
That
that
part.
part. What I'm dealing with right now. Yeah.
Yeah, and Fred Smith is in Memphis. He owns the company, but we all work for the organization.
Yes.
And the FTEs and the productivity and everything else, the expectation for where you are is here. Her expectation is another level,
Mm-hmm.
but what people don't understand are the intricate pieces in between
Yes.
that makes it all one at the top.
It can make it or break it for sure.
That's it. So
It will make it or break
the
it.
courier who leaves doesn't deliver a package by 10 o'clock, then I gotta give away $10.11 on every single package, and then they wanna know why we don't have money. You would, that might not immediately get to you, but eventually,
It will.
it just
It
affects
will.
the whole company. So, yeah, her and her position shouldn't have to babysit everybody else's position. That's the moral to that story.
And so it's make sure I'm clear and concise
If you're-
with my expectations
Consistent.
here, and I'm consistent. And then once I filter it to my senior management team, it's clear and concise from me to them. Me making sure that it is clear and concise what, from them to,
them.
and so, and every now and then there's a gap, and I have to be like, well, wait a minute. My workforce is saying, my front line is saying, my direct service providers are saying, they didn't know about this. So there must have been a gap between one of the levels of the system. And so, but that's one way that you would do, trying to do keeping the organization on the same page. And it is a constant job. Do know, and it's not just like one mechanism. You don't just use one way. And Reagan will probably tell you that. It's not just one way. You have to use several different strategies to keep the expectations clear and concise. And so we're not just sending an email. It is more than that. It is sending an email. It is individualized supervisions. It is supervisors learning circles. It is
Staff meetings.
it's staff member meetings. It's all of those things. So did that answer your question? Good, that's a good question. That's a great question.
So you got more on staff than just Anita and Jason? That's who we
Long
see.
story short, yes, I got more than two people. That is hilarious. Yes, long story short, there are more than two people. Yeah, but that is one of the things that I always trip out about, is that people don't realize that it is the size that it is. So generally speaking, that area is under the Department of Human Services, right? So it's the prevention arm of the Department of Human Services. The Department of Human Services has 300 employees. Half of them is under prevention, which is only really. So just
So
for
it's
that
healthy
perspective.
family and school age.
Yes,
together.
school, yes, so school age is just a program under Healthy Families.
Right.
Yes, once they moved it over from Parks and Rec and Youth Services, yes.
So now that's just under.
It's
But
just
that's under you.
It is. It's made up of 7 program areas.
So that's the people at Andrews, guys.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Parks and Rec.
Mhm.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Not
It's
Parks and Rec, but school age,
School
Oh.
age.
in the red shirt.
Uh-huh. Which is why, yeah. Mhm. Yes.
And
I'm the
that's-
person who would need to know. Yes, okay. And,
Yeah,
yeah.
so they were like confused when Jason came in,
And
and
you're
I
like,
told
wait a minute, hold on. And you're like, who else should he? Yeah, I'm the person that's over the whole thing.
Oh,
The
that's
whole
so
thing.
fun.
It is fun most days. I love it. I'm still smiling. I say all the time, as long as I'm walking in still smiling, right? That means I'm still supposed to be here. So let's talk a little bit about promoting work-life balance. So we talked about expectations. You have to make sure that expectations are clear, you guys. Because if we don't make sure that they're clear, we leave gaps and holes. And people just kind of fill them in with what they want to fill them in with. And then you be like, well, I didn't know they was doing that. Well, did we make it clear? We made it clear as mud. Yeah, we did make it clear kind of thing, right? Promoting work-life balance. So I mentioned before, you'll see work-life balance on here, but I have this kind of new concept of work-life alignment. Because it really is one of those things where you're constantly trying to move things back and forth to get the position right. So you want to encourage your team members to set clear boundaries between work and life, personal life. So I'm going to ask this question. I'll see check the temperature in the room. How many of you guys, when you technically get off, you are off, you don't check emails, you don't answer phones?
Yeah.
Raise your hand if that's what you do. Like when you are off, you are like, my phone is over here. I'll see you guys in the morning when I'm supposed to pick back up.
That's my intention, but it don't work out.
That is most of the workforce intentions, and it does not work out.
I'm playing
I
on
would
it.
say,
Yeah, it is.
well, for me, it can happen, like this morning, one of the world changers called me at 6:40,
Uh-huh.
because there's something he's working on. Since I've been here, 2 have called me. We got 2 meetings tonight, one at 6 and one at 7. So technically,
You feel like you can't do that.
yeah, but what I do to take care of me
Uh-huh.
is that in between time, I'm gonna find my hour or whatever I need
Good.
to do what I need to do for me.
Good.
Because I know when they home, at
You're
3 o'clock
out,
or 6 or
work,
4,
you're doing a meeting and you're working at
yeah,
night.
so I don't have that guilt trip of, oh, like yesterday, I had a meeting at, 2 o'clock? And I had to leave at 1 to make a couple of stops to get something for the meeting at 2. But then when I went home, I knew I had another meeting at 7 and another one at 8. But husband comes home at 4:30, so from 4:30 to 6:30, it was husband's time.
Right.
So I don't interfere, I just.
So you do make a conscious effort to make a moment.
Yes,
And
that,
we'll talk about that. You make a conscious effort to make a moment. Who else in here, if you can't do it, because it sounds like y'all do it consistently, who else in here makes a conscious effort to at least make a moment?
Well, I
Each
do.
day.
I make a conscious effort
Okay?
to make a moment. There are moments though where where I will check emails and it may be, I walk past the computer, which that's what happens. When you get yourself set up, COVID, here it is. So where my room is, I gotta walk straight through it. And so I'm like, oh, let me just check the email. And I'll just put it out to the group because it'll be like maybe 8:30, be like maybe 9 o'clock, 9:30, let me just an email. And then I'm like, I'm not gonna respond because Randy will know. And then like 9 o'clock
heard
at night,
this
I'm checking
before.
email, she'll say,
I've
Maria.
still heard
See?
Right, why are you
So I just don't respond, but I'll wait till in the morning, but really, I've already read that email, like,
I've heard it
I'm
before.
on to you.
I have heard this so many
you
times.
have?
I have.
And sometimes it's even, you have to, because it's your partner.
Right.
You know, and it can be urgent, and I'm urgent.
Oh, that's good.
So I'm an urgent too. So if VDOE, that's who I mainly,
Mm-hmm.
if they are asking me for something, and it pops up, and it's 9:30 at night, I'm gonna do it.
So what I'm gonna say, and I get it.
But I do make moments too.
I was gonna
where-
say, the big piece is consistently making a moment
Right.
for you to not be doing that. Because this is the thing, if you don't, you're never unplugged. And so you're always plugged into something. And what does it mean to be plugged into something? It's this, this electricity, it's plugged in, it's constantly going, it's constantly moving and things of that nature. So if you don't make a conscious moment, at least each day to unplug, that contributes to the stress, right?
And subconsciously, they say you're not on call, but you are on
But
call.
you are, in this room, y'all are on call, because you have told me that nobody but listen to you. And the other thing is this, emails, and I'm just, and Reagan, if I misspeak, you just pull my coattail till later today. The reality is this, emails are gonna come. I am trying to practice what I'm preaching. What I'm saying to you guys is this, emails are gonna come, requests are gonna come. But at some point in time, you have to value your own sanity enough to say, you know what is the worst that's gonna happen if they have to wait till 7 o'clock in the morning to get this response? Now, that part. Because this is the thing, and I understand about funding, we got federal dollars, we have state dollars too. But the reality is this, if you think you sending an email to me at 5 o'clock in the evening, 6 o'clock in the evening, you think you getting an email by 7, I don't know what to tell you, because it's not happening. But you can get it that morning at 8 or 8:30, right? Because this is the thing. If we don't make those conscious effort and moments, we're constantly, and I'm speaking from experience, you guys, I have to make a conscious effort. My work phone now no longer stays in our bedroom. I put it in my purse at the front of the house. These are little tricks I even do for myself. Because when it was on my nightstand, guess what I was doing? It dinged. Oh, the light came on. Oh, da. All night.
Yeah.
All night. It dinged. Conscious effort. It's in my purse. It's front of the house. I'll check it in the morning when I get the text that says, before sites are open, which comes at about 6:20, 6:30 every morning. The other thing is, my day certainly doesn't end until one of two things happen. Aftercare sites close down and the last child is picked up. Or, let me add another caveat in there with kind of some of the stuff Miss Michelle does, and I'm sure others of you do it as well. The evening time stuff. You know we do parenting. That happens at what? That's Anita's team, right? That goes to 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. I can get messages that late, right? But the reality is this. I've had to put something in place to say, a boundary in place to say, you are not going to have your work phone on your nightstand. And it's dinging all night. And so it stays in my purse. I go get it the next morning when, what? We're open for business. And that's okay. Now, total fairness, my team also knows if it's an emergency, they got my personal phone.
Right.
If it is an emergency, God forbid something happened with them personally. Something happened with their sibling, their significant other. You know, something during those hours that I would want to know and they want me to know, they know how to get me. They know how to get me. But I do want to encourage you guys to try to put some kind of buffer in place. One of my new things is, how many of you get, before I ask, how many of you get 7 to 9 hours of sleep a day? Every night? Good. You said almost That's 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Y'all are good. That's one of my areas of growth, of opportunity, okay? That's one of my issues. You gotta have sleep. You
I
sleep like
do on the weekend.
on the weekend you get it.
Oh, yeah, I'm not up until 1:30.
That's okay, that's good. Okay, you make it up for it then. So one of my areas of opportunity is rest. And so I'm not always in bed. I ain't always getting no 7, 9 hours. But I've been trying to make a conscious effort. So I'm saying that to say, your thing may not be sleep. Your thing may be responding to emails at 9 and 10 o'clock at night. Whatever it is, continue to try with one thing, 2 things that you're going to try to work on putting into your life that can give you a little more alignment, right? Remember, you will probably fall down at some point in time, meaning you might put it in place and you're like, dang it, tonight I didn't make it. That's okay. I'm going to use a word that I love so much. Grace. Give yourself some grace. Try it again tomorrow. I think, who was it? Was it you, Miss Michelle? You came in and said something about a new day. Try it again tomorrow. Give yourself grace. But the answer shouldn't be, I tried it 2 days, I couldn't make it work, it ain't important, I'm moving on. Because if that is what you do, eventually it'll catch up with you. Whether you starting to feel what? Health ailments, headaches, not resting, back aches, neck aches, blood pressure issues. Like, I mean, the list can go on and on. And if we don't make a conscious effort to put some things in place. So the other thing that's down here says, and I'm in a room full of leaders.
Reagan is the leader, we go.
I'm in a room full of leaders. Lead by example. Lead by example. You can't just encourage other people to do this stuff. You got to do some things to do this stuff for yourself, right? So you got to kind of lead by example. So over here where it talks about stress management resources, and you'll see some things later on where it talks about, I love how we're doing wellness days as a team. That's great. And mindfulness moments, which you all do that here. But sometimes we just need to encourage people to take a day off. It's okay. Sometimes. And that's only sometimes, because I feel like I've seen y'all at places on the Saturday. Now, I don't know about a Sunday, but I know I just seen y'all at stuff on a Saturday. Am I lying, Reagan? No, I promise.
Because y'all didn't take vacation, now we got a mandated 3 days. Take your vacation.
Do you guys have a mandated 3
We
days?
shut down for the holidays as a way to give everyone a break
Excellent.
from the office.
That's because they wasn't taking their time.
Oh, because people weren't taking
that part.
to refuel yourself. You gotta
Now
replenish.
we shut down for the holidays.
And so they get 3 days.
Take 3, no, well, you shut down longer than 3
You
days.
shut down longer
in terms
than
of
3
your
days.
leave time.
In
Yeah.
time of your leave.
Yeah, but it's made, you gotta take.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
So we had it.
Y'all gonna take a vacation.
So we had it as an option, but we weren't always using it. So this is the thing. I don't know what it is about the workplace that people feel like, I don't know if it's a badge of honor or something like that to be like, well, I didn't use my leave. Well, let me explain something to you. Chenequa gonna use her leave because I earned it, right? I earned it. I earned it. And the reality is, it's all about what you choose to do with it. Sometimes you can have a trip planned. Sometimes it's just, you just need to be off.
That's right.
And that's okay. Now, in total fairness, I probably do have a whole lot of leave at this point in time because I have not always felt like this. Like I said, depending on the season you're in what you experience too, I think it changes your what? Your view and your perspective. Where I am in my 40s, we're going to take some leave and we're going to take care of ourselves. Right? We're going to take care of ourselves. And so, I know I'm preaching to the choir. I need you guys to make more conscious of an effort for this. Reagan and I communicate on a regular basis, and she knows, do I not even say this to you? Do I?
Yes. Yes.
I'm like, Reagan,
Yes.
okay, we need to take a moment. Sounds like we need a moment. Let's take it. Yes. The team is solid. Your team is solid. See, that's the thing. The other piece is when you got a solid team, leaders can feel comfortable with being away and knowing everything will be okay.
And not just because it's sick.
That too. You don't want sick. You want personal leave. You want vacation. You don't want to be sick. Right. We don't want to have to be forced to be out because our body is starting to what? Shut down. It's starting to shut down. So I'm gonna ask you guys to give this really some thought. Like we have what? The holiday season is coming. It's fall, we have Thanksgiving, we have Christmas, we have New Year's, we have these things, and so I would just encourage you to really kind of try to make a conscious effort of, this may be an area that I could use some adjustment in. And so I'm going to try this one different thing, or this one thing that I've tried before, but I wasn't as successful with it as I hoped, but I'm going to try it again, okay? And I can't tell you what that needs to be for you, but I do know that it's probably something, because when I said how many of y'all is unplugging outside of work, ain't hardly none of y'all raise your hands. That's a clear sign, okay? All right, the other thing that I do want to just mention, I love the thing that you guys are doing, health and wellness days and yoga and things like that. The other thing that I have started doing with my team is doing just a fun thing, just a fun activity. Like, it's no official training attached to it, but I'm calling it team building. I'm calling it getting to know each other. I'm not gonna make nobody come and stand in front of y'all and talk. We just about to go have fun. The last time we did that, it was bowling. I shut down the bowling alley. I called it bowling for prevention, right? I was up in there pretending like I could bowl. They was like, she's so good. And then after about 3 rolls, it was like, no, she really is not. Right. But I enjoy bowling, right? But the thing I can tell you is all of the positive feedback I got, just for us being able to make that moment of just fun. You know what I mean? And I said, we did bowling. That might not be your thing, but something else, whether it's we just can't unplug and just have fun. I think it is an added value for the workplace for you to just be able to have fun with each other every now and then. And now it has become like one of my things, like, I think we're going to bowl every year for prevention, right? Because it was such a hit. And the emails that came in, like, that was so cool. Thank you for that. Thanks for allowing us that moment. This, or that. And so making those moments our opportunities for just fun moments, if you can, also I think helps, okay? Because we work all the time at work. I mean, what is the odds of that? We work all the time at work. But it does boost morale. And when people have undergone a lot of change, like the current workforce has undergone, you do have to take a step back and try to actually just kind of find those moments that generate the happy juices sometimes. Because we've had a lot of changes, y'all. I mean, we've had to undergo a lot of things. Okay, so recognize and reward. Acknowledging the team's efforts or accomplishments regularly. So how do you guys do that? Do you guys do anything with recognition or reward?
We have staff meeting time where staff do that, or we recognize, people kind of give, I don't know what to call it, like shout outs to each other, or somebody might recognize something there, or staff are able to also share a success or highlight something exciting in their program. So that we can all hear it.
So you can all hear it. Great.
We do email.
You guys do emails?
Your thing that you, like personally, you shared with us and over the weekend. That's even a personal recognition.
Love it. I would say you can continue to do that. A couple of other ways that you can do that in the workplace, just to throw it out there. Anniversaries, work anniversaries, I do a handwritten card to every employee. Handwritten. Now, I will tell you, we got 4 generations in the workforce right now, right? Now, I'm telling you, I got a group of my younger, but they don't really care too much about my handwritten card. So they get an electronic one. I made a modification. Y'all don't want my paper? It's fine. I send them an electronic one. But the whole purpose is you get something to say, this month, I know it's your anniversary month. And I just want to say thank you so much for your service to this organization and the kids and the families that we serve. So acknowledging, that's just a small, very inexpensive way. It does. Acknowledgement of birthdays, you get a card. Happy birthday. I hope you have many, many more. Another small gesture that I've gotten really positive feedback on doing that we've done for the last several years is your birthday. You know, some people, even if they don't celebrate their birthday, I think sometimes people appreciate the acknowledgement that we remember that it's their day. The other thing I've started doing at staff meetings that you could potentially do is how things come up, you know, like you already said that you guys do kudos and things like that. May sound a little old school, but I feel like it's made a difference, is I created little certificate achievement things. And I do those certificates achievements on different things. It could be somebody, you know, a grant, you know, somebody wrote and got additional funds for the organization. Here's a staff recognition for you securing a $5,000 grant for da-da-da-da-da, let's clap it up. Those things, though they may seem like it doesn't matter to people, you'll be surprised. I walk through the office, they be having it up on their thing, there's my thing. That is the clear sign that that matters. You know what? And these are things we can do at the site levels with our kids and things like that. It's the same concept. Acknowledgement of your energy, your gifts, and your talents. It makes a difference. So I've started just doing little, like I said, certificates for your specific stuff. Oh, you had 100% home visit rate this month. That's big. You ain't missing out one home visit. All your clients said they wanted to see you. All your family said they wanted to see you. That's big. Congratulations, and I signed it up in their workspace. That also has an ability to it's personal, and it has the ability to also positively affect the caliber of work they do and the morale. So say you have an employee that at this point in time, they haven't received that acknowledgement yet, but they're like, dang, so Chenequa doing that now? Shoot, I'm going to work extra hard because I want me a certificate. Some people may not care, but there are some people who are like, yo, that's cool. That, you know, you get that acknowledgement in public. And I do know you do have some employees that they don't like public acknowledgement. And I do understand that because I have employees like that too, but they still get my certificate. And then be like, hey, I know this person does not like public acknowledgement, and so I just do this.
There you go. Yeah.
And they just kind of smile and blush, get on my nerves. But it's just the fact that I'm acknowledging the work. I'm acknowledging the work and the stuff that you're doing, right?
Exactly.
So those are just some ideas and concepts, you know, and it does help with morale. And there are things that you can do that really don't cost a whole lot. Accentuating the positive. Y'all know all about that. Accentuating the positive even works for adults in the workforce. Okay? So, though leadership plays a pivotal role in negating workplace stressors and creating a positive workspace, the entire workforce must buy in and support the direction of leadership when encouraging their colleagues to do the same. It's everybody's job. It's not just leadership, it's everybody's job. We are all leadership. Yes, leadership is responsible for certain things, but we are also play a role, okay? So here's 2 helpful coping mechanisms for employees. You all gonna know all about this first one. Bam, what is that? Mindfulness. And I have already said, I may be biased, and that's okay. I feel like you guys are one of the best organizations that do it when it comes to mindfulness.
Other people see, I had United would tell us, they said, when we think of mindfulness, we think of alternatives.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So then I'm going to ask you a question. Because I know for a fact there is nothing, I don't think, that I can tell you guys about mindfulness that you don't already know, especially that's on this slide. That's why I didn't even try. Right? It was like, yeah, this is just a little, this is a sprinkle. Because I know for a fact that they know this so well. So I'm going to also ask, because I know that Reagan mentioned earlier that this is an environment in which mindfulness is consistently encouraged. How many of us in this room, though it is encouraged, feels as though they consistently do the practices of mindfulness? Good. Yeah. Good.
Feels like muscle memory at this point.
Awesome. That's what I wanted to see. My hope was I was going to see all those hands pop up, and it was going to be like, girl, yeah, absolutely, of course we do. Perfect. You all passed. You got an A for that. Because I was like, if I ask this question and them hands do not pop up, I'm going to be like, Right?
Well, you can't teach it if you're not doing it.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
And if you
Absolutely.
don't come up with, I mean, because we do it with the kids.
Yeah.
How many times do we want to do box breathing? I gotta learn different things, mountain breathing. So I'm trying to learn new things. But if I don't practice it,
So one of the things we're doing at staff meeting, we did a fun activity
Uh-huh.
and everyone got a month. And then each month, whatever your assigned month is, you're bringing to the group a new mindfulness practice
Love it.
for all of us to learn.
I love that you're all doing that. See, I didn't even know that. Look at you. Y'all are rock stars. That is so awesome. I'm so glad to hear that you guys are like, yeah, we're living, breathing this thing. Because the reality is, when you really are completely thrusted, you are the work. Like when you are the work, it has to be things that's threaded throughout within you, within your practices. So I'm so happy to hear that you guys are doing that. I'm not even gonna move on. Okay? So the other mechanism that you can use that can be very effective with managing stress is reframing. Now, reframing is a technique that I'm not certain that people utilize so much just in the practices of the day-to-day functions. I remember with my background being in counseling, using reframing when I was doing my master's in EDS and counseling and outpatient treatment, right? So reframing, really taking a look at what it is and trying to reframe it. This is exactly what it says. So what do you see? What do you see when you see it? Recognize, and they say all the time, you gotta name it. Recognize and name what you're experiencing. I'm stressed about whatever it is. You gotta be able to say that you're stressed and name why you are stressed. What is stressing you right now? Right? Then after that, you gotta own it. Owning the realization of what you are stressed out about can also help you shift the perspective of the motivation. So, I'm stressed right now. I was stressed while trying to put this together, right? But that was a good stress for me, right? Because I get to come and pour into people, which I enjoy doing, right? But I was stressed nonetheless. I was stressed nonetheless. But what I tried to do, I had to see it, own it, and then use it. Use it to boost my mind and my body to prepare me for what might come ahead and make it be a positive thing. The positive thing for me was I get to pour into you guys. Hopefully they'll take something away from it. If it's just one thing, I think my expectation on the hopes that it's got to just be one thing, right? And then on another side, you're one step closer to an accomplishment and a goal, right? But was I not stressed? Of course I was. The person that goes through life and they're stressed and they don't ever say it, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm just fine. You will crash. You will crash at some point in time. We're not trying to crash around here. We're going to be healthy and kind to ourselves so we don't crash. And so that we can be the best version of ourselves that we can be. So see it, own it, use it. You gotta see it, own it, use it to reframe your stress. I'm not stressed, I'm fine. Okay. No, you're stressed. I get it. Why are you stressed? I'm stressed about this.
But those are the same people that get mad because nobody pays attention to you. When you're always so together, people don't, they just assume you are all the time.
That you're okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
That you're okay.
I'm also mindful about when and who I share that with. And here's where I'm correct. Because not that I'm one who every time you see me, oh, I'm just fine, just fine, just fine. Because I may not be. But there are some people who I really don't care. Oh, why are you telling me this again? Oh, well, I know what you're going through. So rather than me pick up on that, because, I can be really introspective and I, senses, right, my spidey sense, right, And so I know that, recognizing that is like, I don't need it, so no. For you, I'm just going to say, hey, I'm okay. Keep it moving. But for somebody else, I may say, you know what, hey, this is where I feel, this, you know, but I own it, blah, 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 blah. So I'm mindful, and you don't wanna wear people out either, you know, so every time they see it's like, oh, I'm not gonna even ask Maria, you don't wanna wear people out. So
I did that also, Miss Maria. I do.
so I work really hard at responding to certain people in certain ways, not because I'm being uncaring, but really because I'm being caring of that person. And what I say, you know, I mean, when people, I've come to absolutely hate with a vengeance, and it has nothing to do with anybody else. This is Maria and where I'm at right now. Please don't ask me, how are you doing? Because I'm at a place where I cannot be honest and say how I'm doing. So I hate it. But
So
that's
you don't like to
Maria.
be asked the
So
question?
I try to find a different way to respond. You know, so I can at least be respectful and be cordial. Because it's not your fault that I'm in the place that I'm in.
Right.
So how can I respond to that
Right.
and still be respectful of you? So one thing that I have found that I've landed on is, and I'm sure I've done it 9 million times my own self, is when people say, hey, how you doing? Oh, good, and they're gone. It's like, I didn't even say nothing, and I'm sure I've done that. I'm sure, Chenequa, how you doing? Oh, good. Oh, girl, so tell me this, and you haven't said a word. So what I do is I use that to my benefit now. So knowing that people really don't listen, when people say, how you doing? I flip it back and I say, oh, how are you doing? And they never pick up on it.
And they never catch that
They
you
don't
flipped
catch
it.
it. But the ones that I know, and this is far and few in between, the ones that,
They will answer
when
you
you do listen, they'll say, I say, so how are you doing? They'll say, no, how are you doing? Then I know, okay,
That they were
I got
listening.
a real conversation now, yeah.
You know, it's interesting you say that.
And
Similar
that's for my
concept.
own mental
And that's
health.
for your own mental health. And I think you have to acknowledge those things. I know someone else that when it comes to the how are you doing, they do an interesting response to it. And so the people who are not listening don't even acknowledge that the
And it's
response was
okay.
interesting.
I'm not
right?
hating on you, cause I mean.
But the people who do listen, when they hear the response, they be like, what? And so I completely understand that. I know someone very well that uses that same concept when it comes to the how are you doing thing.
And for me, it's my experience about that,
Uh-huh.
how are you doing? So my husband died, and then I went to the school, and the person at the school said, like everybody says, how are you doing? I said, not really good, my husband died. He said, great.
I've got that, I've got that.
Because he wasn't paying
But they-
attention.
Right, so you don't hold it
And
against
so-
them because it's nature, people
And
don't
Charles was
listen.
beside me, thank God, because I was at a very early
Yeah.
stages in
Do
my
you
life.
mind if I see? I'm listening,
They
Miss
weren't
Sherman. Do you
being
mind?
mean, they weren't being horrible, they
And-
just,
Well, Charles grabbed my arm and just took me out because I was like, it was early. I was like, wow. So after that, I realized people don't care. It's become such just a thing that people say. So it's kind of like, that's why I don't like it, because
Yeah.
of the experience.
That you
People don't listen, and they really don't want to know. Because another time, I was in the grocery store, had some moments, guys, and they're like, how are you doing? And I said, oh, my husband just died. They're like, manager!
Oh my God.
Because they weren't expecting that and they didn't even know what to
You
do.
asked me. I don't
Oh,
lie.
be above.
You asked me. And so now, and for a long time I said, hanging in there. That was like my catchphrase. 'Cause now I don't know. Now I probably ignore them now. I don't know.
That reminds me of a movie I was watching, and this little girl had lost her mom, and this younger girl was in school, and she asked the little girl how she was doing. And I can't remember her response, but the lady told her, she said, when someone asks you how you are doing, tell them you feel like a balloon without air, or you feel this certain way. And when she went home that day, her dad asked her how she was doing, and she said, I feel like a balloon without air. He heard her, and he asked her, where did you get that from? Because sometimes, you don't know how to express how you feel.
Absolutely.
And I had my grandson, he got upset at school one day, asked him, Jordan, what's wrong? I'm angry. I said, well, what happened? Because, you know, they got feelings too.
Of course they do. Of course they do. Well, the
You
thing-
gotta listen.
You do have to listen, and I think what I'm hearing you all say is, unfortunately, you've seen with people, we've just come so used to just going through the motions, right? So what you have here of people going through the motions of what they just think is appropriate.
Right.
Rather than me hearing, if you would have said it to me, I am so sorry to hear that. Oh my goodness, that's gotta be really, really hard, right? I can't imagine.
Right.
You're in my thoughts and prayers and really meaning it, right? Because there's something that you're pretty much saying, hey, you don't know what I'm going through. And everybody you ask that question to, life is not always just like, you know, hearts and stars, right? Like, you know, back to my whole life is lifing. Life is lifing, and just as sure as we live, we will have positive experiences and we'll have experiences that can impact us in a negative way, right?
And when I say that, like this, in this culture, I know people.
Of course you do. Right.
You know, they really, they wouldn't care if I started crying and say, I'm just talking about just in general.
In general, yeah,
When you're
in general.
out there in the workplace, it's just.
Well, what you said happened, I'm like, that is absolutely fine. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Horrible, but they don't mean any harm about it. They're
they
not
don't
being
mean
mean
harm,
about it.
they don't
That's
mean
where
any
you have
harm,
to
it's
put your
just,
head.
right, I don't think that it's one of those things that, of course, I don't believe that it's intentional, but I think it's also, when
Right.
we're out in this world, whether it's work or personal, you have to make a conscious effort to be present for people. So like when people come into my space, my phone's over here, this is over here, you wanna talk to me? Sure. The first thing I do is, come on, have a seat. And I'm just like this. Because I want you to know you have my what? Undivided attention. Now that's something everybody can work on, because so often, think about the times that people come into your space where they need you for a minute and you like this. And you're like, yeah, what's up? But I realized, right, I was doing stuff like that. And I was like, no, I want people to understand that when they're in my presence, I am present. Right? You're in my presence, I am present. What do you need?
A present.
A present. So these are things that, regardless of our jobs, right, are things that we can probably work on. Because depending on what's going on in the workspace, you can't tell me it hasn't been stuff being going on at a site, and you're like, well, I'm trying to take account, I'm trying to do this, and they're like, excuse me, Miss Such and Such, I need, and you're like, yeah, what do you need, honey? You know, and it's one of those things that sometimes people really just need your presence to be present. Yes, ma'am.
I had a young man told me one time. He said, listen, he said, people think I got it together. He said, a lot of my friends, he was talking about guy friends, he said, a lot of them kind of put me down because I had work for my parents. He said, but they didn't understand. My dad is there, but he's not present. He said, they don't even get that. He said, they just think, because you got your mom and your dad, you don't understand. He said, he ain't there. He said, he's not present. He said, but they talk about me and think I got this and that. And he said, I don't say nothing. He said, but I might as well be with them. It was a single mama household. And it just broke my heart for him to feel that, you know. He getting beat down for something that don't even exist.
That don't even exist.
Yeah.
And also to know that he also really has a need that's not being met,
That's not really it.
right? Even though he has a need that's not being met by his parents, right? And so we bring all that stuff into every space that we're in. And then we interact with people. And we don't, you know, depending on how we interact with them, it might go well, it might go bad. But we need to make a conscious effort before we actually have the interaction, all the stuff that they're carrying into the moment that you don't even know about. I mean, have you, stuff that you don't even know. You have no idea what people bring into a space every day. But we have to try to be as conscious and mindful with our efforts that we give to try to be conscious and empathetic, because you don't know what they bring into a space every day, you know? So, 6 tips for employees to prevent stress at work. We already talked about open communication. Remembering that there's a whole lot that comes with communication, you guys. It's not just talking.
That's right.
And if you guys think it's just talking, I got some other training I need to do then, because there's so much more to communication to talking. It's the expressive, it's the receptive, it's the body language, it's the non-spoken, it's how you prepare for it before it even started. It's the you walking into the space. All of that. Yes, ma'am.
When I do a communication training, something that I've said for years, research shows, I ask people, so what percent of communication is verbal, what part is nonverbal, how much? And people throw out different numbers. 90% of communication is nonverbal. We have a discussion and training around just what nonverbals are, you know, because you get people who do like that and say, well, you know, well, why is it? I ain't saying nothing. Yeah, you did.
Yes, you did. You are screaming.
It's a teaching moment, you know, but 90%.
I believe
It's
it.
nonverbal.
I did not know that stat, okay? But I believe it. Because you really are communicating before you even open your mouth. Not even one time. So, communication. Encouraging that whole work-life, work-alignment balance. Taking regular breaks, which my team here is going to work on. Disconnecting from work outside of work hours, they're going to work on. Using vacation time, they're going to work on it. Look at me.
Geez, you got confidence in that.
Encouraging other people to do the same. They're going to work on it. Leading by example. The reality is, you all, it is nothing wrong with having boundaries. We should have boundaries. Your family outside of here, even you're blessed and fortunate to have a workplace that oftentimes may function like a family, okay? That's a true blessing. But your family that's outside of here, that this is kind of your family by, you know, just certain of it. Your family that is outside of these doors will appreciate you putting some boundaries in place. Because they love you too. And they want you around. And I didn't learn that until I started expecting. Once I got pregnant, I realized it was like, I would say stuff like, I ain't going through preterm labor. Y'all ain't about to stress me out up in here. And so my logic was, if I could care enough during that time frame, the same concept has to be true even today. That I want to be able to make it home and be what I need to be for my loved ones and those that are attached to me outside of it. So it's okay to set boundaries. And when you start to set boundaries, it might help other people start to set boundaries. You know, it may help because they'll model the behavior. Identify some resources to aid in navigating your stress. You know, I know some people use calendars. I know some people use apps. I use like, because I told you my thing is rest. And so the thing with rest is sometimes I struggle with shutting down. And I don't know if anyone in here struggles with shutting down, but that is me. Okay. So I do a brain dump. I dump my brain before bed. Anybody dump their brain before bed? Dump it. I dump it. I dump my brain before bed. I'm talking to my phone, write stuff in my journal, dump it. I be having salt lamps. I be using the little thing that the babies use to pop the noise thing. Every day. Every day. Every day. Because the reality is, I'm a person who needs a sound. If I have a sound, it can help me. You know what I'm saying? I need a sound. So the dump in my brain, I need my sound. Like having a real routine. And research even talks about if you have a real routine, a sleep regimen, they say it really does help you rest better. So for those of you who may be on the struggle bus with me, when it comes to rest, I would encourage you to try to create a sleep routine. Like I said, I do a brain dump. I have my music going. I prefer to have a little bit of a cooler temperature when I sleep. That's just me. You know what I mean? I can't be hot, but to each his own. Everybody has their own thing for their body, you know? And they also talk about the use of the phone, which is why I had to remove my phone. Phone can't be on the nightstand. And ding, the light come on, you know, and that's it.
But I'm back at the brain dump. That's the
Brain dump is important, Miss Maria.
Oh, I know, and then that's where the guilt comes in, it's like, I know I need brain dump, but I can't brain dump, but then I feel guilty because I can't brain dump. You know, it's like, yin and yang, and it's like,
I know someone told me one time, I don't have time to brain dump. And I said, you don't have time not to brain dump. Right? Because if you don't take it out, you ain't gonna rest.
Yeah, that's right.
So you gotta put it somewhere. So making an effort to put it somewhere. And a lot of times we have to physically do it. Because if we don't physically do it, we'll be like, yeah, my mind is clear. Well, where did you put it?
Get yourself some magnesium, so my doctor, my functional medicine doctor has been doing that. It's the best thing at night.
Have you been getting some good sleep?
Yes. Yes.
That's wonderful.
Especially if you
I
are a
just
woman of a
heard
certain
calm.
age, yes.
The Calm gummies
Calm. I've heard of that.
are also really good.
Yeah.
That has magnesium in it.
It does.
I just heard magnesium
It makes a lot.
and Calm gummies.
And calm companies if you have to. And like I said, I love the sounds work for me. And
Sorry.
yes,
Those
ma'am.
gummies are liquid or what?
It's a little capsule.
A capsule?
Capsule. It's okay if you need a little bit of assistance to push yourself over into the, it within healthy limits. But you guys have to,
Because I was waking up all kinds.
all kinds.
Yeah.
That's
said,
awesome, right?
You need to take magnesium. She's like, you should start this, so got me some. It's a certain kind, because there's different kinds. So, a certain kind.
I'm glad you're starting to rest, that your rest is improving. Because the thing is, if that's not happening for us, it affects us everywhere else. Self-care. And I don't mean the stuff that we just do normally each day. Making a conscious effort to, like, brush your teeth and comb your hair. Okay? I don't mean just that. I mean did you take an intentional moment to care for yourself today? And what did that look like? Now, I've heard some people be like, well, I do it, my time is in the bathroom. Hey, that's what you, but sweetie, do whatever you feel you need to do. I feel like I read somewhere that they encourage it to be like 20 minutes. So the other thing that I've kind of started doing, those who are commuters, knowing that the traffic patterns locally can be very stressful, okay? To say the least. But the other thing that I've recently started doing as a commuter is before I pull out from where I'm leaving, I let my significant other know I'm headed home. And then after that, I drive home with nothing on. Nothing. Nothing. OMG.
Just different. I started
Just-
doing it coming to work.
Have you? Okay. It has been really good. Now, I'm the person who used to be on the phone all the time. Oh, my best friend called us at work. I can't talk to her. I'm gonna Where we in life right now, she needs silence, right? And so the drive home, nothing on. Because the other piece is oftentimes we're having to work through the process of the other hat that has to come on, right? And it is too late to think you're gonna put it on when you get to the front door. It's on now, like, it's a process. So it's like, nope, no nothing. I'm gonna drive home in peace. I'm gonna decompress from my day. And so whatever that looks like from you, I would encourage you to try to find those moments. Because if not, you go into your new space and you carry all the stress you had from where you were at right into your home, which should be your sanctuary. I can't speak for everybody. I want my house real peaceful.
Yes.
I want it so peaceful.
Yeah.
I want it to be a peaceful space for my husband, for my son. And if that is the case, I gotta do what I gotta do not to bring the drama from the place I done just came from, right? And so, taking that time to care for yourself, celebrating accomplishments, we talked about that, even from a personal perspective. So Reagan had told y'all, Charlene had told y'all some stuff you can take that might be able to help you sleep a little bit. If you make it through 1 or 2 nights and do it and it's good, good for you. Keep at it, right? Because ultimately the goal is for it to be a consistent thing. And then seek support. I think you were saying, Miss Maria, that if, depending on the circumstance and the setting, if someone asks, you would be willing to open up about it, but not just to anyone, right? And so if someone asks you, depending on who it is or the circumstance or whatnot, you're not going to give it to just anyone,
Right.
essentially. So you have to identify who you feel like that person is for you. And it may vary depending on the space. Now, you'll see I put something in there saying, does everyone have a person that acts as their soft, cushiony space? Y'all know what soft, cushiony space is? Good. See, I knew you all would know. I wanted y'all to know. So the reality is your soft, cushiony space is what? The person or the place that you can just release. Just dump it off.
I was laughing because my soft, comfy space, she physically is like not the Pillsbury Doughboy, but she's a little kind of plump. And so she literally is soft and cushiony, you know?
Look, I didn't even realize that, Miss Maria.
You know, so when I see her, it's like before I go, when I see, it's like, ooh, it's just the best hug, but she's also really kind of like pillowy, so you're getting a physical cushion, and you're getting the, oh, Maria, come here, and it's like, oh, this is what
I needed this. You just literally unfold
I can
in
make
the
it on
space.
down the road now, okay.
Yes. You can move on, you can make it a little more, right? You can make it a little bit longer. I will say it. Alice said what she said. She said, I pay my therapist well.
Pay my therapist a lot
To be that soft, cushiony place. If you don't have, those of you who have soft, cushiony spaces, wonderful. Great. Utilize them the way you need to, but also appreciate them and let them know you appreciate them. Because it's not easy being someone's soft, cushiony space.
And when they wear them out.
Because you can wear them out. And then we don't always show them the appreciation they deserve to have. Right? So it comes across like we might be taking them for granted. Those of us who don't have a soft, cushiony space, we need to find one. Because if you don't have one, where is it landing? Where is it landing if you don't have one? 9 times out of 10, you're carrying it. It's internalized. It's not landing it's landing internally within you. Those soft, cushiony spaces make a world of difference. 3 simple strategies to help with stress. Controlling your stress. It's not that simple though. Controlling your stress. Coping with being overwhelmed and managing your energy. What do you do when you're trying to control your stress, coping with being overwhelmed, and trying to manage your energy? Well, let's talk about it a little bit. Controlling your stress. Try to get the sleep, but y'all get y'all sleep. This is dynamic. You all get adequate sleeping. They say if you're doing any of these things, this might contribute to why you're not getting adequate sleeping. If you're eating late, if you drink caffeine, alcohol intake. I sit and I think to myself, I remember when I was younger, and I used to have friends say, I'm going to take my Benadryl and go to sleep. And sometimes parents would even give their kids those things to try to make them sleep. And I was reading this and I said, oh my gosh, when I was in graduate school, I remember my friends saying stuff like this. No, girl, I got to take my Benadryl. And I'm like, are you sick? No, but it's going to help me sleep.
That's like magnesium.
Yeah, but Benadryl, like,
It's got other stuff in it.
Yeah.
It's got other stuff in it. It's got other stuff in it.
Sometimes you need a little, a little sleep aid. And sometimes you need a little anxiety aid.
But most doctors would say magnesium over vinegar.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, in concept may be similar, but at the same token, it's the quality of what it is that we're taking, right? Enjoying a balanced diet and staying hydrated. I was going to say, one of the things that I've learned from my doctor, when I've been told when you're stressed that you need to drink water. That if you drink water, because most of the time when we're highly stressed, we're also dehydrated. Hence all the water's on the table. When you're stressed out, most of the time you're also dehydrated.
And yeah, it is on the table, but I don't feel bad about it because years ago, I recognized and learned the value of water, so I'm a big water drinker anyway. And what happens is, because I drink water, then it's like sometimes I'll have to say to myself, because I'll have like orange juice, lemon juice, and I'm like, Maria, just drink something else. It doesn't always have to be water. And then when I drink something else, and I'm like, oh, I feel bad because it's not water, so let me go back and get water. So, yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
So just trying to keep yourself hydrated and meet your needs, right?
And it's good for your body.
It is. Exercise, move around a little bit. Go out into nature. We talked about the importance of going out into nature. Prioritizing your tasks and duties. If you are, is anybody in here a procrastinator? Not really. Sort of, kind of. Prioritizing.
On purpose.
Maybe not on purpose, but you know, procrastination is one of them things that really feeds stress.
Well, I guess I wouldn't say priorities change.
I was gonna say,
It's
I don't
like
think.
on a daily basis, I'm like, okay, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. And then I walk in the door and it's like, can you, blah, 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 so that's what I mean. Right, so
We
it's
don't
not
really procrastinate
procrastination.
I don't think so. I would
It's
say
prioritizing.
Like, that didn't work for us.
Yeah.
But listen to our insight. Look at what Ella and Kat just
You
said.
guys probably have seen here, like that,
She's like, they're like, not in here, but at school, yeah, a little bit. They're like, so that's
Now,
interesting.
beyond the house, sometimes I like procrastinate on like, I don't really need a vacuum right now. I can vacuum in a couple of hours after my Lifetime movie. You know, like in the movie, I can do that at home.
I understand. But not necessarily in the workspace.
Yeah.
So the other thing is, pay attention to this. This says personally
Yeah.
and then professionally. So over here, what I'm hearing is you don't do that professionally, but
Right.
there may be some moments personally that we might.
Want to go cut the grass.
Yeah.
Right?
Or vacuum, or.
Walk or stand more, listen to music. How many of you listen to music? I'm a music listener too. So am I. I listen to music to kind of help me decompress. I also walk around the office. Hey, how you doing? That's my whole my presence is here thing, and checking in with people. So I want to do a time check because this has been so great. But you all, we are at the 1:58 time frame. I know, y'all. I know. This has been really good. And so the reality is me trying to be respectful to everybody's time. So this is what I would like to do. And I know we're supposed to be together till 2 o'clock, and I still got about Lord, dude. I'm sorry, y'all. So probably
I'm trying to keep up with your slides. Where are you? Then we'll know how much further you got.
Page 12.
Page 12.
Page
Yes,
12.
ma'am. We're on page 12.
Page 12 of how many?
25.
Of 25. Look, okay. For today. But hopefully it's been productive and good. So this is what I would like to propose. To staying in respect with time. So if you look on page 13, the next page over, there is this stress screener tool from, I want to say it's the Mental Health of America Association. Okay, I'm going to skip this a little bit. This is all really good stuff. That's a picture that I took myself on the beach with my son's rock tower. That meant something to me. I was like, good job, Charles. Okay, so this right here. Knowing that for the sake of time, we have to be mindful of that, and I know that you all have other things to do, so I would like to ask if we could do something. Can we, and we can decide as a group, do you all think you'll be able to make the time before tomorrow morning to go online? It's only 16 little questions. You can do it right. You can do it right from your phone.
Get home from the school.
At 7:30.
You can do it right from your phone. It's 16 simple questions. I would like you guys to kind of just do this if you don't mind. And then what I would like to do is maybe tomorrow pick up with the results of this. Wrap up a couple of different additional things on stress, and then we'll go into courageous conversations. If you all can make the time to do it, it literally is like less than 15 minutes, but I think that it's a worthwhile tool. Now, the other thing that I will say, I appreciate you guys being so awesomely engaged and everything of that nature for today. I went back and forth about if I even had, I was like, I hope that this is worthwhile and they get something from it and they like it. And so for the sake of time, I've kind of ran over Ms. Paula, I'm sorry, when it comes to my agenda, right? But I think this has been really worthwhile for you guys to just be able to openly have dialogue and conversations with each other as well. So if I could get you guys to also complete the survey that's in your folder. And as I mentioned before, there is a folder on the very back table that says surveys, and you can just put the completed document there. Now, are there any questions or anything that you have for me for tomorrow? Tomorrow we'll get started at 10 again, same place, same time. If you guys can do the stress screener. And I'm not gonna make you share the results because that's a personal thing, but I do want you guys to take it to just kind of see how you fare. Because some things was a little surprising for me when I took it. It was a little surprising for me. And so I think that you guys probably will have some of the same awareness once you get your results. Okay? I really appreciate you guys. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I appreciate you saying that you're not gonna have us share it, because one question I was gonna ask, I was wondering in terms of that too. So, I appreciate, I'm going to do it, but now that relieves a little bit of concern for me, because I know Reagan might told you that I won't be here tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am.
So, okay, but you
Yes.
know why I'm not here,
Yes.
my civic duty.
It's your civic duty.
Early voting.
I understand. I
And they're so
understand.
undermanned, you know, and if
They
I
are.
hadn't already committed, then, you know, I wouldn't do it, but
Well, I
they
get it.
really are.
And I appreciate you for being with me today and adhering to your civic duty. So, no, I just more so care about you guys having the opportunity to do it, to see what you see.
And if
once you
anybody wants
complete
me
it.
to text it to them, I have it pulled up on my phone, I could just text it, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, oh, I'll just text it.
Otherwise, you can see me typing in www.
I know.
I appreciate you guys. I hope that you guys enjoyed our time together. You can take your folders with you. Tomorrow I'll bring you a new agenda. But I do hope that it's been something worthwhile.
Oh, this is amazing. This was also my first professional development day,
Oh,
so this was really cool.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. You guys rock, and I really appreciate you. So enjoy the rest of your day.
We rock because you rock. I mean, you know what it's like to be sitting in the seat and that is stuff.
Yes.
I do, I do.
So thank you.
You can keep them.
I
You can keep your stars.
You said we can keep the stars.
You can keep your stars. Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You can keep them. Thank you. And I look. Yes.
Because I saw it brought up kind of a back and forth. So maybe I did not explain to me properly, but often I happen to be in meetings where you have an agenda and a schedule, and then with a final purpose or a goal, and then
And they deviate.
it deviates, yeah, it derails from that. So that's what I.
That's what you meant, not necessarily the time
Exactly.
constraint.
It wasn't like,
You
oh,
meant
you do
you
a
had
computer
to-
45,
I
45
got
minutes.
you.
It wasn't that. It was like,
something urgent.
I completely
let's
understand.
keep to the agenda rather than.
I understand. And thank you for that clarity.
Yeah.
That does make sense.
Yeah, I was actually
It happened
talking to my
one time
husband this
before.
morning over breakfast, and I said, you know what? It didn't
Laurent?
come out the way I
Okay.
meant it,
Okay.
because I noticed that throughout the day, everybody was,
computer and then it
pointing
went
out
off here.
the
So
time.
something happened.
but to me, it wasn't really the time, it was
It's
the
the
final
topic
purpose.
and the final
Yeah.
purpose of the meeting.
Well,
Got it.
Okay.
And I appreciate you clarifying that for me. And that makes complete sense. That we're gonna stay on
Sometimes-
topic.
Again,
Text me.
I'm European, so my English sometimes get a wrong translation. And I often notice this, that what I say doesn't necessarily mean what I think.
What you're thinking.
So I often have to go back and correct the words I use.
Well, I can appreciate that you thought of it like that, and then you were like, you know what, let me come back to this.
Yeah.
And provide a little bit more clarity or additional information. So I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Were you gonna say something, Mr. Mayor?
I was gonna say Reagan texted at 9:58 and she said GPS says she'll be here in about 15 minutes. So-
Okay, so if you're okay, if you guys are okay with it, I'll let you do a couple other things and then we'll go ahead and get started. Is everyone okay with that?
Okay.
Do you want to, yes.
How you present, even as leadership, because I think sometimes leadership needs help too.
Absolutely.
How to overcome different problems and stuff. And
Absolutely.
like you said, even with the crying and all that stuff, it still got to take place. So,
It does.
yes, maybe a little bit more fragile,
So then
but it still has to.
But you still have to do it, right? And so it's one of those things. And you have to watch it because sometimes you may have some people that once you enter into those kind of challenging moments of conversation, some people may go into the emotional state and it's like they use it to deviate you off track, right? I've seen it happen several times. And then the person, the leader that's trying to have the conversation backs off. And they're like, well, never mind, we'll just talk about it now. No. Chenequa hands a box of tissues.
And then the other side of it.
And I'd be like, I understand that this has ignited, I get it, but we're gonna have to work through this, right? Because
Suppose you're not the leader, and you're the one. You know, you gotta flip it sometimes and say, okay, now suppose I'm one, and you're the leader, and you have that conversation.
and you're having to have that conversation with me.
Yeah, and then here we got two leaders, you know.
Yeah, and do know, there are many times as the leader that, you know, if you really have that whole open door policy and you really let people come to you, like we talked about yesterday with the open communication thing. Sometimes people come and they drop things and it's not easy for me to hear, but I just try to take it in and be like, okay, this is their opinion. How do I navigate this? That employee that came in and was like, I was like, okay. This was interesting. I didn't expect this at 2:30 p.m. in the afternoon, you know what I mean, in your day, but it comes with the territory. It really does. But, you know, the good outweighs the bad to me, and so that's why you continue to do what you're doing. But as leaders, we do need to be poured into, probably even more. Because the one thing that I see often, right, so like supervisors, like how you know how you have people who kind of like grow and promote within the organization. A lot of times what will happen, if you really think about it, we get promoted based on our ability to do the position we were doing. So say you were doing something well, and it was like, oh my goodness, you were the best home visitor. You did great at that. So of course, it's just automatic that you were going to do great as a team leader of home visitors. Not necessarily. A lot of times in organizations, we promote based on their ability to do the skill at that moment and perform the job at that moment. But not taking into consideration that once you add having to be responsible and supervise people, it changes everything.
Yes, it is.
It changes everything. I do what I wanted to ask is everyone that's in here, out of the people that are here today, how many of us are responsible for people? Yeah. It changes the whole thing once you end up having to be responsible for people. Because you can't just know how to do the work. That's one small, I would say that is probably one small piece. The larger piece is the personnel piece. Being able to manage the personnel piece effectively. And that's why you have some people who did the position or job really, really well, but then when they get a taste of being a supervisor, they hate it. You know what I mean? They're like, I'm not a fan. I just want to be responsible for me, you know, and influence my behaviors. And sometimes you don't know that until you have the experience. But, you know, once you become a supervisor, a lot of it really is personnel stuff. It really is a relationship and rapport. And
It's personality.
it's personalities. Yes, ma'am. It is. It is. So I'm going to let us go ahead and get started because, look, we're already talking about some good stuff. To jump into day 2 of training, where we'll wrap up talking about our managing stressors and then talk about communicating through courageous conversations. So, as I mentioned before, there's some donuts in the back, so help yourself to if you desire donuts or anything like that. And let's have another good day of training. I know that it seemed as though we enjoyed ourselves yesterday, so I plan on us doing it again today. So, as we get started, welcome to day 2. I'm going to do a check-in to see how everyone is doing on this Friday morning of training. Thank you guys for being here with me this morning. It's a Friday. I understand that, and you guys are here with me. But I hope you all will feel as though it's worthwhile. And to also try to nourish your soul, I brought in some donuts from me. So enjoy yourself. Help yourself to that. Review ground rules just a little bit. Smaller group today, but I'm sure it's going to be still great. So just reviewing our ground rules. Beginner mindset, no judgment. Participate, attentive listening, trust the process, stick to the schedule, have fun, okay? So that's what we're gonna do. Reviewing of housekeeping items, I replenished your table toolbox. So, if you all desire more chocolate and goodies, there's more in there for you all to help yourself.
Just keep it.
There's more in there if you guys desire, okay? We're gonna talk a little bit about the stress screener tool that I asked you guys to be, if you had the time to be able to do yesterday evening. We'll pick up there, we'll debrief from that, and then we'll go right into our courageous conversations. Oh, so much fun. Okay? Then we may have a working lunch depending on how time's doing. If we do have a working lunch, we'll take a brief break, come back and finish up courageous conversations, go back to our hopes and fears to take a look to see how we did with meeting those expectations, complete the survey. I may get some additional feedback as far as future opportunities, right? Talking about future opportunities to possibly be able to meet with the team, or to you all, if you all are interested in that. Go with some references and thank you again, and send you off and say, have a wonderful weekend, right? Okay, so the screening tool. How many of you were able to do it?
We're such good students.
You all
Yes,
have
we
A
all do.
pluses, all of you, look at you. I love it. Okay, so let's debrief about it a little bit. So, while we're debriefing, let's consider these few questions, okay? Did you learn anything new about yourself from completing the screening tool?
Yes.
Okay, yes, care to share?
Yeah, it's actually what I was sharing with you earlier on.
Is it? Okay, yeah, so share it to the, okay.
So yesterday when I brought up the stick to schedule rule, I noticed throughout the day that there were, most everybody has pitched in or highlight that stick to schedule rule. Well, overthinking overnight, I realized that it didn't actually come out the way it should have come out. So my sticks to schedule comes from a different perspective. When there are meetings or trainings or whatever, there is always an agenda and a goal and a purpose to achieve with that meeting or training. That was my sticks to schedule. Sometimes, often, we derail from the purpose, from the argument, and we end up somewhere else, ending up the meeting on the training, not necessarily achieving the purpose or goal. That was I wasn't necessarily going like 12 o'clock transition.
She didn't necessarily mean the time. She
But
meant
again,
the topic.
Yeah, the topics. Again, sometimes my English comes out different than what I want to say based from my Italian English translation. And so I wanted to bring that. And doing the screening, actually review and thought about it. And I thought, well, that's what I definitely learned. When I say something, maybe I need to explain it thinking of who is listening to me rather than me saying something from my perspective. But,
And as I mentioned to Paula when she was mentioning this to me, what did I say? I said, well, thank you for acknowledging, thinking about it and processing it outside of the time, but then two, actually coming back and saying, hey, I just want to clarify. Because sometimes that could have been a mix-up in communication and you will not have people come back and clarify. They'll just let you keep that mix-up.
Right.
And be like, you do with it what you do with it. But I told her that I appreciated you coming back and explaining it more. Thank you. Anybody else from doing the screening tool, did it show you something new or something you didn't think of before? Okay.
Well, I guess I'm thinking that I'm not stressed, but when I finish, it said that I'm not there, but it said that I am, like, in that area. I said, well, I need to do something different than what I think, I said, okay, are you holding on to stuff? Do you think you're good, but you're really not? So I gotta take a look at myself. Oh my God, that made me a little nervous. Because you think, I always tell my husband, look, you can't let stuff bother you because you can't control it. But when I did, I said, maybe it's bothering me and I just don't
And you're not realizing it, right? And so sometimes, I think that's actually some good introspect, because sometimes we say words, but I'm not certain that we're always living the words that we're speaking. You know what I mean? Like sometimes we say something and it's kind of the norm and the way we communicate. But at the end of the day, we have to also make sure that we're living what we're actually saying we're communicating. And so it may be some of that. Yeah, sure.
So for me, so these kind of things, so let me just, you know what you're supposed to say.
Of
When
course
you
you
take
do.
it, right? And
Yes.
so the fact that you said, like, they didn't ask for my email, so they're not gonna be like sending it around, it gave me, I could take it for me.
And be honest.
And be honest, when it goes to someone or it's gonna be reported, I mean, I'm a great know what box
What to
I'm
say,
supposed
right?
to click, right? So that was kind of like a refresher, that it was like, cause I'm not there either, you're not there yet. I'm like, I know, but at least it didn't say, go to the emergency room right away, and I don't know if
Absolutely.
that's what it would have said, if,
Right.
you know, you clicked all the.
That is so interesting you say that, because that's actually one of the reasons I selected the tool,
Right.
because there was no identifying information requested.
Yes.
You could just be honest.
Yeah.
And no one, you're not getting this back, you're not getting that back. You could be honest right then in the moment. You do the little 16 questions and they give you their feedback.
Right.
And sometimes you're right, that does influence how people feel things out.
Right. And then you can I bookmarked it, so then, you know, it might be a weekly practice for me to see where I stand week by week,
That's good.
or every other week, depending, you know,
Absolutely.
you can keep on retaking it.
You can. Because it varies depending on, our stress levels will vary depending on what we're experiencing and where we're at in life. So you can recheck it to try to check in and see how it's going. And the other thing that I also liked about that organization's website and tool is that they had so many resources that you could use that were user friendly. Sometimes you find organizations and resources and it's like, okay, this is I don't need all this fluff. Just give me the meat and potatoes, right? Try this, do this, things like that. Okay, that's good. Anybody else, any initial thoughts on doing the tool? Yes, Ms. Hack.
I'm kind of like Evelyn, I don't think I get stressed. But when I was doing that tool, they said there was one question about it, you get fatigued, a certain time in the afternoon, you're not working. I think it's because I label it differently, so I come up with this reason. Well, I got up at 5 o'clock this morning and I took that 2-mile walk. And so, I'm gonna get tired by 3 o'clock because I took the walk. Or, I may have been able to do it 10 years ago and I could go through the whole day and now I'm a little older, So I think that's what I do. I just label it as something else as opposed to the fact that I've had a stressful day and I just don't want to.
And you don't label it as
label
such.
it stress.
That is insightful. Because I might do that too. That's insightful, right? How we label things. I might do that. As much as I'm telling you guys to, reframe it, see it, own it, yeah. Okay. Were you able to identify areas of stress or things that you might be handling well? Yes? So you do have some items that you think you're doing well with stress?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I handle better work
Work stress, you
Then-
handle better than personal?
than personal, yeah. Children, to be more precise.
Children to be more. Yeah. I
So
could see
to
that.
me, going to work is not stressful. It's my comfort zone.
I've been told that before by other people in the workforce, that actually work is their escape.
Yeah.
I've been told that before, that work is like their escape from their personal life.
And I tend to put more on my plate than I can because that makes me to feel very centered and working deep rather than thinking.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Now, when I think about that from my experience, the individuals that have told me that, you know, work is like an escape, most of the times in their personal life, they've experienced grief or the loss of a loved one, right? And so, as you have a team member that's experienced loss of a loved one, you're really trying to be there. I know for myself, I really try not to push work. I try to give them space, right? And so, you know, I try not to send the email, where are you coming in? Or she's not doing that. And so I follow their lead. But every now and then, there'll be a lead and it'll surprise me. And I'll be like, what do you mean you're at work? You know, kind of thing. And they're like, I need it. I need to be here. I don't know if you guys have experienced that before, but I have.
And I know we're all leaders, everybody helped in my grief, I'm still in.
Right.
But Ray was really flexible with me. And then I looked back when we went to PTO, and I looked back in 2021 when he died. Took one sick day. What the hell? You know, like, but I think it was that fact that I had to have something, you know, that could get my mind, not that my mind was ever off of it,
Right,
but
of course not.
it would stay busy
Stay busy.
and then, you know, so I totally get that.
Absolutely. And we know that sometimes depending on the loss, right, and depending on who they are, how you were connected, and things of that nature, it's years. Like it's not something, you know, grief is not one of those things where it just, you know, it's years. I mean, there's certain losses that we have, they're majorly significant, right? I have a team member that, you know, all of a sudden lost one of their children, a young adult. That was a couple years ago. Still grieving, of course. It's your child, a parent, you know, whoever they may be, a close aunt. It's all about the relationship, you know what I mean, and how it influences and impacts you. So the one thing I can say is I understand the need for people to try to come into work and it gives them something to do to help with their headspace. So the only other thing that I always encourage of my team member is if there's a day that day is just not a good day, take it. Because you will have those days, you will have those moments, right? That some days are just tough. I can't speak for everyone. I lost my mom. There are days that are just tough, right? For a long time, it was the anniversary of her passing. Rough day, right? Or if it's a birthday, or you know what I mean? And so I think it's just also having the awareness of when you need a moment and taking the moment you need, you know, and creating a space where they can take the moment that you need. Because it comes and it goes. Anything else from doing the screener? And I know it was just a short little thing, but like I said, for me, it was short, but it did show me, okay, well, you do have some areas, you in here, you know, encouraging other folks, encourage yourself, right? Now, did anybody in here, based on some of the things we discussed yesterday, did anyone in here yesterday evening, last night, this morning, do something a little different at all when it comes to management of your stress or routine or anything like that?
So I can say, Chenequa, that the assessment is a good assessment, but the assessment didn't give me insights.
Okay.
My life gave me insights before, prior. So I don't know if you remember, but a few years ago, I was out for months, like on disability, because of stress-related illness, stress-related illness. So because of that, and what's interesting is like, you know, I teach mindfulness, right?
Yes.
So whenever I'm teaching mindfulness, I will encourage the people who are attending, you need to be more mindful, practice mindfulness. It'll help you relieve stress. I was doing this since 2016, and I still got sick. And so it goes back to what Ms. Hattie and Ms. Evelyn is saying, is that even though, and similar to what you said too, you can still be intentional about that, about like handling your stress in different ways, and still not realize that you're still stressed out. And so it made me even more intentional about the people who were stressing me out, the situation, the environment, and knowing when to like disconnect, knowing like what boundaries I need to put up now, what I'm no longer going to tolerate from certain, situations. So yeah, I mean, like it was my life. But it was, but it was my life that made me go, you
You
need
gotta
to.
make some
You
changes.
gotta make some changes, dude.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so to answer your question, yes, not the insight, but just stress is gonna, if you don't listen in the moment, it's gonna show up eventually, and it's gonna grab your attention. My attention was grabbed when I was laying in the hospital bed, and I didn't have anything else to do, just to sit there. I couldn't be busy, couldn't be moving around, it was just like,
You were forced
I was forced to
to be
sit down.
still, right?
That's right, yeah.
To be still.
And I'm still dealing with the effects of it now. And so that's, again, just what you're doing is great. And that's why, like, I have, like, it's like almost like a passion now to, like, let people know, take care of yourself. Yeah, so.
Absolutely. No, that is really good, and thank you for sharing that. We have to make it personal for us, just like that. It has to be personal for us. Because if not, we're not going to make a continued conscious effort to make things better for ourselves. And so you're right. You said something about people, setting up boundaries. If you have that personality where you kind of like to control everything and you want to weigh in on it, some of this is stress that we don't necessarily have to have. And so we just have to release it and give ourselves permission to release it. Because I think sometimes when it comes to people, because we've always been attached to them in whatever way that we've been attached to them, we feel like we have to stay attached to them like that. But you can give yourself permission to detach. And that is okay. I've had to detach from people from my life too. Wish them the best. But for my sanity and for the sanity of my family or wherever season I'm in, if it was best for me to detach, then that's what we're gonna have to do. Anybody else with anything?
I'll share. So mine said you're in trouble. I know. You're gonna be alone pushing my friend and you're also
Yeah.
fortunate. So mine said that I was in trouble. And my apologies for being late because I was at the doctor's office this morning for that. So I think some of this, I kind of knew, I agree with Shireen's point. It's like it wasn't a tool that you were like, ooh, you gotta get to this, like a personality type one. You're like, oh, I want to be over here, so let me answer this.
So let me answer them this way.
Right, so I can be over here. This, I agree, this was a very lovely tool in terms of it didn't set you kind of up for that. You could just, answer.
Just be honest.
Yeah, so that's what mine said.
It said you're in trouble.
It says you're in trouble. And it says, please check out these resources for support and help for, things. Not new information, I would say, for me by any means, but just another sign that I gotta get my act together.
Wake up call?
Yeah, I gotta get my act together with things, with the amount of stress that I'm under. And some of that, I think, not some, but I think, I'll speak a little more distinctly. A lot of that is stress related to here and the responsibilities that I feel for the agency and then my own personal life. Stressors, many of you know, I've had tremendous loss over the last few years with family, and so some of that's probably even unprocessed, trying to have that and then keep everything going here. So, yeah. I was not anticipating that it would be like all big and bold at the top that says, you're in trouble. But good,
Yeah.
Well, nonetheless.
Yes, and I appreciate your vulnerability and being honest, saying, hey, this is what mine said. And I'm sure that there's elements of it that you kind of weren't surprised by. But when you do see it like that front and center where it's like, look, girl, hello.
Right.
It's like we got to do something different. And so I'm glad you shared it because that will also continue to help me try to help you with managing those moments and opportunities, right? Because at the end of the day, we have to try to live the most healthiest,
Absolutely, and
that.
then, my brother had a heart attack recently at 42,
At 40,
so
young
he's
man.
younger than me, and so, just, being aware, to Charles's point even too, what stress is doing, even though we know when we already may have, we already started handing around mindfulness yesterday, and we have all these tools and all the things, but I think sometimes it's also a good reminder that what else we have to integrate, even if we're already doing some practices like walking and, all the things that we think, oh, I'm managing that pretty well, and then you say, well, maybe it's not as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And also adding into all of that is not removing the things when life becomes like, the hustle and bustles of life, right? Not removing the things that ultimately bring you joy. That's what we do. Like when our schedule gets busy, like if you really think about it, schedule gets tight, things is busy, stuff's going on here at work, things are going on at home, you gotta run here, run there, this and that, and I'll use myself, I won't even use you all, I'll use myself. I love water aerobics, love it. I love water aerobics, okay? You too? Okay, love water aerobics. Things get busy at work, hustle and bustle of the household, responsibilities, husband, son, life, right? They give kids a whole lot of homework in kindergarten. I didn't really understand that, but I didn't know it till K4. But anyway, hustle and bustle of life. Oh, I don't have time to go to water aerobics tonight. So you miss one night. So you miss Monday night because it's a Monday and Thursday and Saturday morning, right? Good little spread, If you hitting it each day that they have it for the weekend, why that's a good little spread, right? So that happens on Monday. And then it's like, okay, well, I'm going to get myself together on Tuesday and Wednesday because I'm going to be there on Thursday, right? Thursday comes, I forgot. I got a such and such a meeting in the evening. So you missed Thursday. All right, Chenequa, you just strike out twice this week. You missed Monday and Thursday, and then here comes Saturday morning. Oh, you got another meeting, or your child has flag football, or whatever it is, right? And before you know it, that's 1 week gone because you said your schedule didn't allow it. And then the next week comes, and so I say all that to say this. But I just said I love what? Water aerobics. So rather than us remove it, I tell my team all the time, the things that bring you joy, you should be working to keep it. Move the other stuff around so you can stay connected to that. Because that's the stuff we need. The stuff that you go and you get those endorphins and it makes you feel all good inside and you get a good workout, you get to socialize with the people that's there. Because you get to know them and they're like, hey Chenequa. And so just also remember that. Whatever it might be for you, that you minimize removing the things that bring you real joy, that you enjoy doing, whether it's painting. I used to paint. In my younger days, I turned into painting for my stress. I would paint. I haven't painted since I've been there. I'm certain I haven't painted since I've been there. It's been 10 years almost. Yes.
I entirely agree with you. And I have a big passion in life since I was a kid that for sometimes in the past I had to pose because of family, children, small, whatever. And that caused a lot of stress in my life because I couldn't do it. Eventually, I picked it up again and changed my whole life. That is my stress relief. And when comes that time, and it's almost every day, I drop everything. Husband, children, work, everything drops.
For you to be able to do.
Yeah, it's something that I cannot do if I keep the phone with me or whatever. But that has helped me, especially when we moved here from Europe in 16. And my husband was the promoter of that. He pushed me towards that back again. And I can't thank him enough for doing that because he saved my life. Because when we first came here, it was very, very hard on me and my family from Europe. And I was to the point, I was going back and leaving because we could not survive, but we were military. So you would not have been able to go back with us. And then push me back into that passion of my life, pull me back here. Again, it's something that's been proven statistically. So I I always encourage this with people that I know, because, and most of you guys know what it is, but they're horses. Horses have been proven that because of the heart they have, they transfer that state of tranquility and calms down the heartbeat of humans. So not necessarily riding the horse, but even being around horses. And there are so many places in this area that they need type of help, just leading a horse from one place to another one, or just feeding the horses, or rescuing the horses, rescue places. Because it has proven that helps people to reduce stress and lower the blood pressure and reduce the heart rate.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, and to me, it's my lifesaving. So this is like 5-6 times a week.
Wow.
I drop everything. I
That
don't
is
care what
awesome.
it is, but I need to, obviously I make it feasible, it's not that. I need a meeting, see you.
But you are committed enough
Oh, yeah.
to meeting this
Yeah.
need of yours that you have, that you're not gonna let things get in the way of you not being able to do it.
Yeah.
So, that is wonderful. I love that. And that actually even speaks to me, because hello, I use me as the example. The reality is, I would encourage any of us to find and think about what that thing is. You know, what is it? Maybe it hasn't been around for a while, but it did really bring you some true joy. I remember after my mother passed away when I was in high school, my father picked back up playing the saxophone. I didn't even know my dad played the saxophone. Right? My mom passed away when I was 14 years old. I had no idea. It's not like he had, you know what I mean? He had one in the house. I didn't, who knew? But probably the stress and the trauma, right, of losing his wife of 29 years at the time, you know what I mean? He was trying to find things to help. He's now a single dad. What does that look like? These type of things. And he started back playing saxophone. Now, I don't think he plays it now. But, you know, that was in 95. But my point is, it was something that ignited that in him that said, hey, this made me feel good as a young man when I was doing this, when I was in high school and things of that nature. So I would say go down memory lane, reminisce a little bit, and see what that might be that you can pull back out that can kind of feed you positively and not negatively. Good discussion. Anything else on our little tool here? Well, I really appreciate you guys. 1, for taking it. 2, being completely as honest as you felt you needed to be in that moment, okay? So, just as a reminder, here's just a couple of simple stress busters that we talked about yesterday. Move more. We know we need to move more. I've been here 2 days, and both mornings we have parked over there, and I've just looked off at the water, and I'm like, it is so peaceful. I'm like, this is so peaceful. Now, the reality is, I'm like, the office of my other role is what? Not even 2 miles away, okay? Maybe a mile. I ain't never took the time to do that any other time, right? But who knows? Maybe I might have a new thing. You guys might happen to see me just like we see Chenequa in the parking lot, you know. Because it has been very peaceful the last 2 mornings, right? Deep breathing. I know that you guys know all about the breathing that we need to do to relax our mind and our body. Meditation or prayer. You can do that as much as you feel you need to. That is certainly a personal thing. Mind and body practices. The other thing that I used to be really big into was yoga. I used to be a huge practitioner of yoga. Something else I've gotten away from since I've had my child. But these are reminders for me too. Getting some rest. Striving for 7 to 9 hours of sleep per night. Now, a lot of y'all said y'all were getting your sleep. And I'm like, that's great. Now, the one thing that I did do that I have been able to do a few days this week, I've been in bed by the time I said I was going to be in bed. And so I have kind of given myself a pat on the back. That's good for me. So making sure you're getting the rest you need, getting outside. I feel like this is a beautiful time of year to be outside. Not too hot, not too cool to me. It's just right. You know what I mean? It's just right. So this is a great time of year, I think, to get out and go to the park. I know you also probably already know this. Having a little furry friend, pets. Pets. There's a lot of research around how pets positively impact the stress in the life of humans. Right. And then, of course, as we talked about, your soft, cushiony space, find you a place that can be your soft, cushiony place. Find you a person. I think most of us in here said you had a person, and that's great. But remember, also don't disabuse our person.
Yeah.
That's our soft, cushiony place. We have to appreciate them. And if you're the soft, cushiony place for someone else, take care of yourself. I'm a soft, cushiony place for a few people, like some of my closest friends. And recently I've had to even put up boundaries, right? Because what people are experiencing is heavy. So when you're people's soft, cushiony space, once they release it to you, sometimes you what? You absorb it and you take it on. My very best friend just recently lost her mom. So I've been her soft, cushiony place a lot. Because we now are what? Both of our moms are deceased. And we've been best friends since we're like 12. Right? And so I've tried to be a real solid support for her. But then it also sometimes triggers stuff in what?
Yeah.
And me. And me. Right? So that awareness of knowing, okay, all right, you got to take care of yourself, Chenequa. Okay, this has triggered something. And then them giving me the space, and she does give me the space to accept that. I'm like, today, I understand you may be dealing with this. Can we use another technique? Can you journal? Because I can't give it to you today. I don't have it to give. And them allowing you to be able to say what? I don't have it to give. And it's not resulting in like an argument. You know what I mean? See, you ain't never there for me. You know, because sometimes it can go down a hole. And it's like, that's not what this is about. Just right now, I have to protect my mental health. I'm responsible for other people. You know, I need to protect my own today, and right now, I just don't have it. And we allow ourselves, her and I go, I understand, I get it. Thank you. I'll talk to you later kind of thing, you know. So just remembering that if you are also serving as a soft cushioning space for someone. So here are some other stress management resources that's in your PowerPoint. Feel free to take a look at them anytime you like. I'm so funny. I'm going to say, I fact check these. All the links work and everything. It's one of those things, many of them are, I think, are very user friendly. It's not, you know, over the top content or information. The internet can be a great thing, but the other thing with the internet is so much stuff on it. And it can be, I don't know, I can't speak for anybody else, but you ain't never gone in Google. I have gone in Google and I put something in and it just overwhelms me instantly. Instantly.
That's why I started using ChatGPT, because it gives me exactly what I want.
Yes.
And then I can fact check it and make sure it's accurate.
Makes sense.
Because I'll get lost in Google too. And it'll be something like, to what Paola was saying earlier, like, I'm focusing on one thing, then I get distracted with something else. So don't focus. It's like, what was I up here?
You're like, what was I supposed to be? You be like, oh, yes, that's it. I understand. I do understand. And so I just wanted to give you guys just a couple more resources, and you guys would just so decide later on that you wanted to kind of take a look at some of the things on here. Because it is a lot of information. It's a lot of people consulting and doing things like that. And so it's a lot of content. Okay.
And
so,
just like me and Reagan were just saying,
what?
when you Google something, so I didn't like the question about sweating on the thing. So then I'm like, close your ears, guys. I thought I was, well, my doctor told me I'm premenopausal, and then I'm like, am I sweating because I'm stressed now? And so I was like gonna Google WebMD. No, because everything ends up to death.
Did it? Charles is like, okay, I'm finished. Really? If you
Google anything, my middle finger is numb. You are having a heart attack, or go to the emergency room right away. I'm like, no, I sat on it wrong. It's fine now. So
that is very true. I will say that I've heard my medical provider say, you know, when you go to the doctor, I am the patient that's like, well, I did a little bit of research, and they be like, oh, no, she didn't. Like, you know, I'm probably one of those. They're like, you know, they can't say they don't like patients like you, but she kind of nicely was like, look, don't do that.
Yeah.
Just come up in here
Yeah.
and let us see what it is.
Right.
Because when you do that, also, I then start to what?
Yeah.
You start thinking all these things, and it
Yeah.
contributes to what? Your anxiety and stress you out. And it's like we did it to ourselves because we went on here, we Googled something, or even put the wording not even the right way, and now we're like, we're
read the charts.
Right.
We don't know.
like, I'm about to die.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just,
I get it. I have done that
that
process.
phone out, just, hey guys, I Googled it and I'm dying.
I completely understand. So yes, I would agree. So now we're going to go and start talking about communicating through courageous conversations. For those of you who desire to follow along with the PowerPoint, you can if you want, if you haven't already. I think it's page 16 from yesterday. Is everyone okay? Do we need any break or anything? Are we good to go? Make sure you get you a donut if you desire, or more than one. Okay? So, we're shifting to courageous conversations. Okay, so I want you to think about something. I say that you have to write it down here, but we're a smaller group. If you don't want to write it down and you want to just share it, you can. If you prefer to write it down and I take all of them, the slips, and just read them myself, that's fine. But I want you to ultimately write on a piece of paper or think about the most courageous thing you've done or you have faced just this week. Just this week. Courageous. That you have done or you have faced just this week. I'll give you a couple minutes to think about that. And to help you process, when looking at the various definitions of courageous, brave, fearless, something that you've done that you're like, I took the bull by the horn, or whatever it is.
Are we sharing it?
Huh?
Are we sharing it or just?
I think I see some people writing, so if you want to write it or share it, it's fine. Do whichever you desire, and then I'll come and pick them up. And then
Oh, you pick it up?
if you write it down. Only if you choose to write it down.
But you can speak it out.
But you
I can
can't
say
just
it.
say it.
I can say it.
Okay. Let's give about one more minute. I see some people processing. The most courageous thing you have done or faced this week. That is an interesting question. I'm asking y'all now to think about it for myself. Okay. We still thinking? I see some writing.
Okay.
Okay. So, do we feel comfortable enough in this space for everybody to just share theirs openly? Only if you want to. If you feel like you don't desire to share, you certainly don't have to. You want to start, Ms.
Yeah.
Okay, so what was your one thing that you've done or you faced this week most courageous?
So, this week my husband left for DC, so he was gone the entire week. And for me, the problem is the night. When the night comes, I cannot be alone. So I'm terrified because of past events. We were burglared twice, 3 times, while I was in the house with a small kid. So it's something like a trauma in the back of my mind that always comes
Traumatic
back
event.
when no one is in the house.
When he's not in town.
So this week, normally one of my kids will come to sleep with me, or a friend or someone. When this happens, it's not often, but it sometimes happens that he has to go for a week or so. While we had the children with us, I was fine because the kids were in the house. But now the kids have moved on out of the house. So this week, I told my husband, I don't want anyone. I will face it by myself. And so because we have adopted my son's dog, a dog that I didn't want, wrong size, wrong furry, whatever. I didn't want that dog. But for the
Wrong
sake of,
furry,
you know,
whatever.
Yes, she's too furry. She's
Too much hair, huh?
sheds everything. But we took her on because she's so cute and so sweet. I
They were
just
no
keep
part.
falling in love with that dog now. So she was my buddy. Next to my other one, because I've got a 4 pounds dog, and this one is 65 pounds dog. So I had them both, and they took me through the night. That one, it was so cool. My husband said, "I'm so proud of you. You survived."
I'm proud of you that you survived.
Yes.
Because I don't like being at home at night by myself either.
And I think it's the first time.
Is this the first time that you've done
Yeah,
that?
in the U.S. Yeah, that I spent
Great.
That's
4
a
nights
big
on my own.
accomplishment.
Yeah,
That's big. Well, that's
That's
good.
great.
That is awesome. Thanks for sharing. All right, Reagan, what you got?
So, but I put, when I was just thinking about just this week, I put set a boundary. I didn't add more work to myself for someone I was already helping.
Good. You set a boundary.
I did. That
That
helped
took
out a
courage.
lot, and I thought, this is it. You gotta do this now. Like, I can't make it look so easy.
And you were okay with that.
I was okay with that. That's why those boxes are still sitting there. So,
Good.
yeah, yeah.
I'll take it. That's good. Thanks for sharing. Miss Patty. I couldn't come up with anything.
Good, I did get courageous this week.
Okay.
So I'm still thinking.
Okay. Think about it. If it comes later on, it's okay. All right. Charles.
Yeah, so I have this ongoing thing where I started a YouTube channel like earlier this year, and so like I started it because like through some of the things that I learned here, like personality tests and all of that, I know, and this is no judgment, but I know I'm not everyone's cup of tea, and that's okay. But there are people that will resonate with some of the ideas that I have. So I started a YouTube channel because I would always think like, I gotta do more, I gotta learn more, I gotta be more prepared. And I was like, let's start it. Let's do it, you know? And so I've been consistently doing that, trying to put out a video once a week. And then today, this morning, I woke up and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do something new on YouTube today. I'm just gonna like create a poll so that people can vote, you know, just so I can get an idea of what people want. And I just did it, you know? It wasn't like I needed to like work myself up.
You didn't overthink it.
I didn't overthink it.
You just did it.
I just did it. Woke up, was like, you know what? I got an idea. And
Those are oftentimes the best way to go.
yeah.
Because you know when we
Spontaneous
spontaneous
Yeah.
moments.
Mhm.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Because I don't even know that I would have been ready for it. But that's awesome. That is awesome. That's good. You didn't overthink it because sometimes we can really overthink ourselves out of a lot of opportunities if we let ourselves. So good for you. I look forward to hearing how your poll did.
Me too.
All right, Shireen, what about you? Courageous thing this week.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I think a lot of it goes on your experiences, right?
Uh-huh.
So, I live on a very busy road. I'm a very big cat person. I've lost 2 cats on the road.
Okay.
So Monday my trash gets picked up and I look out in front of my house and there's a dead possum in the middle of the road. Animal control doesn't pick up those kind of things. So he could have just sat there and got smushed, or I could have gone and picked him up. And, no, big and domestic, like deer and, also cats like domestic.
Okay.
So I was like, crap, it's early in the morning. I know there's gonna be lots of cars. I'm already pissed off, to be honest, because possums move slow. You're supposed to go 25. So
Right.
I went out there and I was like, all right, I've got to get this possum in this bag.
Did you?
And these cars, they might hit me. And that's what it's going to take to get my speed humps here. So if they hit me, that's okay. So I went out there, I was like when the cars would come down, I'm like, you know, because I'm intense. I'm very intense. So I'm getting this possum and he's real stiff and, you know, I get him in the bag and I tied it up and my trash had already been taken. Right? So I put it in there and I called 311. Can trash come out, you know, and get this because I don't get picked up for a week.
Right.
you know, so I know it's gonna smell. And so, it's in my trash can.
Still?
It smells
Yeah, they
really,
will
really
be
bad.
back.
They wouldn't come back.
No.
I was like, I pay so much money. You know, Hampton gets bulk every single week. We get bulk once. But whatever, I went through Public Works too. What are you doing? Tried all my things. I use my, I'm a widow, and I don't know what I'm doing. You know, I tried everything
you could, huh?
I tried everything. But I do. I'm real dramatic. And so he's in there
Till next week.
till, yeah, I can put it out Sunday. And it smells like death. I mean,
I'm sure it does. Let me not get caught in that part. Kudos to you
right,
for going to pick it up in the first place.
right. Because I mean, I just couldn't
Right.
bear.
Right.
I mean, it's so.
That is very courageous to me. I can't speak for everyone else, but to me, that is very courageous.
It was courageous to me too, because I was like,
And now you're getting to deal with the ramifications of you being courageous and a stand-up citizen and picking it up.
right.
But wow. I can't say I've ever heard that story before either.
You have not heard a lot of my stories, probably.
That's why I love it. Okay, that's a good one. Picking up a possum.
Right. And possums, you know, I mean, I didn't check because it was already stiff, but
Yeah,
they have the babies inside them belly, so when they die, then the babies start dying. And so
They're like kangaroos, huh?
yeah, so, but I didn't go there trying to go in the stomach and rescue all the babies.
Yes, no. You put up a boundary, that's great, and then you said, this is as much
Right,
as
I
I'm
did the
gonna
one
do.
piece. Got
You did that one piece, and I feel like that was enough. I think that was enough. But it's all about what you felt was enough, so good. Thanks for sharing. Miss Evelyn,
I haven't come up with nothing.
you haven't come up with anything?
Trying to, but
Okay, okay.
it'll come. It's got to be
Miss
something.
Evelyn.
I'm gonna piggyback off of Reagan. I think that I'm in a place now where I'm trying to set boundaries. And in the past, when I set boundaries, I always go right back.
You hold on your boundaries.
You pull me back in, but don't take much. And
I understand.
I'm trying to do a new conversion.
Good. That's good. I'm glad to hear that you're trying and you're committed to trying. And even if you fall off a moment, remember, you try again. You don't have to, just because you fall off one time doesn't mean you can't stick with it again or try again. So this is good. So those of you who may not have identified a courageous moment, feel free, while we're further discussing, if you come up with one, to share it. I think this is a very interesting, I pose this to people because oftentimes I don't think we think
Right.
of our life in such a way.
Right.
What did I do this week that was courageous? But it can be something big or small, depending on who we are.
Yeah.
And it's courageous nonetheless, right? For someone, it might be as simple as trying something new that they were afraid of doing.
That's true, because I was having a hard time, and when I thought about that one, I thought, well, that kind of was, because I have a tendency, I can be overly accommodating. And so that's one thing that I'm seeing about myself and trying to work on. So I thought, I wasn't overly accommodating. I could have fixed it. I could have been like, I'm just gonna take care of it. I'll figure out one way I'll come take these boxes and do all.
Absolutely.
You know.
And when we think of the word courageous, I think we always think that it has to be something so huge.
Yeah.
Like
Right.
leaping.
Like leaping from this rock to that. Which is another reason why I put this image in, right? Because it's got to, I'm just trying to be funny, sort of. It's got to be this significant.
Right.
But the reality is, it doesn't. For it to be courageous and it to be still impactful.
It makes me think of just stepping out of your comfort zone.
Yes.
And it can be something small or something large.
Absolutely. It very much so can. It can be as simple as trying a new piece of equipment at the gym.
Right.
You've eyed it for however long, you like, I don't really understand. Or maybe I'm not the person like that. then you'd be like, I'm gonna try it one time when I come in here. And then however long goes by, and you'd be like, I still don't have the confidence to go try this thing because I think I might fall or I might look crazy. But it can be as simple as that. Or it can be as huge as, I know some people say they don't like public speaking. You know what I mean? Speaking in front of individuals. So it could be as large as that can be for people. It just depends on who you are.
Trying new foods.
Trying new
Like the
foods.
same thing.
Right.
Absolutely. Trying new foods, going to a different place, things like that. So if you look at it like that, you may identify some things that you've done that's kind of been courageous that you didn't realize was courageous.
Right.
Okay? All right, so the courageous conversation is the one you don't want to have most of the time. Like I said, in all my years of working with people, I only heard one person say, I love courageous conversations, and it did make me go like, what? You know, kind of thing. But that is the truth. So what are courageous conversations? Okay, so it's an undesired conversation with others to address various challenging topics or matters. Now do know, these are just some examples that I'm going to give you that challenging, courageous conversations could address. It is not all and everything, because just know there are things that will come up that I haven't probably even experienced. There's one conversation I had to have that I want you, I had never had an experience like that in my life in work, and it was like, how do you have this conversation? And it stretched me beyond what I had ever been stressed before. A conversation where you may need to speak up and express how you feel about an issue or a matter that's weighing you down. You're like, you know, this happened, and I didn't address it right now, but I left work. I've been thinking about it all day at work. I left work, went and did my personal life, home life, this, and that. I done came back to work. It's still on my mind. When you have moments and experiences like that, most of the time, you're carrying it with you for a reason. And so sometimes, rather than us just jumping and having that courageous conversation, we just ignore it. We ignore that we've been carrying that thought about what happened or transpired for the last 3 days. Have anybody ever experienced something like that?
So, because I have been intentional, right? I would carry things. I don't carry anything anymore. And so this is what I do.
Okay.
I got this rule from Kathy Johnson, right?
Okay.
It's like the rule of 3. So this is just an example here, right?
Uh-huh.
Now I see someone that I know, I speak, they act like they don't want to speak back.
Okay.
Right?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I just say maybe they're having a bad day. I'm not the center of attention. I'm not the main character. They have their own life, right?
Right.
I see them again the second time. It's the same thing. The third time, now I have a decision to make for myself, right? So I process, and what I do, I think, how significant is this relationship to me? How valuable is it to me? If it isn't that valuable, when I see you the next time, I don't see you. If I see you, but if I say, I really do value this relationship and I don't know what's going on, I have the courageous conversation. I've done this before. I walk up to a person, and first of all, I ask them if I can have a few minutes of their time. I gotta just encroach in.
Of course.
You know, and I ask them, hey, do you have a few minutes? And they'll say yes, and then I'll go, and I'll just say something that happened specifically, like something objective. You know, the last 3 times I've seen you and I spoke to you, it's kind of seemed like you're a little distant. Is everything okay? Now it's their opportunity to tell me,
Absolutely.
is everything okay? And then, whatever they say is what they say, but maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Maybe he felt like I was being aloof.
Absolutely.
And so they were responding the way they were responding, and now we are on the same page. But I do that because I don't want to carry stuff around with me.
Because you don't want to carry.
I want to get it off of me, and I don't want to be, because if I go, can I go home and not think about this? And if I know I'm going to go home and think about it, I have to have that conversation.
Then you have to have a conversation.
Yeah.
I'm glad that that's kind of the rule you've given yourself.
That's right.
That's like your rule. Your
That's
rule
right.
is, if I can't go home and this not leave my brain, my space,
Yeah.
then I need to address this.
Yeah.
I think more people should be like that. Because what ends up happening is exactly what you said, sometimes, right? Which is, no one says anything, one person is acting one way, the other person is acting another way, and so often from my experience of having to coach members through those moments, is oftentimes it is, well, I was acting this way because this person did this. I'm doing this right now, I'm not over there. I did this because they did this, and the other person's like, well, wait a minute. No, I did this because you did this. And at this point in time, nobody is talking to anybody, but everybody is doing what I think Miss Maria mentioned yesterday, all that body language, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That passive aggressive stuff, people walk in the room or someone speaking, they turn their back. I'm like, oh my gosh. You know what I mean? Things like that. And so just saying, I'm not going to allow that to take control over my space. We're going to just jump and address this thing. So I love that whole rule of three.
The rule of three.
I like it.
Can I ask you one question?
Yes.
Okay, so 3 times you chose, this is not important.
Yeah.
So you see them the 4th time, and then they're like, oh, Charles, good to see you.
I'm not going to be cold. I'm not going to give them the cold shoulder.
Right.
I will speak, but I think it is. I don't want to feel like I'm having to be the person that always speaks to you.
Right.
When it feels like I'm bothering you.
Right.
Yes,
And,
I
you know,
understand that.
And
I
it's,
do.
you know,
So,
yeah. But if the next time you're like, hey Charles, I'll say hi. I'll speak to you.
Right.
Because I'm not holding a grudge.
Right.
That's a good question.
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, you acknowledge them, but it hasn't changed, though, your original decision
That's right.
Right.
of where you kind of put the relationship.
Because I value, one of the things that I did not do in the past is I did not value myself. I value myself now, which means that if you don't value me, that's okay.
That's okay.
I have to redirect my energy.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I love that. That's good. That's good. I need more people to think like that. So when we have a courageous conversation, right? Remember, I use the term leader because I feel we are all leaders, right? So whoever is leading the conversation or whoever is starting the conversation must attempt to direct or manage the situation confidently and courageously to embrace the need of this difficult moment. Okay, so let me just weigh in a little bit. You do have to have some confidence in this moment. Because if you don't demonstrate confidence, you may come in front of people that will see that you're not confident. And not saying everyone will take advantage of that, but some people will. They may take advantage of your lack of confidence in yourself to lead the moment. And so they say, I see you're not confident here. So they may try to do that. Absolutely. Right? So you have to do the things you need to do to help yourself be confident. Confident. Not, what's the other word? Like cocky, right, or arrogant, right, or overly assertive. Just confident. And owning that this is a moment that needs to happen. Because if not, they may not accept it as well. And they take over the moment. And then once they take over the moment, it's no telling where it could go. And it does take a true skill set when you have a person that's able to kind of manipulate a moment in conversation, how to get it back.
Right.
It's hard. Not just anybody can get that conversation back. You have to have some real skill set to do that.
And can I tell you a story?
Uh-huh.
Because this is from what happened to me.
Okay.
So, Kathy and Linda and Allie thought it would be really cool to get 5 grants, and I would manage all 5 21st century grants way back 7 years ago, right? Well, I have a big trigger with principals. I used to.
Okay.
And authority of principals in schools. Well, something happened at one of the schools and the principal needed to speak to me. With the site coordinator, they had an incident with the site coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is talking about no confidence. I'm like, oh God, I gotta go talk to the principal. My story, my trigger.
Uh-huh.
And she's like, I can't believe she's laying on top of the kids and and just start crying. And I'm like, I'm I'm sorry. I will take care of it. So I went to Kathy, we got rid of that girl, and I said, I need some definitely coaching on my trigger area.
Mhm.
And so I got some good coaching. And now I have the confidence to go talk,
To be
but
right.
I was not confident in that situation.
In that situation back then.
Back then. She intimidated me
Right.
when she shouldn't have, because she's just a person like me. She-
Absolutely.
And then what it boils down to is that I was embarrassed that I had staff.
That we're
do
doing things of that
that
nature,
nature.
right?
And don't embarrass me. That's like one of my things.
I understand that.
And so it's like, ooh, but it was like a wake-up call. Thank God it happened, because if it didn't, I still would have been
Well,
nervous and everything.
it
And
gave
now,
you an opportunity of growth.
it did, and I think
Yeah,
that that's what
opportunity of
happens
growth. Mhm.
in life. If you can choose to stay stuck,
You just took the words right out of my mouth.
or you can choose to, okay, I have to work on this.
Absolutely. What lens you want to use.
Right.
It's all perspective. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. It's all perspective, what
Right.
lens you choose to use to have these moments.
Right.
Because we have them professionally and personally, you all. I mean, they come. So you have to use the opportunity to express and articulate your thoughts and your opinions in a way that minimizes creating awkward situations while also lightening your heart and your mind. And there will be some times when you're having these conversations that they are straight awkward. But you have to get to a point where you can find some comfort in the awkwardness. Does that make sense? Like, where you can find some comfort even in the midst of awkwardness.
I think that's where, like, for one of the things we try to say around here is like, what is your intention? And not just like putting it up, so I'm gonna look at a net and say, well, what was your intention? But like from starting to first, before I even say if I had to have a conversation with a net, really saying, well, what is my intention? Before I even go and talk to a net or have a courageous
Absolutely.
conversation, what is my intention in talking to her?
Absolutely.
And so I think for, because like you said, sometimes there's just no way around it. It's gonna be
It
tough
is.
or awkward, or depending on what the issue is. I mean, I can think of ones I've had to do, or staff will say, can you go and talk to so-and-so? Or, but always trying to check what our own intention is first before we
Absolutely.
even start with those.
And you hit the nail on the head, Reagan, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in a little bit. You do have to start with yourself. You know, and so I will say for myself, these are some of the other topics that you might have to use them for. Performance concern. I'm a person as a leader that, I mean, I think I do pretty well, but I will tell you, I am not a person who loves doing performance evaluations. I don't know if it's the like therapist in me, I don't know, it's not one of my favorite things to do. I can do them, and I do them, I think, well. But at the same token, there's this struggle with me a little bit of me sitting in front of someone, telling them that what they're doing and what they're trying to do is not enough, right? I struggle with that, but it is a part of my responsibility as a leader, so I do it, right? But it is probably one of the least favorite things as a leader for me to have to do. So having to have this conversation can be tough. So I have it. Breakdown in communication, like some of the stuff we just talked about with Charles. It's like, well, you didn't say anything, but you didn't say anything either. And what do you mean? And then everybody has just made up a story in their own head.
Right.
Everybody made a story, but the stories are different.
Yeah.
Right? Workplace bullying, that does happen. It may not necessarily always look like bullying, but depending on the person's perspective, they can see it as such. And then harassment or discrimination, which those are big, big things that have to do with courageous conversation. So we talked about perspective, using the 2 Ps when you're having a courageous conversation, the 2 Ps. The personal perspective, the professional perspective. My little guy here, depending on where you got your lenses, you get a different view on things. Yeah. That's perspective. I thought so. Look, I thought so, right? So, personal perspective. So these are the things that you probably want to do personally. Deal with your own fears around having the conversation. Because when you have to have a conversation that's hard like this, believe me, you think about this outside of work. Whether it's personal or whether it's happening at work or outside of work, you're thinking about it in both settings. So what are your fears? What is the consequence if you don't have it? What's the consequence if you don't have the conversation?
It's just gonna manifest. Or the next time something happens with that person, you're gonna remember that you're gonna take that, plus all the other times maybe you had something with them that you didn't address.
Exactly. So you have to think about, if I have to address my fears, what's the worst thing that could happen? If I don't have it, this could happen. You know, are you willing to accept those consequences? I'm a person who says, I think when you see things happen, you need to acknowledge and address it when it happens. Because so often I see people not do that, and it just piles up. And so then it happened this one time, nobody said nothing. Well, that's just how they are. Okay. It is the inevitable that it will what? Something will happen similarly again. And then we still haven't addressed it, so it's another time. Then most of the time, by the third or the fourth time, it has grown and it's gotten bigger.
Yeah.
Right?
And if it's like an obvious behavior, that's like, let's say for instance, your coworkers or colleagues are able to see, and it's an obvious behavior, and it's not dealt with, then they can become resentful
Yes,
too,
they can.
because they're like,
Nothing's happening to
nothing's
them.
happening yet.
Yep, I've heard that several times. Because also people watch. No matter how close we are in the workplace, people watch and they see. And so, if for performance, if one person is allowed, I'm gonna use the word allowed, okay, is allowed to not necessarily meet the necessary expectations all the time, but then you have other employees where you're like trying to encourage them and enforce that they meet the expectations consistently. And it's like, well, wait a minute, we know such and such don't do it.
Right.
Because the workforce watches and they see things. And then that could negatively impact the entire team, right? So think about, what are your greatest fears? What is your fear? Deal with your ego. Find your genuine, authentic feelings around this moment that you need to have. And I say that because sometimes we have that ego there that we act like it's not there, but it does influence how we interact with the other person. That takes some real, genuine, authentic, okay, I'm gonna really take these shades off and just be my real self. Unmasking. When we wear a mask most of the time, most people, right? And I'm kind of dealing with that right now in my other role, that there's some interpersonal issues happening with a couple of team members. And one team member seems to do pretty well sharing about who their authentic self is, right? Like, I know I do this. And I know this may not be the best thing, but they acknowledge that they do it, right? Now, kudos for you for acknowledgement, but I'm also having to say acknowledgement is not just enough, okay?
It's like people, I think you say, well, that's just how I am. I know I'm a lot for people.
Right.
And you're going, well, that's great, you can see that, but if you're still that way,
Exactly.
then don't be surprised this is the dynamic that you're getting.
That you end up getting, right? And so I think that came up a little bit yesterday, and I said, hey, I know I have a really big personality. But you also heard me say what? There's self-awareness in me that I realize that sometimes when I go into a space where my bigness can't go with me, I scale back. Because because it's not about me, it's about what I'm trying to get out of the moment. It's not about me.
And then also it's the opposite too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I can give kudos to Reagan for this. When she took on executive director, and we had to go places, she's like over in the corner with me, like, she's like, I know I gotta go out there and I gotta And now,
It's
now,
wild.
now when we go like different conferences or something, she's like, boom, 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 because she has to hit up everyone, because that's her role. So, you know, even though she doesn't have that big personality, she has to
pushes
go
herself.
push herself. So it can be both. And then she goes and takes a nap.
Because she is like, it has been exhausting, I'm sure.
Right.
It probably has been very exhausting.
So it can be both, like
Right.
big or
Yeah.
small.
But the one commonality is, regardless of the perspective of the leader, you have been unselfish and you've pushed yourself.
Yes.
Both ways. Either, you know what I'm saying? You've had to be unselfish and push yourself out of your comfort zone, whether it's coming in
Right.
or going out.
Right.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
And so the same thing happens when you have to have these conversations, because these conversations are so sensitive to people sometimes that if you come in too big, like the whole, well, if you have a problem with me, just come sit down and, wait a minute, what energy are you giving? Is that energy that you're giving,
Yeah.
giving energy that people will want to what? Come to you. Or if you're giving it so big and loud, they're like, I ain't even got time for that.
Yeah.
I don't even want to deal with it. It's too big, it's too loud. They're probably have already made up in their mind where it's gonna go. So they just retrieve and be like, never mind. Kind of like what I think Charles said yesterday when you say, well, open communication, and have you ever had a person and you're like, no, you're right, I don't communicate with you, kind of thing.
Right.
Because sometimes if what people see, it's just too much for them.
Yeah.
Because communication isn't just one-sided. Yes, ma'am.
And I was gonna say too, you know, I tell my kids all the time, I said, just like you watching somebody watching you.
Absolutely.
And we need to understand that,
All the
whether
time.
we're leaders or whatever level we on or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Just realize you can see all this, but you can't see all yours. So sometimes you gotta take our background, out of body experience to see your stuff too. Because we all got some stuff, it's just a matter of us identifying it. But we do all have some stuff.
Absolutely. We all have some stuff, and none of us is going to handle every moment and opportunity the exact way that people might think we should at all times. But I think the other piece is acknowledging when you might have gotten it right or when you got it wrong. And having humility enough to say, hey, I got this moment wrong.
You know, the people who I appreciate are the ones who can actually tell me, because I just heard Rick and the Sherry talking about your heart's window. So that pane of the window where people see you, you can't see you.
Yes.
So it's like, if they can say to me, Charles, this is, I don't know if you do this, but, and I'm like, I didn't know that I did that.
That's
so now
helpful.
it makes
Yeah.
me like more aware. The people that, I've had a situation before where it was like on the back end of something, and I asked the person a question, and they said, well, it kind of seems like you need X, Y, and Z. And I was thinking, like, I had a relationship with you, and you didn't tell me. Like, you had me out here looking like a fool.
You let that go on this
That's
long
this long.
before you felt comfortable enough
Say
with coming
something
to
to
me
me
to
about
say this.
Right. And it makes me think, like, do you really care about me? It's like,
It makes you think about the trust.
Yeah.
High trust, low trust.
Right.
You thought you had what?
High trust. Mhm.
But you held that from me,
Right.
and that's now making me feel like our trust is lower than what I thought it was.
No, I can look at myself too, because, because you said this earlier, it's like, are you always approachable, right? So, but that, again, you don't always know how you come off. You feel like you are approachable, but you don't always know what you look like to other people, you know what I mean? So, I think, not putting it all on them, it's also, I can point a finger here and say, maybe I could have asked the question earlier, their opinion, and then they would have felt comfortable saying something, so it can go both ways.
It can.
Yeah.
And so it's really kind of a back and forth thing. It teeters. But I think as long as both people involved is kind of open to whatever shakes out. You know, like when one is closed off versus the other one is open, or it's not going to really be a situation where you can get the most out of the moment. Especially if one is closed off and the other one is open. Are they saying that they're open but they really are closed off, right? Or even if they're not saying it verbally, right? Like if their body language is saying that they're closed off, you know,
But that also can go with personality.
it can.
Because I know Charles and Reagan are fives, and they can be like working, right? And I know they're all in their head. I know so they look like they're closed off. You know, like, but if I say, hey, do you have a moment? They're like, yeah, or no. You know, if they can't.
Yeah.
You know, so I think it's also, you have to really understand people too, like your coworkers. I think that's why it's so important for us to get to know our styles and everybody's styles, because,
It is.
you know, I mean, Bubbles here, you know, you walk in and she is like just always like open and everything. She just,
I have never seen her not.
right,
Look,
right.
I never seen her not.
Cause she's always like, morning, no,
Morning good.
morning good, morning good, morning good. I'm like,
I love
really? I just got done understanding that morning good.
But you know the funny thing is, I think you need all those people. You know what I mean? You need all those people. I'm a morning person at work, so I'm the one who walks in the morning. Good morning, hey everybody. And they're probably like, you know, but you need those people too, right? Because the other thing is this, those who may not be like that, if you would walk in one day and she wouldn't greet you like that, you would be like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
What's going on with Bubba? What's going on with Miss Evelyn? You know what I mean? They'd be like, what's going on? Right? Because in a way it kind of sets the tone for the office space. Because that's what y'all are used to. Miss Evelyn says she gonna try it one day.
You gonna try it one day?
Yeah.
Okay, I was sick. Without laughing.
We always try to do Charles stuff, but she can't hold it. You know?
Right, she's always about to, she laughs before she gets.
Yes,
Yes,
We're
Maria
trying
does
to
do
do
that.
stuff, and she can't hold it.
Yes, she'll start laughing. You know,
Oh, when she's trying to like prank people or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She can't keep
She
it.
can't
Yeah.
keep, yeah.
She can't keep it in long enough to do the prank, is what you're saying.
That's right.
That's funny. What
But
you
I
got?
must say that when I first came to alternatives, Miss Evelyn was the sunshine.
The light,
to me.
right?
Yeah, the light. It was like, oh my goodness, it feels so bright and warm and sunny here that I did not experience in other places, and that is kind of nice. It's true, because I remember I came in, she was the first person.
She's the first person you see.
Yeah.
And so that also speaks, like think about it, to the organization, because she is
Yeah.
the first person that
Yes.
you see. Which is why I try to get people to understand how imperative and important
Yeah.
the face of the organization is. Now, a lot of times people feel like the face of the organization is the leader. I don't necessarily agree with that, depending on the environment.
Right.
I feel like the face of the organization most of the time is the Miss Evelyn.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I worked in other places where you go in and they're like, no, good morning.
You're like, good morning. You're like, good morning. They're like, they don't even put their head up like,
Schools are like that.
well, I thought it, but I wasn't going to say it. I thought it, but I was not going to say it.
Yeah, they didn't say good morning, that's right. Patty said they just
I
say
thought
good
it, but I wasn't going to say it. At least y'all can say it. Look, you say it. Look,
I can say it.
you can
Yeah,
say
they're
it.
definitely like that.
So it makes a
They barely
difference.
look up at you when you even walk in. Yeah.
Very true, very true. So you have to also know your why for your CC. You can't just decide you're going to have this conversation just because of nothing. Like, I don't know why I'm having it. I just think we need to talk. Well, this is probably going to go straight to the left.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have to know your why. Why do you need to have it? Be clear on what you want to achieve. What do you want to achieve from having it?
Right.
What are you listening for? When I'm having CCs, there are certain words, to be very honest with you, if I hear it, my ears go right up.
Yeah.
And if I have a pen, most of the time I'll write something down. I'll jot it. There are certain words, right? Because of my role of being in leadership. So if I hear words that I'm like, okay, this could be problematic.
Yeah.
When people are speaking to me, harassment, I feel taken advantage of, I feel treated unfairly, stuff like that. Oh, Chenequa is like,
Ready.
I feel bullied.
Yeah.
there are words that if while people are speaking to me, and the other thing that you all may have noticed that I do, and I'm not saying you have to do this is just some of my courts. Like while I'm presenting, I think yesterday I said, do you all mind if I sit down? Some people are like, what am I? Well, I'm here presenting to you all. Me sitting down changes the environment a little bit. Now, I try to still be as bubbly and engaging, even sitting, but for some people, everybody can't do that. Same concept. When I'm having a meeting with someone, I'll say, do you mind if I take a couple notes? Because if you don't ask that question, from my experience, what I've learned is people can get nervous. You sitting down and you just start writing.
I made that this.
Exactly. They like, what you writing about? Hold on, what you? So for myself, I kind of am the ask permission person. I'll say, hey, I really want to make sure I'm understanding what you have to say to me. Do you mind if I jot a couple of notes while we speak? Most of the time, you're okay.
That makes me think in terms of words when you say you're looking for. I'm also looking when I've had to have conversations like this, what the person is saying in terms of, are they taking any ownership themselves? Like I could think about the times where I've like, it's like, I'm literally opening the door for you to walk through and you're still not taking it. And so I think it's also looking at, does that person have any ability to reflect on themselves and how they maybe contributed to the situation or the conflict with someone, or could have handled, it differently. Like you said, kind of, the energy that they were giving when they are saying, well, you can come talk to me. But if you say it like that,
is so huge.
and
It's so huge,
what
you all.
they-
It's so huge. That unspoken shift of the, it's huge.
And the other thing that you've trained me to say, and you say it all the time, is like with the shirt thing. Do you have any other suggestions?
Absolutely.
Do you have any other suggestions? Like if they're complaining about something that is a rule?
I use that strategy too. And don't just bring the problem and dump it. Like this is a no dumping zone.
Right.
Right, so let's.
Do you have any other ideas?
Do you have any other suggestions?
And then if
that we
you say
can consider?
no, then I'm thinking, well, I'm not getting so upset about this. Like if you're just complaining to complain and you haven't even thought of another way to fix it or offer a suggestion or something, it's like, well, then you're just either, there's something else going on, that you're not coming from a place of, well, I want to try to help fix this. And
Being
make it win.
solution focused
Yeah,
for the
right,
better of the organization.
Right.
You're more so taking it as a moment to just vent and
To tell you what I don't like about something you did.
And those are two very different things. They're very different. You have to also think about what allows you to initiate the conversation. So then once you do that, be prepared to experience discomfort. I told y'all that. I said it is going to be uncomfortable. It is going to be, like I said, I only met one person and I don't, that's like, yeah, it's just great. While planning to share your view, consider the why, the what, and the how. Also, I would add to this, kind of be prepared in case it ignites some emotional symptoms or reactions from the other person. What to be able to do with it. I've seen it work both ways. I've seen people act like the emotion didn't happen, like when people start crying or becoming emotional. No, they just keep talking. I don't think that they're trying to be rude. I think that they're trying to stick with their script and their plan, but what they don't realize is that could come across as you being very dismissive, right? To what this person is experiencing. So you have that side, but then I've also seen it on the other side, which is the individual becomes emotional and it shifts and takes over the whole moment. And you don't know how to get it back on track.
Yeah.
And so then I've seen people be like, well, we just gonna stop. The only time that I would say you just stop a moment like that is if it has gotten to the point and it is not healthy. It's not healthy for you, it's not healthy for them, meaning people have become, aggressive, they're angry, going into, yes. Things like that. If it seems like it is not healthy and it's to the point where it's like, because nothing good can come from that once it goes there.
And they can't hear.
No, absolutely not. They can't hear.
That reminds me, I think I felt like I was like an ED for like 2 weeks, where this happened, and I was in a meeting with a partner, probably one day, yeah. Partner.
Wow, first
And-
day on the job, huh?
Yeah, and it
Okay.
was with a partner who was very upset at the agency about something that happened way before I was even in the seat. And he was getting very upset. And I remember I had to say to him in front of other people, I can see you're upset, but you will not speak to me like this.
Absolutely.
We can have this conversation later.
Absolutely. And it's nothing wrong with you having done that.
Yeah, because I think it was, yeah, and you're right. I think I'm probably being generous saying 2 weeks. It's probably my first day.
Because the other thing that
Yeah.
happens is because when we're in certain seats, we sometimes feel like we just have to take what people give us, regardless of who they are. And that's not true.
Because he had a pattern of doing this with other people, and after the interaction I had with him, and I knew he had this pattern, I remember saying to the other person, who was also an ED of a different organization, and I said to her, why do you let him talk to you that way? That is not okay.
Because they've labeled it as that's just who they are.
Yeah.
And so it's okay. And it's like, well, it might be okay with you,
He's not talking to me.
but it's not okay. So you really do have to,
Yeah.
you've probably heard that saying, like, you know, you have to show people how to treat you,
Yeah.
right? You have to show people, this is your limit for me, is here. And it's gonna be clear,
Right.
right? I'm gonna do my very best not to come out of pocket and be rude and disrespectful to you, and I'm gonna expect the same from you. Now, I haven't always been that leader, because
Yeah, there were
one time,
opportunities
it's
I
been
missed with other
opportunities
people.
that people have they have spoken to me kind of sideways.
Yeah.
I turned it into a joke, and I'm not even saying that's always the best thing to do, but when we were dealing with the pandemic, right? And you guys know what happened with childcare and all that stuff, and didn't have no employees who were at sites, and, you know, because everybody's scared. I mean, it's just a lot of stuff. And I was having, a call got bumped up to me from a parent that was trying to register their child for aftercare. Of course, we know that the pandemic showed us a lot of stuff, but one of the things we know it definitely showed us is the imperativeness and importance of childcare for your children. I don't know if people really realized that it was that important before, but it is very, very important, right? And this mom, I guess, was trying to get her child in a site, and I didn't have staff to work the site, so what? We couldn't accept new children. I mean, we just couldn't accept it. Now, I understood she had a need, right? And when you have that need that you need to have met, you want, and so I turned it into a little joke, but it was not funny, to be very honest with you guys. I don't work a lot of times with the customer where I am positioned right now. However, she gave me a reminder of what it can sometimes be like working with the customer. And let me just tell you, that woman spoke to me on that phone in a way that was so horrible, that eventually it got to the point where I had to say to her, ma'am, I understand your frustration and that you're upset, but I'm gonna have to end this phone call with you, because at this point it has become disrespectful to me. And I cannot allow you to disrespect me any further. With the language she was using, and it might not have even been her saying it about me, it was just the language she was using was so horrible. And I was like, oh my goodness. And it made my heart go out to site staff, because I was like, oh my goodness, is this what you all experience on a regular basis? Now, I understood that she had what? A need.
Right.
And I think she thought the more that she spoke like that, I would be like, okay. I'm not holding spots. I want all the kids to be able to get the service, right? But I can't give you what I don't have.
You get more, it's some saying.
Honey
with bees,
You attract more flies with honey than you do with vinegar.
something like that. That's not the one I'm thinking of.
If that's not it, you attract more flies with honey than it is.
I just know something about honey.
My dad says it all the time. That's the only, I grew up with that saying. Attract more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. When he dropped me off to college, that's what he said to me.
Because honey.
You're probably getting bees.
That's real.
But it is.
It is. And so, being
What was your
okay.
joke?
Well, I turned it into a joke. It wasn't really a joke. I was like, you know, I got cussed out really good today, you know. And my director at the time was like, Chenequa, that is horrible. I was like, well, but I hadn't been cussed out like that before in about 7 years. Like,
It turned into a joke,
Yeah.
yeah, because it was kind of like, wow.
yeah.
I'm like, I can't believe this kind of thing. And I'm like, whoo. And so, but it helped me not forget, you know, it helped me not forget. But we also have to be real with our expectations. So I'm glad that you stood up for yourself, and I try to do that with myself more. Okay, so real quick, professional perspective. When we're looking at trying to have a courageous conversation, you have to still do some of the things that are similar from before. Know and understand why you need to have the CC. Choose whether or not you're going to have it, and understand the objective, kind of like you said.
Yeah.
What's the purpose?
Intention.
What is the intention? What is the goal? You have to have a goal and objective, because if you don't, you could literally just be in the middle of a back and forth. Yeah. And who has time for that? I mean, you're not getting the most out of it once it gets to that point. Consider the situation from the other's perspective, though. You do have to think about it from the other person's perspective. You have to manage your emotions. Choose to manage your emotions.
And that's so important.
It is.
Because, like, was it last week? Don't like to be lied to,
Okay.
okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, we had a conversation, me and Ren with somebody else, and totally lied. Somebody lied. Ray looked at me, she was like, oh, that sure gonna be big. And so, I had to sit and wait, and wait, and wait, and then other thoughts came.
Mm-hmm.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
We invited you.
Yes, you invited me. Okay.
And I didn't have to have a courageous conversation yet, because I wanted to see how the other person was gonna react, and they did what we suggested, and I'm proud of them. But if that happens, I need to take a moment.
Yes.
I know that professionally. Personally, that happens, you ain't getting a moment.
You ain't getting a moment.
You getting the real me, you're not getting a moment. But professionally, I have to,
Because like we talked about yesterday, the emotions so whoever oftentimes, like we talked about yesterday, starts the communication, sets the tone for the moment. So if you come in hot and high, what do you think is going to happen to the person on the receiving side of the communication? They're going to come in hot and high. God bless you. I mean, and then you get to the point where it's like, are you really going to get what you want to get out of the situation in the moment, right? And so that managing your emotion is really important, because it also helps you to set the tone. You know, set the tone that you are trying to have for this moment. Know the individual you are speaking with. You got to also know them. When I say know them, I mean know some of their traits, some of their characteristic traits. Use it to your benefit, right? Not saying that they have to definitely react this way, but you just kind of have it back here that's like, hold on, wait a minute. I know that they have a tendency to be like, right. So if you know that they have a tendency for this then will allow you to kind of keep your, I don't want to say your defense up, but to be really aware. To be really aware that in case it may come up at any moment where it goes a little to the left. You keep your defense up, you gotta know them a little bit. Have an inquiry mindset, so the reality is, during this conversation, it is okay to ask questions. Because that's how you learn more and expand your knowledge base for how to address whatever the concern is. Now they should not feel like they're on an interview. Right. Okay. Meaning it shouldn't be 20 questions. You know, you have to give it thought as to what you're gonna ask. And then really be listening, because sometimes what you don't want to happen is this. They have told you something, but you ask a question as though they didn't tell it to you. So then to them, they're gonna say, you what? You're not listening. You're not listening. That's another reason to me why I started doing my notes. Just a couple words, just a couple things, because it also helps me stop from being emotional. It helps me just be factual. You mentioned this, okay, a couple jobs here. Because if you're trying to keep all of that in your mind and manage the moment, manage yourself, trying to kind of manage them a little bit, it can get lost. So really jotting a couple of notes down is really a technique that can be helpful, because it kind of helps center you a little bit in the moment.
And then you can reflect. This is what I'm hearing you say. Is that what you are saying?
Is that what you're trying to
Is
say?
that,
to
am
say
I
to me?
hearing you
Is
correctly?
not hearing you correctly. Yes, absolutely. Use open-ended questions, not too many. Like I said, they shouldn't be being interviewed. Be consistent in your role and your leadership. I just talked about this, speaking from the facts. Speaking from the facts. People can give you their opinion all day long, but the fact is the fact. Now, most folks don't like that. Like when you have, sometimes when you have people that really do like to speak from feelings. And I'm a feeling person too, Ms. Shereen. I understand. I am. But for this role, I have
Right,
learned
yeah,
to be a whole lot more factual.
Think,
Mhm.
what are the facts? Like, it's a police investigation, I just need the facts,
I have the facts.
just the facts.
And I
Not what my
understand that
feelings
you
say.
may have feelings from the factual things that happen, but my focus right now has to be the facts.
Right.
Yes.
So you have a scenario where you have a conflict between two people that you're supervising. They have conflict with each other,
Mhm.
and you're gonna have a meeting with them separately,
Mhm.
right? Okay.
Mhm.
How much responsibility do you share in them resolving that conflict? Or is it just you holding them to the expectations of their role in the job? You know the expectations of your conduct and your behavior here, and that's what I can hold you to. But as far as your relationship with that colleague, that's between you two. Like how do you navigate that work?
Okay, so from my experience, what I have done in the past is this. There's conflict, I've had moments with them individually to address the matters, for them to be transparent and share their concerns with me individually. Most of the time, I will ask them individually if they desire to actually have a meeting together with me facilitating the moment. If they say nope, they feel they can do it themselves, I back off. Currently, I have had a situation where both parties agreed that they would be more comfortable for me to be in the moment and facilitate the meeting. And so I then step in and I facilitate the meeting with a whole lot of documentation, because the other thing I haven't talked a lot about is documentation, but oh, she is a documenter. She documents everything. You know, that whole, we've heard it, I'm sure, if you didn't write it down, it did happen. Well, the reality is it might have happened, but Chenequa gonna have that it happened, how it happened, when it happened, what happened before it, because the other piece of it is it covers you, it covers the organization. It's just a good practice. But with this situation, I had the meeting with them together, allowed them both to share their concerns to each other. And then I did kind of what Ms. Shereen said. Okay, so we're gonna clear the air. Is the air clear? You all tell me, because I can't tell you if the air is clear, because it is not my situation. I don't have an issue with you, I don't have an issue with you. Only they can tell me whether the air has been cleared. So I asked, has the air been cleared? Then, if the air has been cleared, where do we go from here? So I encourage them to come up with where we're gonna go from here. From my experience, the typical professional will say this. God, this is like deja vu. I'm gonna do my job.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
I'm gonna be a professional and I'm gonna do my job.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's obvious. That's the obvious expectation. Ain't nobody laid that to the side. Of course, that's the bare minimum.
Right.
And so I often use this term that when it comes to working, there is this ability versus willingness. And I address ability versus willingness with employees a lot. So to me, your ability is what you can actually do and will do to get the job done. Your willingness is the quality in which you do it. And I hold my employees accountable for both. Not just to do the job, but the willingness that they take on and the caliber in which they perform. Now, I encourage spirits of excellence throughout my organization. We want to operate at our fullest capacity, the best we know how. Now, with these two individuals, they've said, we're fine, this or that, but if something comes back up to me that demonstrates, because as you all have said, people watch, right? And honestly, the workforce streets is really what watches. And they will tell you if it worked or it didn't. They're like, well, we had a meeting the other day and they ain't even speak to each other. People watch that all the time. And more than them just watching it, it then influences the space, the climate and culture.
And if you're not careful, people start taking sides and
They
then
do.
it becomes divisive. And,
They do.
Yeah,
So you do have to have two individuals that equally desire for it to not negatively impact the workforce.
Right.
But as the leader, you have to ensure that they're seeing themselves, the role that they play and how it's influencing the workforce, and holding them accountable.
So then you will bring them back to the table saying that I gave you all an opportunity to work this out between you two, but this is negatively impacting our workplace.
It is,
So no, I have accepted.
absolutely.
And
And so
so
what
all
is,
the time.
Yeah.
yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, absolutely. And me addressing it from this point, just as an example, is now I'm gonna end up making it a performance issue. So you about to get this good old written reprimand.
Okay.
Because at this point in time, because that's the other thing, so often as supervisors, we think that we can only look at performance based on the job just being done. But that is not true. You can look at performance about the job being done and the caliber and quality of the work that's being done.
I think too, that's why in ours, I know you've seen ours because you've helped, you and others have helped give guidance to it, that it's not just in our, if you guys remember our performance evaluations, it doesn't just talk about, did you meet the grant deliverables, did you hit your numbers, did you know, but it also talks about more kind of collegial things, your willingness, your openness to, work, kind of play well with others, so to speak, because there's also that piece. I think the challenge sometimes is that in situations like Charles's scenario, sometimes both people want to know how the conversation was with the other, and I'm always in the position where I'm like, I can't tell you.
You can't share that.
If you're coming to me and you're upset at someone, and I'll say, okay, well, I always say, do you want to walk it through? Do you encourage you to talk to them? I can't always get back and be like,
You cannot.
hey, I followed up with so-and-so about what you were upset about.
And this is what happened. This is what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't do that. Because you
No.
can't break confidentiality.
No, we can't
And
always
it
say,
breaks
but I
the
get what
trust
people
that they
know.
have with, that they have with Ray.
Yeah, and I get it, it's natural
I do
curiosity,
too.
and it's natural, like, when
I
I'm
do.
upset at someone, I wanna know, like, did somebody talk to them about that, or did that get taken care of, or whatever. I mean, some of it, I think, is just our natural curiosity around that.
I would agree. I would agree.
But realizing, like, I can speak to someone to say, I need to make you aware of this, or your behavior that comes across, or whatever, and, and everybody's gonna be at a different degree of to how fast they make those changes, or their willingness, and some of them, don't always see that there's even an issue,
Yeah.
right? Like, well, it's not me,
Yeah.
but really it is you.
Yeah, and I think we're a small organization, but we have lots of partners.
You do.
So, I can be professional with them, and even with the colleagues, but I don't have to be friends with them.
Absolutely.
And I can treat them with respect and kindness, but they're not my soft, cushy pillow. Right?
Yes.
And so I think that, so it's kind of nice after you have this little partners and you're all, to have the safe place to like vent
Yeah.
about like, I cannot stand that partner. Well, they will never know that.
Right.
You know?
Because you're a professional and when you have to have those moments of interacting with them,
Right.
you do what you have to do to get the most out of it.
Get the most out of it.
I completely understand.
Something Reagan said made me think of something,
Okay.
just like slightly different. So someone goes to Reagan and they say, I don't like the way that Charles talks to people, he snaps at them. And in that moment they say, can you meet with us, right? So Reagan pulls me into a meeting. And she's like, all right, so this is the situation. Not to say that she's ever done this, but this is just a situation.
Breaking like this.
I feel like I'm caught up. It's almost like I feel like
You
I'm
would be caught off guard.
being,
Yes.
what do you call it,
Triangle.
Yeah. Yeah, so like, I'm just thinking through this, because a situation like this could happen, right? So, would I tell that person, let's schedule a time so that I can inform Charles about the meeting? Or should I talk to Charles first about
I
it?
feel like I would say, I need you to know I'm gonna share with Charles
Yeah.
that
Absolutely.
you would like for us to
That you
meet
have this
about X, Y, Z.
Absolutely.
Because nobody wants to, you're just gonna get so defensive and caught off guard, and you're like, what?
Absolutely.
Versus, and then if someone were to say to me, well, no, I don't want you, then we're not gonna have that
Then we're not gonna
conversation.
take it anywhere.
We're not
because-
taking it anywhere,
Right.
because
Yes.
I'm not gonna set somebody else up.
Yeah.
Even if they're in the wrong,
Yeah.
I'm still not gonna set them up to have to come in totally caught off guard.
Right.
But would you, okay, so they say, no, I don't want to meet with Charles about this. But wouldn't you go to Charles and say, hey, it's been brought to my attention that you can be snappy, because you would have asked the person, can you give me an example? I know you.
Yeah, I do. I don't go in just general, like, you gotta give me an example.
Give me an example, right?
Right,
Yeah.
I understand that.
And so, would you at least make him aware, because it might be one of his Johari windows,
Right.
you know,
I think it depends if it's something that is consistent behavior I see with everyone, or if it's more, Charles is only snappy with this one person. And then I'm having that conversation one-on-one and encouraging them to have the conversation with Charles still versus, I feel like it's very tricky if I were to go to Charles and be like, hey, you need to know other people think you're snappy around
It
here.
is.
You know what I mean?
It is. And then it's also that piece of, is it just this one individual's perception
Right.
of Charles?
Yes.
Because if it's just this one individual's
Right.
perception or perspective of Charles, it could be something else there with
Yes.
that also.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Versus it being something that's been brought to your attention
Yes.
from other
Yes.
individuals in the organization. That would also determine,
Yeah.
I would say, as a leader, the lens or the angle you would choose to address the matter with, if that makes sense. And one thing is for certain, I would definitely never encourage any of you all to allow someone come to you and they say, well, such and such happens and I want to meet with them, and then you schedule a meeting and you don't let the third
Right.
person know.
Right.
That is you setting yourself up and the meeting up for disaster.
Yes.
You have to respect
Yeah.
people.
It is, it's triangulated.
It is, it is. And, it goes back to that whole thing, the golden rule. Would you want to go into a
Right.
meeting where two
No.
people knew the meeting was happening, but you didn't?
Thank you.
I would never want to go into a meeting. Now, have I before had to go to a meeting? Absolutely I have. But once again, I wasn't the person calling the meeting, right? I was the person in the other seat that's like, yeah, you better go to this meeting.
it's like Maria said, I can imagine, well, I can just speak for myself. If that happened, I would be like totally defensive, like this, like not sure what this is,
Right.
you know, and then, I'm probably not, I'm just gonna be defensive right away.
And you may shut down.
Yeah.
From my
Yeah.
experience, when people get uncomfortable, feel unsafe, they shut down. And you don't, it's not a worthwhile moment for any participants in the moment, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because you're not getting them at their best, and they have now shut down, so they're not even hearing what you're saying, because they're in their head and they've now shut down, and 9 times out of 10 they're having thoughts like, I can't believe this.
I think one of the things I will say sometimes to staff is, if they say, no, I'll go talk to them, I will say to them, I'm gonna hold you to that. And
That's
I'm
good.
gonna check in with
That's
you to see
good.
how it went.
That's good.
Because
That's
I
good.
know it's hard.
It is.
And so
It
I'm
is.
gonna check in. I'm gonna hold you to have a conversation if you need me, or let me know how that goes. I feel like it's some of the same skills we do with our kids when they have conflict, like, let me know how that goes, or I'm here if you wanna come back and talk about it.
I
And
think
then
you
can
giving them
remember.
that space that they can, you're giving them the autonomy to do it, but you're also giving them the tools that they need to retrieve and say, hey, you can have a coaching moment with me also if you need it. And sometimes what I have done is if people come to me and they're gonna have a, do this kind of regularly, and they're gonna have a moment with a colleague that they're gonna have a conversation with, we'll do a coaching moment. I'll say, okay, do you wanna do a coaching moment? And they'll say, yeah. And so I'll say, so tell me what you're thinking about sharing. How do you plan on starting and sharing and things like that? I have one of my senior managers really takes advantage of my ability to do that. And so it's like, well, I was thinking about starting with this and then going from here and this or that. And I think those moments are helpful. The other piece that I always tell them is with planning is it's a real dance. You want to plan, but you don't want to sound scripted.
Right.
Okay? Which means you can make a plan. Okay, so we're going to start with this. These are just a couple of jots. But you don't want to be like, so on Friday, October the 25th, at approximately 11:30 a.m., blah, 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 blah. You see, because some people, when you use the words speak from facts, that's what facts look like to them. And not saying it's not factual information, but it's also, you understand how you present it, because if you script it, then people think it's not a genuine moment.
Yeah, what you wanna say, that's what they would think.
I know what you wanna say, but if I see you reading, you really thought about what you wanna say, huh? But I know you wanna have facts, but they don't, but if you do like you said, just refer to it, they won't know that, I'm writing facts, but I don't want them to think that I just sat there and plotted everything.
And I wrote everything I was gonna say to you during this conversation.
I think as leaders too, it makes me think like it's important to say, I thought about this because we had to have a conversation this week, that I will sometimes say, so my expectation is that next time when this happens, you will do X, Y, Z. And like Shereen and I were giving some coaching someone this week and did that and said, okay, our expectation is if that happens again, this is what.
This is how you're gonna
Yeah,
handle
but
it.
coming from a place of really trying to empower them, not make it like, this is what you're gonna do, but more like, I want you to feel empowered that the next time this happens, you can say to that person, X, Y, Z, if it's that kind of situation.
You have the tools that you need also to be able to handle it.
Yeah, right,
Right, to be able to
right.
say, you have the tools that you need to be able to handle it.
And even saying, if you don't have the tools, you can role play with
Yeah,
us. We
yeah.
said that too.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely, absolutely.
Chenequa,
Yes.
I promise you this is the last.
No, I love it. I love it, Charles.
Right, all right. So
I hope it's helpful.
It is a none of the distinction, so if it is that this person is having an issue with one person, that's one thing. I can coach you through that, how you can have that conversation. If it is an organizational thing, then I would have a conversation with that person, that this is coming up, and this is how it's impacting. Yeah.
You may not realize.
You might not realize.
You may not realize it.
So here's something,
Mhm.
because we're talking sometimes you can't prove things.
Right.
Sometimes you have people who are very, what's the word, deceptive in how they stir the pot. And you can't really put your finger on it because it's nothing you can prove that this is what they're doing. But they'll say, so to one person I'll go, Charles don't believe it. You know, he don't believe it. And then to another person, they'll say, well, you know, I know how to do this, you don't really listen to them, whatever. And they'll just stir the pot like that. And so like they start creating separation between the leader and the team. And they start drawing attention to themselves, but they really want to do it. You know what I mean? But you can't really prove it though. So, but you know that it's them, right? You know they're the ones stirring the pot. Because it's like, it's too much, like when you have conversations with people and it seems like you still can't get on the same page, it's like, somebody's not being honest about something here. Like someone's not telling the truth. Because we shouldn't have this much.
This still shouldn't be an issue.
Right.
This still shouldn't.
But people come to the table like, oh yeah, absolutely. And they come off like that, but then they go back out and it's still the same.
And they're still in their silos, or it's still the same issue.
So like, again, because you can't accuse people of stuff. Right.
No, you can't, and that would be the worst thing to do.
Yeah, like you can't accuse them. Well, this is what I think you're doing. Well, that's your feelings, right? And we can't talk about feelings, right? What? I don't know if you've had a situation like that, or like how would you approach that?
I've had a similar situation, and from my experience, it can sometimes get to a point where other employees will come to leadership, like it's on the other person. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like the other people that's engaging with them. Because if you are starting to feel like something is off, and it's kind of like holding us from progressing, other people most of the time see it too. Now, just this week, someone is like, well, I ain't a snitch. And I was like, we're at work. What is going on here? I was like, not a snitch. I was like, we're at work. We're professionals, you know? I'm like, that's a sidebar. But it just kind of caught me off guard. But the concept was still in my workplace with professionals. That they weren't going to come to me when there was something going on that looks like a person is not being positive and encouraging a group, teamwork, collective, collaborative climate and culture, which I encourage us to have within the organization I'm responsible for. And it kind of sounds a little bit like what you're saying. You have a person that they're not as collaborative as everyone else. It's like we can meet, we can come up with a plan, we're gonna say we're gonna do this, this, and that, and then when we go back to our spaces, it's like, well, yeah, but I'm still doing mine this way. I'm not gonna do what we addressed and we said that we were gonna do. Because I don't necessarily agree with that. Most of the time, from my experience, there are other employees or people that see it also. Sometimes they may come to leadership, sometimes they may not. It is hard. It can be challenging to address those things with employees that are just not dead right factual stuff. Like, you didn't clock in at this time, because Chrono shows you didn't clock in. That is factual, right? That's factual. You were supposed to have this report to me by this time. You didn't have it in. I don't have no email, I have no report. Guess what? That's factual. But what we have right here with this person is morale. It's morale, right? It's morale, and it's also, going back to my little thing, ability versus willingness. It's the willingness that this person is having or not having to function and operate as we're saying we want the climate and culture to be here. A good tool to use with that, and I don't know if you guys have one or not, is having behaviors and values for your organization. That is a tool I use in developing it into a tool. Now I can share mine with you. So what I mean by that is this. If someone came with me with that, somebody did come with me with a situation similar to that, I pulled out the department's behavior and value tool. What that tool does is this. First and foremost, I took the tool and it was developed collectively from the members of the workforce. So we came up with behaviors that we want to see in our workspace, and we also came up with behaviors that we don't want to see in our workspace. Okay? The behaviors that we don't think would help our workspace be healthy or productive. So it shows you what you should do,
What?
and it shows you what you should not do. And that tool can be utilized, and I would imagine if you utilize that tool, it probably has some very specific things on there about being a team player. Let me just say some of the things.
Kind of like our guiding principles. If you guys think in the policy, you know how we have agency guiding principles, and then for example, interdependence is one, the idea of how we work together.
Right.
Yeah, harmony is another one.
Yes. And so the only thing that I would add to that is if you develop a tool and it says, these are our guiding principles, these are the things we want to see, but you also need to identify the things you don't want to see.
And it's like our 21st century, we have those expectations.
And so what happens is, with an employee like you're talking about, Charles, to me a tool like that would be useful because they're probably going to be demonstrating some of the behaviors on the side that you don't want to see. That's not conducive for the organization. Like on ours, it talks about teamwork, being a team player, giving credit to people when credit is due, like not taking credit when it ain't yours. Like it's all kind of stuff like that. Ours comes from the values of the city. So ours is attached to, it's broken down to like integrity, respect, and then we have the behaviors on this side and the values on this side. And we have what we want to see versus what we don't want to see. Because I think what happens is we talk about what we do want to see so much that when sometimes we're in the workspace and we see something and we're like, well, we didn't tell them what we don't want to see. It's like working with children. You can't just tell them what you want to see. You got to also say, hey, we don't want to see this. So it may be beneficial adding like a component to it where it's like remembering these are not conducive for the healthy work environment that we want to have either. So I would use a tool like that with a person like that.
And just to be mindful that the brain doesn't hear no.
Yes, this is true.
So to be, no running, the kids hear running.
Exactly.
I mean,
yes.
And that's just, that's some theory there. I don't know where, I can't cite it, but I know that there is theory with it.
So ours doesn't have like no in front of anything.
Right.
It's more so like, we'll be a team player. It's, what's some of the things that,
So like on the side of what stuff we don't want to see, combativeness.
yes.
It doesn't have to be no combativeness.
Right.
It's just combativeness. It can be just the verb. Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
I have found that to be very helpful recently with dealing with interpersonal challenges in the workspace. Because the other piece of it is we don't just give it to them. It's a living, breathing document, right? And so people get it. People see it several times. We go through it during supervision. We have, I can't speak on here, like one of the requirements for my team members with my other role is that everybody has supervision a minimum of 1 time a month with their direct supervisor. Those some of my team members that do direct service, like home visitors, get supervision every week from their supervisors. And so we pull it out during there. When we're having some personnel things, I pull it out and I'm like, okay, let's look at our behaviors and values of what we said. We committed as a team that this is what we were going to use when we're servicing the customers, our internal and external customers. So that may be a place to grow.
That could be helpful.
It may be. So I can send that to you. I'll share it with you. Anybody got anything else? This is good. No, and Charles, don't you get quiet? I like it. I like it.
Like we're talking a lot.
No, I like Charles.
You're fine.
You are. Be positive. Try to be approachable. That's also a little subjective because some people think they're positive and they think they're approachable, and it's like,
No, you're not.
you are not. But that, you guys, I can't necessarily give you an answer for that because that comes with people's self-awareness. You know what I mean? Because you also have people that just feel like you said, Reagan, that, well, I am who I am kind of thing, and it's like,
Right.
well, if you want to call yourself that, like, you know what I mean, but is that good enough for you? I guess that's the thing that I often think of. Is that good enough for you? And maybe it is. I don't know.
This is just the way I am.
From my experience, sometimes when people use that, sometimes I feel like they use it as an excuse to not have to be held accountable for some of the things that may not be positive.
Right, and you can also say, well, you got a code switch.
Yes.
That's what we use a lot.
Absolutely.
You know,
Absolutely.
yeah, that might be how you are in your
Absolutely.
personal life, but in this role, this is what we expect.
This is what we use.
Just like you said, what do you mean snitch? Yeah, okay, you might not want to snitch there, but in here, it's, you see something, you say something. You know, because this is a
This is a
professional.
completely different environment.
Right, so, you know.
But this also goes back to what we've been talking about for the last 2 days, that personal and professional, those lines, how they blend so much. And I'm sure the individual didn't mean any harm when they said it to me, but did it not catch me off guard? Yeah. I was like, what you talking about? This is a space that, no, you need to tell me what's going on, kind of thing. And try to preserve the relationship if you can. You know, try to preserve the relationship. A person with a high emotional intelligence would try to preserve the relationship and be mindful and try to limit damaging the relationship. Now with work, it may take some time. Well, even with personal, it might take some time. I know that I've had to have some of these moments with employees before, and you know they avoid me for 3 weeks. It's okay. Give them their space. As long as the work is getting done. Hold on, I said it's okay. As long as the job is getting done, and I've had employees, you know, from having to have this conversation, they avoid me. They're coming to work, but they're not talking to me.
I had an America once when I had a dress up and her just said, I'm not gonna talk to you the rest of the week. I said, that's fine. So I'm just showing up doing your work. I'm okay with that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you never know what it is that people are experiencing, that it's not even about this conversation.
Right.
It's about stuff outside of you. Okay, so I know that lunch is here. Do you want to take a moment for everybody to get lunch and then we'll keep going?
Yeah.
All right, so let's get some lunch.
Now we're just like, oh my gosh, the time feels like it's going by really quick.
Yeah, I feel like it's going by so quick. So we're going to talk a little bit more about forensic conversations. You guys are going to get some practice. I have a couple scenarios. I'm going to ask y'all to do some courageous conversations through.
Because she's so fluffy.
I like being that person.
That's because I always do it have a conversation.
When she's off fluffy.
That's probably what it is. Because I like to be that person. When you're the one who always
train the staff,
Uh-huh.
they always like to be kids. Because they always have to discipline the kids, right? So we get to let them be the kids.
That's understandable. It is.
Yeah, close.
Do you guys have any programming today? On Friday?
She's still kind of shy.
I was gonna say probably not. I would like to.
No, we need.
Y'all need a day. Yeah. I was gonna say, do you guys have anything for this weekend as the agency? I know you guys go to stuff in the community. Do y'all have?
I don't have anything with the agencies.
Yeah.
I had it with my mom and dad.
Okay. It's one of those things where I know that there's, weekends that we just have to be out in the community and things like that. But it is one of those things, as much as I know we have to do it, it's also times that I really don't like having to take it away from people's schedules and lives because, you know what I mean, they've been at work all week.
And most Saturdays, well, at least I tried twice, I volunteer at the animal shelter.
Oh, do you?
Yes.
Okay. Well, when you said the thing, you said that you're a cat.
Yeah,
Did you say
the
you
little
love
seat.
cats? Do they still have the place here in Hampton that used to be the place where they used to have?
Cat corner?
Yeah, is Cat Corner still here?
Yes,
In the same place?
in the same place, in the house garage.
I've not been there in years.
It's animal reason stuff.
I believe that. Okay. I was wondering if it was still here. Clearly.
Yeah, I was gonna volunteer there, but it was just too much.
I volunteered there for a little bit of time. I feel like when I was in graduate school for a little bit of time, like, you know how you have those courses that you have to have, like, just 30 hours or something like that, and so I did volunteer there. The lady that was running it was nice, but it was a lot, because it was also a really small space.
It's very small, and we have a lot of cats.
Right.
Yeah. They didn't have, like, they didn't clean their litter boxes as well,
Yeah.
and we had pee, it's hard to get.
Yeah. I just remember it like it was yesterday. So, okay, well, I have probably driven past it, because I feel like it's right down.
Yeah, it's right down there.
It is right down here.
Went to the window was in the copy of the shoes.
So, okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and jump in. So we'll go ahead, please enjoy your lunch. We'll go ahead and do the working lunch so that we're making the most out of everyone's time. And so we'll keep going and dive into a little further with courageous conversation. So before you start your courageous conversation, these are just a couple things you might want to take into consideration. Prepare yourself mentally. I think I mentioned to you all before, deal with your own emotions about having to have the conversation. Set the stage. So how do you set the stage? You're going to set it by creating a safe space, a respectable space. Remember, a safe and respectable space doesn't mean that you're going to agree with everything the other person says. It's just you're setting a space that's safe, it's respectful for the conversation to happen. It is not uncommon for a lot of people when we're having courageous conversations to utilize the I statement, to express their perspective. The other piece that I would just kind of like to zero in on when using the I statements, that I think there's a piece of the I statements from my experience that sometimes gets lost.
I've been upset with you.
Right.
I felt like you're an idiot.
I feel like, right. I feel upset. I know you. I mean, like, okay, well, yes, now that, you used an I statement, but it may not have been the best way, right?
Those fighting words right here.
So that piece, and the other piece that I often try to utilize when using I statements is not just the I feel this way when blah, blah, blah. I also think you need to add the component of what you would like. And I think what happens from my experience is people pour so much into I think, what I think, and what happened, and then they leave hanging, sitting over here, the what they need piece. And so you need to know what the other person needs, and remembering, just because they say that this is what they need, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be able to give it, but at least you know what they need. And so that's a piece that I feel as though sometimes gets left out. The other piece of it is sometimes I'm not certain that individuals even know exactly what they need. Does that make sense? Is that odd?
Totally.
I think sometimes, depending on the headspace that individuals may be in, I'm not certain that they really know what they need. And so even if you ask someone while having this conversation, what do they need? Once you get to that point of asking them what they need, and if they say they don't know, don't be surprised.
Yeah, that's true.
Because they really may not know. They probably have only taken it to the step where I just need to get this off my chest from whatever happened. Practice empathy. Listen actively. A major skill when you're trying to navigate courageous conversation. Focus on what the person is saying, not your response. Not your response. And that happens too. Because we listen to what? We listen to respond, not listen to hear. And do know, I do this better at work than I do in personal. You too, Ray? Okay, yeah. But what I've also learned is if I can do it the way I do it at work, then I could technically do it what? Personally, at home. So it's that whole thing of, well, why don't you? Right? Who knows? It could be something whether from, well, they're gonna accept me anyway. I don't know. You know. But that is something that I have to consistently and readily try to work on. Right? That, you know, listening to hear people, not listening to respond. Have you guys, I don't know if you all have seen on Instagram, it's this image. I said I was gonna put it in here and I didn't. I might send it to Reagan. It's this image I saw on Instagram like a couple months ago. And it was like an image and it had a picture of, it had two things in a picture. It was kind of animated. It had a picture of one of the old school like red bricks, right, that had holes in it. Mm-hmm. And then it was a picture of a sponge. Mm-hmm. And then, and you guys probably know where I'm headed with this, right?
No.
And then Sheree said no. I think Charles knows where I'm headed with this. And it had water underneath it, right? And so the sponge was what? Soaking up the communication that was happening.
Be a sponge, not a brick.
Be a sponge, not a brick. The brick had holes in it, and the water was just, it was just flowing through, and it wasn't catching, it wasn't staying, none of that. And so I found that one image to be so impactful for me that I printed it out. It's in every conference room at the building.
Because it looks like sometimes you're talking to a brick wall, right?
Mm-hmm. It does.
I thought we talked to a brick wall.
It does. So I printed it out. Well, I didn't print it out. I asked one of my team members to print it out. I sent it, put a little thing over top of it, and said, hey, before we start every meeting, let's remember, we're here for this. Sometimes people need visuals to just as a reminder to say, hey, we're in this space. We're going to be a sponge, not a brick, when it comes to the communication piece. Because it's easy to be a brick for some people. It's harder for them to be sponges. Once you hit a certain place in life, I think sometimes it's harder to be a sponge. Stay focused on the goal. Don't allow emotions to take over. Take a break if you need to. You can put a pin in a courageous conversation. If it starts getting, the person is emotional and you're not able to bring it back, you can put a pin in it. But the big piece is, you putting a pin in it doesn't mean it doesn't ever completely get done. You have to always make sure that you're going to go back to it and finish it up. You can't say, well, we're pinning it here, woo, got that over with. I don't have to deal with that anymore. Oh, yeah, no, not really. You do have to go back and wrap it up. And then follow up once the conversation has been had. That's the other piece. Once you have had a courageous conversation, just because you had it, most of the time people don't do a follow-up. Because it was such heavy lifting to have it in the first place. So who in their right mind technically would want to go back, right, into the space and do a follow-up? But it is most appropriate to do a follow-up. To make sure that expectations are still clear and that everybody is still in the best space that they can be in since the conversation happened. Okay? So, courageous conversation scenarios. Okay, so I have 3 little scenarios here. Now you can take and do with them whatever you want. I just have given a little tip of it. Okay, so scenario 1. As you have a colleague, you witness an employee raise their voice and they're disrespectful to their colleague during a conversation. Based on their difference of opinions and the conversation turns heated. If you witness it as a colleague, what do? Do you act like you didn't see it? Do you just take it to the leader and be like, I ain't dealing with that? Because I know her personality. I mean, I don't know. Or do you say, you know what? We have a culture here where we try to deal with things at the lowest level as we can. I'm gonna try to have a courageous conversation with the person. I don't know. Second scenario, you hear a customer of alternatives missharing information. So they're one of your customers. It could be one of your kids, it could be a parent, it could whatever. And you hear them missharing information about the organization. As an employee of the organization, what do you do? Do you address the customer right then? And if you do, how do you address them? Or do you once again say, I ain't dealing with that. Ray again. I heard such and such from it. You might want to talk to this parent. I just told them, here go the executive director's phone number. Why do I know this? Because I've experienced it. Right? And then 3, from a leadership perspective. As an employee, you have recently received some additional roles and duties from leadership.
Reagan's giving us more work.
However, at this time, you feel extremely overextended, and this change could not have come at the worst time.
Are we picking one, or you want us, we're gonna talk through all 3?
What do you all think? Do you want to just pick one, like each table pick one and say how you would do it? Or do you want to talk through all 3?
I'd rather talk to it.
Okay, you want to talk through all 3? Okay, let's start with number 1. So, you witness an employee, raise their voice and be disrespectful to one of your colleagues because they have a difference of opinion about something. It could be whatever, programming related, you know, the interpretation of programming, what it should be, and it turns a little heated. What do we do if we witness it?
I don't think you should be able to talk.
Reagan should be able to.
Because she's the executive director, so what would she do? She would do something different, I think, than what we would do, don't you think?
Probably.
I mean, when you look at me, Andrews, you're gonna do something different than.
Absolutely.
Right. You know, so I think.
I don't know if it's gonna be that different. Like, what do you mean by different?
It's gonna be different.
It's gonna be different.
It should be different.
You mean like how it's, so do you mean how you approach it or like what they're going to do?
How you approach it.
Cause we would approach it differently than she would.
Yes.
When it gets to that level,
We're about to get heated right now, let's see.
We're just doing the scenario.
when it gets to this level, yeah.
So this is the thing.
Cause if she never get to that level.
No, so I'm not talking about escalating it to her. I'm just
Yeah.
saying like if Reagan had to deal with us,
Yeah.
she would deal with it the way that we would have to deal with our recruiters and, you know what I mean?
I see what you're saying.
But
Right, but this is a.
Let's say what
I-
you have to say, since that you say you want to answer to all of 3. It's not gonna say anything.
Well, tell us the answer, Charles.
Hot
So,
dog.
remembering this, okay, I'm gonna go back. So we're talking about the colleague hitting situation. Remembering this, you're gonna stay calm. Some of the steps that we talked about that you would do to have it. Remember that, okay? So you're gonna stay calm, you're gonna set the stage, you're gonna be, so how would you address it? Starting with, from the beginning, it's a colleague. Now, it may vary also, let's be completely transparent. It may vary depending on what? The relationship you have with that colleague.
Yeah.
Cause it's certain colleagues that you would be like, oh yeah, I'll go talk to Miss Evelyn. What happened? You know, are you okay? Da-da-da-da-da, you know. It seemed, I just wanna check in. It seemed like you might have got you may be okay with that, but what if it's that colleague that your rapport and relationship is not like you and Miss Evelyn? So how do we address it?
I think, so, because I was thinking about something different, like I was in a meeting and I seen 2 people. But you mean like I witnessed from a distance? Okay.
Like me and Hattie going at it.
Right.
I would probably, so this is what I would do. I would go to the person and I would ask if they're okay, how you doing? I would listen. After I feel like they have been able to express like where they are, then I would approach it like, thanks for sharing that with me, but I just have to remind you that we
you were talking about those behaviors that you were talking about before, that, you know, that, we do have, I want to remind you of the principles and behaviors that we have here at the organization, that, you know, we have to hold all of ourselves to have like a conducive environment, where it's not hostile, okay? I want that for you, I want that for them, I want that for everyone here. So, I understand we can, you know, we're people, and we may not always agree, but there is, we have to agree how we're going to behave in this space while we're here. Something like that.
I like that. What do you guys
It'll be
think?
more polished, but.
What do you guys think about his answer of how he would do it?
I would, but again, it depends which type of college, like the interns, I don't know them, I almost don't know their faces, so it's very.
She's like, I don't really know who they are.
No, I mean, those two girls, I know them, but that's it.
But that's
I
it,
don't
you know who they are, but you don't know.
their personality, I
Right.
don't know anything about them. So it does depend on the person, but definitely I would say, I would try to calm down the fire somehow. Hey guys, let's try to talk it quietly, but I would not judge, I would not give suggestions at that point until it develops, either it comes down and they figure out between themselves, or it escalates, and at that point, I would go to my supervisor.
Then you would go to your
because
supervisor.
I would not take the person, in this circumstance.
In this circumstance.
Yeah.
I understand that perspective too. Let me highlight points for both. I like how you both said that you would at least you acknowledge that something happened and transpired. And I also really like how you said, Charles, I would pull in, some of the things talking about the behaviors and the values, our principles of what we've committed to for the workspace. That's really good. You also talked about how you say, are you okay? And this moment may happen after it have happens, right? So hopefully the situation has de-escalated some. Hopefully they're not in mid whatever, but they could be, because the other reason why I put this kind of scenario up here is, what if Reagan ain't here? What if Reagan is in the car? I be like, Reagan live in the car. She don't live in the car for real. But when I talk to Reagan, a lot of times she's in the car. She is in the car. And so what if it's one of those spaces and situation where Reagan is not even here?
Oh, so it's like if it's a colleague?
Yeah.
I probably would do it different then. Because I was thinking of it being like somebody that I was a supervisor of. Like,
No, it's your colleague.
It's me and Patty at it.
It's your colleague.
So, for me.
But you did good from the
I
supervisor.
wonder if I probably do it differently. Let me think about it. Wait.
Can I go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Think about it.
So, for me,
Uh-huh.
because I know this staff, I would let them have heated moments.
You would let them have the moment.
Have the moment, because just with this little staff,
Mm-hmm.
with the people I know,
Mm-hmm.
because they're having a moment and they might need to get something off their chest.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I mean, if they started fist fighting stuff, that would be totally different. Because I don't see that happening
Right.
with this staff. But sometimes voices can get raised and they're just talking things through. But then, because really they're having the moment, they're not asking for me to be part of that moment.
Right. This is true.
So I would let that happen, but I would be very nosy. Watching to make sure that nothing happens.
Watching to make sure
Yeah.
that nothing happens.
But then, probably by the end, you'll hear them come to a resolution.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just talking about, like I said, here.
The team members you have here, you
Right,
feel like they
that's-
would eventually have their
I
kind of
really
little
do.
explosive moment, but then by the time this happens, toward the end, they will have worked their way through.
Right. And then I would call Reagan and say, this happened, but they worked it through.
I was gonna say, would you call it tell Reagan?
I would, because I call and tell Reagan everything.
Right.
I do. You see something, say something. That's my motto.
She doesn't believe in no snitching.
I know. I believe in being, because the last thing that Reagan would ever want is if someone was to call her, let's say, why that's happening.
Yeah.
Post office walked in and they called, I need to talk to the executive director. And then she's like, who was in the office?
Why didn't anyone say anything?
And they didn't say anything?
Now, I will
Guarantee
tell you that-
Shireen, if she's there, she's gonna be the one.
She's gonna be- she said it's true.
Yeah.
You know, it's so, go ahead, Miss Evelyn.
Yeah, if they're having a heated conversation, though, well, if you're gonna let them have it out, you gotta make sure they go somewhere that somebody that's walking in won't hear it.
Right.
Because the first thing, they're gonna say, what is going on?
What is
Right.
going on?
And but you're still gonna have to tell them, listen, guys, I understand you gotta, if they have a heated conversation, if they wanna talk it out, you still gotta bring your voices down, but take them
Absolutely.
somewhere so
Absolutely.
nobody else can hear it.
Because this is still a place of business,
It's a
right?
yes, you gotta go somewhere, nobody can hear you, but you gotta bring your voices down.
Because even though they're at a place in a state where they wanna be able to get out what they wanna get out, we have to remember, we are professionals, this is the workplace. You can't just use what skills, you can't just use it and do it the way you would do it out in the street. Well, you should not. You should not do it that way, right? And so you have to have, we've talked about this yesterday and today, self-control. We have to encourage people, yes, you can have your moment and your opportunity to operate in your transparency, but you are not allowed to lose self-control in this space. Because what happens is this. What if, because I'm kind of like Shereen, I'm like, well, maybe they would be able to talk it out and it wouldn't go too far. But then I had an incident one time and it went too far. And I'm like, oh goodness. Because you don't, because technically, this is the thing. As much as we feel we know our colleagues, you don't know what everyone would do at every waking moment to a response.
That's why I don't go on roses.
Is that why you don't? Because you just don't know.
Well, because there was an incident one time when I had a mirror for, and the police got called, and I had to call Kathy and say, the police are coming, and you need to come up here.
What did you say?
And that was somebody who worked, like, a mirror who worked for alternatives. Yeah.
And so that's one of the reasons why I put this up here, because as much as we might think and feel like we know our colleagues and our team members, you don't know every component of everything that's happening to them outside these doors, which we already know can influence once they come in these doors. And sometimes people, I don't want to say will act out of character, but they can be pushed to a point where they do something in a space that they normally wouldn't do in that space. That wouldn't normally be the behavior you see demonstrated.
Well, actually, Charles, you, it happened. It happened to me, and you took me outside.
I know, so like now I know what I would do. So like, yeah, so I mean, so what I would do is I would take less of an authoritative approach, and I'm just gonna make it kind of like light of it, once I know that they're okay.
That they're okay.
And I'll look at them and I'll just so like, well, you know, you can't be talking to people like that. You can't do that. I know. Yeah, because I don't want you to get in trouble, and I don't, you know. So,
And that's fine.
I would address it, but I wouldn't be like, these are rules, and you gotta.
I got you.
Yeah.
Because you would lean into the relationship that you have
Yeah.
with the person, right? So that makes sense to me. That's why I threw it out there, because it's not really as easy as a scenario as you think,
Yeah.
I
right?
can see that so clearly.
Look, it's not as easy as a scenario as you would think, but it very well could be a scenario that arises. And Ms. Shereen just said, yeah, you did. It could happen in the workspace, right? You said, oh yeah.
I've been around this agency a long time, so, yeah, I mean, I can think of times where people really, this was a long time ago, would get really heated.
My mom stormed out once, and she was part of the executive. And she stormed out. She was like,
Because at
and
whatever
left.
that, she had what
She's
she had
I
taken
needed
what
my
she could.
time.
Absolutely.
And I was like, I was brand new.
Yeah, it comes with the territory. Okay. Anything else with a colleague? You be free.
You guys would know, she's going out with the deep end.
If you storm out like that, somebody get her.
Yeah, she's probably not coming back.
She's probably not coming back tomorrow.
I'll be going to Target.
Right, Reagan is the target.
If she can apply it.
Right, that's right. Sean said Reagan is the target.
Okay, so this is good processing for the colleague one. So what about the customer? Now this customer one is also important,
Yes.
because this very well could also happen.
I would stop the conversation.
I would say something. I would just say, excuse me.
Yeah, I would stop the conversation and say, let me tell you a little bit more. I wouldn't want to embarrass the person who
Right.
was giving the information.
Absolutely.
But I would definitely stop the conversation and give facts
Give factual information.
and never call right.
And then maybe even ask, you know, the other thing to potentially add would maybe be asking them where they might have gotten that information. Or
Oh,
where they
yeah,
got
I was
that
thinking that I was hearing like somebody from the outside telling them about alternatives. So that's how I read that scenario. So
Okay.
I would intervene.
Okay.
But if it was just, if I didn't know, I would definitely be like, who told you that?
Because I think what ends up happening sometimes, the reason why I put up the customer one,
Yeah.
because sometimes, depending on, I don't even know if it matters the role that employees play in the organization. Sometimes you have some employees get faced with something and they'll say, that is not my deal, I'm sending it to leadership. But what if leadership isn't there?
Right.
And so we have, I would say, a responsibility
Right.
to the organization that we have committed to and we're employed with, to say if we hear something that you know is blatantly not true, like it is just a blatant,
Right, or some of the facts are missing.
or some of the facts is missing, and you know that it's missing and you know the information, I don't think that it's okay that we just allow that to happen and no one speaks up. But some employees would let it happen and be like, well, out of my lane,
Yeah.
you got questions
Go
about
ask
it?
Reagan. Go talk, go give. shoot
Oh,
her an
you don't
email.
know her name is, he can pronounce it, and her email is, if you want to send her an email or if you want to call,
Yeah.
rather than stepping in as a team player to say, wait a minute. Right.
That don't sound right, excuse me now, I do work there, so can you tell me who told you? So we can find out
I ain't
what
no
really
snitch.
happened.
Y'all are not
Well,
going to.
but what is your name, young lady? Because you know what, I can, let me find out and I can get back with you. Because that don't sound right and that's not, that's not what we do.
Absolutely,
You
yeah.
have to tell them, because, you don't even work there, you just, it's hearsay.
Absolutely.
That's hearsay, so.
Well, I'm glad to hear that the team members in here would address this, and as you all should.
You should be offended if you hear something like
yeah.
that and
One would think.
like, why would you?
Especially, I mean, when you look at your commitment level that you all have had to the organization, you know what I mean? One would think people would be offended, but no, not everyone, not everyone. Okay, and so the last one. Now, this might look a little different in here, as, you know, you all shared with me yesterday that you guys have been utilizing, you know, kind of a collective, collaborative approach to addressing and, you know, roles and responsibilities here, and I'm for it. Like I said, I've utilized a collaborative leadership model, you know, for years. So we do have to do what we have to do. And sometimes, it has worked pretty positive for us. But what happens when you need to be given additional roles and responsibilities and you're just like, I don't know that I got it in me to give you right now?
I'd answer to that one because it happened to me.
Okay.
Not here.
Not here. Of course not, Ms. Palmer.
So, yeah, it actually happened. I ended up with a big role, additional to my other role. And I wasn't really 100% qualified for it because I didn't have the experience and I didn't have the knowledge, or at least in a certain way. But I took it as a challenge and as a positive to my career. And even though it did stress me out, you know, it was heavy, it was very heavy. It was basically taking human resources, which I know it is. So I dove into it and I was studying every night. I went on and on and on for months on my expense, on my dime, on my responsibility, but I came out successful. So, but I took it as a challenge, as a positive challenge.
As a positive
Yeah.
thing for you to be
Yeah.
exposed to
Yeah.
additional tools to your toolbox,
Exactly.
professional toolbox,
I
right?
took it as they dump it onto me because the person left and I was the next in line. Without training. But even though at that particular time I was crying at night, I was like, how am I going to do it? And I didn't have the guts of saying, I can't, I don't want to, it's too much. So with the help of my husband, he said to me, enroll yourself in the court. He hooked me up.
Wow. So you actually did it, additional courses
Oh,
and
yeah,
everything.
studying.
You really committed to that thing.
Yeah.
Wow. That's awesome that you were willing to take that to that degree. Right?
Yeah, but I was kind of honored in the end. So for me it was positive.
So for you, it was positive.
And I would say it would come again positive. After that experience, if that happens again, I would not stress too much and go the same route and try to achieve the goal.
And try to achieve the ultimate goal of the
Yeah.
organization.
Yes.
Good. So what about you guys that they would come and you're like, you wouldn't necessarily look at it from the view of Paola, which would be, right now, I just don't have it to give because of the other things. I'm certain that you all probably do feel comfortable enough with leadership here to speak up. But what would that look like? Because, you know, sometimes for some employees, it's really hard for them to sit in front of their leader and ask for things. It's not always easy for people. Like when it comes to, you know, asking for something to be removed, something to be given, or like asking for, like, what do you call it? Like salary inquiries. You know, we just kind of keep those things under wraps.
Or it could be something, you know, in our situation as a nonprofit, that like, in the middle of the fiscal year, we got a really big grant opportunity that, you know, is beneficial for the agency, and yet we're going, this is a great opportunity for the agency, financially it's helpful, but then how are we gonna, who do we have to even do the work?
Yes.
You know, that I think is like a scenario that could happen, you know, for us here.
Right. And then you guys just try to figure out where does it need to go and who, and you have to look at skill set, people's what skill set, their availability to be able to take additional things on.
Yeah, where's there room to move some hours around with people, or is there maybe a short-term project that's coming to an end, you know, that maybe like in another month, that project's wrapping up and it'll come off someone's plate. I don't know, I think there's just different scenarios, you know, where this could happen, where I am having to go to you guys to say, hey, we got this grant, you know, it's like we were the other day when I would say, can you come to office and bring your calendar? But that's, you know, but sometimes it's because it's a good opportunity for us.
Absolutely.
You know, it's gonna either open up some more doors
Or position us well.
yeah, or a new
More
funding stream
resources.
for us, or, you know, other opportunities. So, I mean, to me, this is definitely a realistic scenario where
Well, one, I put it in there because I thought it was realistic.
Yeah.
And then two, also to kind of show you all that sometimes courageous conversations don't happen, right? With it always being the leadership having to lead it for employees. Sometimes as employees, we have to step into our own and have a courageous conversation and try to lead it with leadership.
Or I think it makes me think, Chenequa, you saying that yesterday when you talked with us about that work-life, personal life kind of alignment, that there are times, I think, because we care about one another, where maybe some someone on staff was experiencing something personally and needed assistance in their work. And so we would shuffle to say, what can we take off their plate? Or so-and-so's not here right now. What are the things we need to cover? Which then, yeah, it may mean temporarily some of us have to take on a little more, but it's from a place that we care about this person who's got something happening, and so we're really, that's our way to be supportive and still get the work done. I don't know, does that make sense to people? But
Yeah, well, this is such a small group, and I think we're always willing to help out, regardless of what it is. Because I know Ray might ask me to do some stuff, and I just think of it as stretching me, because I stay in my little comfort zone, and if she didn't ask me to do it, I wouldn't do it. So like one thing was, I think it was a conference somewhere, and you said, well, why don't you do the conference? And I was like, oh, no. I don't want to do that. Stand in front of people like that and, and present and that kind of stuff. But I did it because, I saw it as a way of me getting out of my comfort zone and her stretching me.
And I'm sure you did also.
You did.
I'm sure you did also.
And just recently, like what Sheree was saying about the high school, I don't work with high school people either. And when she said, but they need some help there, and I said, where? I don't do high school.
She's like, wait a minute, I don't do this.
I know, but it was fine. It was, you do something, you do whatever you need to do to help the organization. So that's what,
Absolutely.
So that's how I look at it.
Absolutely.
Now, if it was a bigger organization, like if we had, thousands of people, it might be a little different. I might say, well, there's so-and-so here who's
What about
much
15
better than me.
70 people
they've
over
been
here.
doing it a lot longer, then I could do that. But with us, it's just a small group.
Small group.
So we help each other.
And I love that that's a part of the climate and culture here, that you guys are willing to help each other out. That makes a world of difference. And it's not something that just one of you do. You all have collectively decided that that's going to be how you all operate and function. When it comes to the stretching piece, it makes me think about something I often say to people. I'm going to stretch you, but I promise you I won't break you. I'm stretching you to grow you. I'm just stretching you to grow you, to strengthen you. But I'm certain that's Reagan's stance too, which is I'm just stretching you to expose you.
But I'll help you.
I'll
We
help
can
you.
practice
And
it.
we can practice,
Give you
we
what
can
you
do-
need.
Absolutely.
And, just figure it out.
Because the other piece of that is going back to, I think, something that Charles mentioned, which is sometimes, depending on your role, you see something in people that they don't yet see in themselves. And it can also be still very positive. Like there can be attributes that we see that you may not even see of yourself yet because of where we're positioned. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And-
I would hope at least, and I think the staff are good about this, in terms of being comfortable saying, oh, well, I really do feel like I have a lot on my plate, or overextended, or, yeah, but I need you to know this is also what I have happening, because I do think, yeah, sometimes I do have to go, as opportunities come up, and give people extra resources.
I feel like everyone, I don't feel like there's anyone here who wouldn't say that. Like if they really were overextended, if they can do it, they'll go. Okay. But if they were really overextended, and I mean beyond taking it on as a challenge to grow, it means like I just cannot.
I just don't have it in me to do.
They will say, Ray, I just cannot do it. Can anyone else do it?
Is there
And
anyone
then
else?
If there's no one else, they'll go. So is there another right answer? Maybe the way that we have to.
Yeah.
Maybe the way that we are thinking about doing it, we can like be flexible.
Right,
We just
maybe
say
it's
that.
not the only
Be a
way.
little bit more creative in how we do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, do we have room to adjust the time frame maybe
Yeah.
that it needs to get done? Or is this something where maybe we can find a contractor or, like you said, where might there be, can we go back to the funder and see whether we, those kind of things.
Absolutely. That's good.
I think that we should start using the wheel, Reagan, and you just spin it.
And
Like
if
we did to sign up for mine.
Whoever's name, have you seen the wheel?
I
You
have.
put your,
we have.
and that's who gets it.
And that's how you get your assignment.
Depends on a lot of it.
That's how you get your assignment. That's how you get where you're working.
This is new project.
Well, I feel like you
I
guys
just
did
want to
great.
say
Yes,
that
ma'am.
my work background has been shaped in Europe,
Mhm.
which is way different from the United States. And bringing back the argument of yesterday of your title. So in Europe, and I'm talking about between Italy and England, that's where
Okay.
my working careers developed. The title is not really a title. It doesn't mean anything, the title in Europe, because it doesn't define what you are doing, which you know. When I came here in 16, it was like, oh my goodness, what's this title about? It was all about title, and whatever was written in your group, in your this position, description, that's what you were doing. And I had people say, oh, it doesn't say in my position description. I'm not doing it. And I'm like, seriously? I mean, that should open up your horizons, give you more tools in your toolbox, and make you growing into. So to me, the description of what my role has been is kind of a guide, a very bland, very general guide.
Just guidelines.
Yeah, but
Math tutor. Math
Dr.
tutor.
Math. She's like, I'm not locked into
Math
this.
tutor at
She's got some flexibility.
don't ask my kids.
She's like, wait a minute, Reagan, I got some flexibility here. But no, it's how, you're right, it is like that.
Within my knowledge.
Within your knowledge, right.
Just give it to
Well, you're a financial person, so I'm
Right.
assuming you're good with math.
Yeah,
me too.
I'm
assuming, I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's interesting, it is like that here, because you do have some people that they're not willing to do anything
Yeah.
outside that
Oh,
job
yeah.
description.
Yeah.
Oh, no, and they know that thing there. They may not know policy and procedure, but they know that. And they're like, my roles are this, and this.
Yeah.
So to me, this third one,
And nothing extra.
this third box is actually a good thing. I mean, it has to be looked at on the right side, obviously.
Right.
It could be
Perspective.
but yeah, perspective. But in somehow, to me, it's a positive thing.
The
Rather
perspective
than-
of both parties, the leader and the employee, like intentions also. Because sometimes the change in the additional duty could just, the leader has to use those moments. Well, exactly, they could be setting you up for another opportunity and you don't even realize it in the future. You guys did good with that, look at you. So while we're having these courageous conversations, you gotta continue to be brave. So you're gonna prepare for it, but you guys are not gonna write a script, okay? We're not doing no scripts, because we're gonna be authentic. Just remember some of the things you need to keep in mind. Identify the problem. Don't forget about what the issue is, because you don't wanna go into this conversation and it just go all the way over here, because then you're gonna have to try to bring it back around. Set a goal for the conversation. Set a goal for the conversation, not 30 goals for the conversation. A goal, right? Try to establish trust. Own your part. We play a part in some way of form. And that ownership piece, we can't just expect the other person to own. We have to own too. You know what I mean? And if we don't own ourselves, then it can negatively influence their willingness to actively participate in the moment. So we have to own our part too. So if my part was, I made a decision about something and it may not have been the best decision, it's not a weakness, I don't think, as a leader for me to say, yep, that was a decision I made, it may not have been the best decision at the time.
I could have handled that differently.
I could have handled that differently. I think that it actually shows something, for people to be able to see leaders do that. We don't know everything, we don't get it always right. I have this saying that I use is, I don't know everything, but I know what I know. So what I would consider myself a content expert in, I'm a content expert in that, I believe. I don't have to be an expert in everything. I just have to have them on my team. And I have to just be able to know that I can go to them and trust what they're gonna give me when it comes to that. I say it all the time. I promise you I don't know everything. I ask a whole lot of questions because I don't know it. But I trust my team that I have the person on my team that does know it. I've grown a lot with that being a leader now, but when I first started, the financial piece. Y'all believe it? Reagan said, I'm with you, Reagan. Huh? I was attached to the hip with my business operations
Yeah,
manager.
it's a big learning curve.
It was a huge learning curve for me. But he was patient, he was calm. He didn't feel like, why is she in here again today? Maybe he did feel like that, but if he did, he never said that. You know what I mean? He never said it. If anything, I think he was like, at least she's interested in it. And the reason why I was interested in it is because there's security in knowing that information because I'm responsible for a workforce. So, own your part, try to stay calm and speak to your truth. Please try to stay calm. Try to keep it mellow, use the different techniques you can use for calming. Like, you're sitting in a room and you look at a spot, the thing behind them, you find you a spot. Put your tongue on the top of your mouth. Whatever trick you need to use, you really have to be able to keep your emotions.
Allie used to say, because she is a 9 on the Enneagram, so cannot stand any pain. No, 7. Can't stand any pain or anything like that, any sadness. So if you yawn, you can't cry at the same time you're yawning. So I try it. It doesn't work for me because it's such an Allie thing, right? But that's what she said. So
if all else fails, yawn.
it might be like, you might look like you're bored with the conversation, but at least you're not emotional.
At least you're not emotional, right? Reach for a solution that is livable. Remember, you all have had conversations about conflict resolution. What's the big thing? With conflict resolution, is everybody going to be happy?
No.
With the results? Make it livable. Make it livable. You can both deal with it and handle it. Reflect on the conversation. From each one you have, I feel like you should be able to glean like what you did well are the areas of, next time you might want to do this a little different. Celebrate your successes, learn from your mistakes. Because you're going to have them. You're going to do pieces of it that you're like, that was
Right.
that went over well. And then there may be another piece and you're like, that fell short. It's okay. We're just all trying to work to do the best we can in these moments, in these already very uncomfortable moments for people. 7 don'ts when having a courageous conversation. Don't procrastinate. Don't just push it off. Oh my goodness. Pushing it off is just, I know you may think you're doing the right thing, but I promise you it is not. Because you just don't know when the other shoe's going to drop. What is it called? Like, it's holding on by a thread right now, but if you keep pushing it off, keep it pushing it off, you don't ever know when it's going to drop. So you try not to procrastinate. Try not to allow your emotions or feelings during the conversation take over. Ms. Shireen just said you can yawn because you can't cry and yawn at the same time. So try to do whatever it is you need to do so you don't allow your feelings and emotions to take over. Don't forget to look at your own personal perspective. Look at the role you play. Don't be overly confident during the conversation. So like I talked about, you have to have confidence, but you can't be too confident because then they'll feel like you
It's like
know it all.
disingenuous.
It's like disingenuous.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
When I think about times where it's like you're just kind of placating the other person.
And it can come off like that,
Yeah.
especially with these moments and things that are so uncomfortable. Now,
Yeah, I'll mention that later.
don't listen to respond, listen to understand. Because people also know when you're listening to respond versus understand. That came up a little bit yesterday when we talked about the not wanting people to say, hey, how you doing, or something like that. Because they're listening to just respond. They're not listening to understand. Essentially, right? Because they just have been programmed that they respond the same way. So they're not listening. Don't take over when identifying a potential solution. The solution does not just have to come from the leader of the conversation. Other people can have great potential solutions as well. It doesn't just have to come from the leader. I like what you said. I think you all mentioned, putting it back in their heart. So what do you think would be a good solution for this? Do you have a suggestion for a better way for us to address this as an organization? Don't forget to learn something new from having the courageous conversation. You should be able to pull something new. Now, I will tell you, I've had many of moments where I've had to use courageous conversation. And I'm not going to sit here and be like, I do it so perfectly. I don't. But I've grown doing it as a professional, I think, and as a person. But just remember, even with you getting exposed to different skills and techniques and strategies, you will still identify a moment where it really still stretches you. Because depending on possibly where you are in life or what you're dealing with or what season you're in, that conversation could trigger something else in you that you have to have. Does that make sense? That's why it's so important to be able to deal with your own emotions. I remember I had to, this is probably one of the most challenging ones I've ever had to have in my career. There was something, I was coaching a manager to have the conversation themselves because it was them having it with one of their direct reports. So I'm coaching, and the manager is just like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't feel comfortable with having it. They're like, Chenequa, I'm not comfortable. You coaching me, you give me some great stuff, and I'm just still not here able to have it. They just weren't comfortable still having it. Okay. So at the end of the day, it doesn't mean the conversation doesn't have to happen. And so I say, well, what would you like? Can you hold it? Can you hold it? And I just be in the room, kind of thing. And I'm like, oh. And what I realized was the two individuals were different genders. Okay? And there was something going on with like a hygiene thing. That's tough.
A hygiene thing?
That's tough. Yes. It's tough. These are things that happen in the workplace that, especially when we're in shared spaces, you can't let stuff just, I'm telling y'all.
Certain topics, that makes you think like even how certain topics are more challenging. Not just always the person, but sometimes the topic.
Right. And so depending on like what you're used to, what you're not used to, and as I mentioned, they were different genders, and the manager was just like, I'm just not comfortable. They could not move themselves from, yes ma'am.
I was gonna say, I had a situation where my supervisor pulled me to the side and talked to another employee, and I said, well, everybody else has been here longer than me, why I need to talk to her? But it was a female, and it was a hygiene, and it was really bad, and a lot of men had noticed it as well, and come to find out she had some form of cancer. I mean, it was really, been something serious.
Yeah. And so it's like, it's a very delicate situation because one, you don't want to offend anyone, you don't know what they may be dealing with personally. And so in that situation, I did just leave the conversation. I did.
Well, yeah, when we had AmeriCorps, we had more males than just Charles. Lamar was here at the time, and David. And me and Reagan would do the girls with the boobs.
Oh, what I was saying.
And then with the guys,
Groceries back in the day.
yeah, with the guys, they like to wear these pants, and their thing is like, I'm like, so,
I'm sorry.
Charles and Lamar had to be, down at spring break camp, they had to deal with that conversation, because it is awkward.
It really is.
Charles don't want to be talking to girls about this, and I don't want to be talking about guys about that.
And so moments like that, I feel like it's fine for us to kind of pass the buck a little bit. Like, if he didn't,
And I didn't even want to be in the room.
Call your support.
I don't even want to be in the
I understand. Now, I will say, I think this person did sit in the room with me, but it was just like, I understood and I didn't push back. That was a moment where I got it, I understand. But I will say that if I have to think about it, that was probably one of the most challenging, courageous conversations I've ever had in my career. Because I'm thinking of all these things. I don't want to come across this way. I don't want to come across that way. I don't want to end up in human resource. I mean, like, you know.
You need to say it, but
But
when
you
it's
have
like a
to say it.
hygiene, you can't just come out.
Right. Yeah, it was a struggle. That would be the one that I have to be honest, that I think it was a struggle.
And that's one that did happen for real, to the kids. And I walked in and one of my tutors said, you need to go get a bar of soap, you stink. And I pulled him out in the hall and I said, you can leave right now. Absolutely. And I called Kathy and I said, I'm firing him if that's okay. And she said, oh yeah, you can't talk to the kids like that.
No.
I mean, you know, the kids do. They're middle schoolers. They smell.
Hormones, you know.
It's hormones.
And stuff
And
like
you
that.
know, you gotta look at culture.
Culture, you took the words right out of my mouth.
Deodorant and all that stuff.
Or if they even have running water.
Absolutely, the
time.
bare necessities that
Bare
they
necessities.
Baking soda don't work for everybody. Lemon juice don't work for everybody.
Yeah, so there's so many things we have to consider when you have to address something like that.
Right.
So this is just another example of when you have to have those moments. And so
Can I
those
say
courageous
something?
conversations.
And
Yes.
It's really embarrassing, but I'm gonna tell you. I remember when I first started, when I did my breast cancer, as far as doing deodorant with aluminum. I went through 10 different bars, Tom's, everybody. And I remember one day going home from work, and I told my husband, somebody smells so bad today. Well, it was me, but it was one arm. This side was fine, and this side smelled like I didn't even wash. And I couldn't figure it out because how could it affect one part of my body and not the other? So that was one. That was another one I couldn't use. But it was just so weird.
Figuring out what was going to
And I'm trying to figure out who is this around me all day. And it was me. And it was just the one arm. My husband said, that doesn't make any sense. I said, but it's real.
Right.
It happened to me, you know.
And so you have to take all that unknown stuff into consideration before you address someone because you don't know what they're dealing with. So no, I completely understand, which is why to this very day, it goes down in the history of the most challenging conversation I've had to have. Because the other stuff I could do. You know what I mean? But that had so much unknown potentially wrapped into it. So just try to make sure we remember to avoid talking too much, sending unclear messages, not being empathetic. Because like you said, you don't know what people are dealing with outside of here. I have an employee right now kind of making assumptions about people's financial status and this and that. You don't know. Let me say it again for people. You don't know. You assume that because people are employed that they live a certain way, but you don't know that.
No, they could be helping to take care of a family member, or they could
You
have
don't
been
know what
sick
their
and
expenses
have
are.
a ton of medical bills,
Medical
or
bills
you
are-
just don't.
Absolutely. And so that's something that I've even been trying to grow myself in, making sure that I'm not being unempathetic to what I think people's situations are supposed to be. Right? You don't want to oversimplify it either, like, it's not a big deal. Because for them, it very well may be what? A huge deal. Over-rehearsal, we've already talked about no script. And you don't want to lose sight of the overall goal. So, these are just kind of the similar, kind of getting the most out of your conversation. Changing your mindset. If you normally come in with one mindset, maybe this is time for you to come in from a different mindset and perspective. Breathe. If you don't take nothing else away from this conversation, you should not have a script. You can have a couple of talking points to kind of lead your conversation, but it shouldn't feel like a script. Be compassionate. Show empathy, even when it's stretching you to show the empathy. Because sometimes, I'm not going to say people don't necessarily push us. Yeah, it does happen. But as much as you can, try to be empathetic and compassionate. Slow down.
I was going to say that. I mean, if you did one thing I do, when I have to one that like I just don't even like. And this may sound kind of trite, but one thing that I try to do is try to say, it must be really hard to be them. You know, and I know that
Someone else
sounds
has
terrible,
told
I'm
me
kind
they
of a
do
little
that.
sarcastic, but
Someone
like
else
it
has told
helps me to
something
like
that.
just maybe humanize them a little bit more. Like if this is someone who's maybe always disagreeable or always cranky or just maybe like a hard person, you know, always a hard person at a school or whatever, then I must think, you know, if something's going on, it must be really tough to be them some days.
I know someone else that has said something to me like that. So.
It just helps me humanize them a little more before I have to
Mhm.
have a hard conversation with them.
You do loving kindness to them.
Loving kindness.
Like in mindfulness, yeah, well, these, you know,
Yeah.
one of the highest levels when we do that meditation is to think of someone that we just don't get along with, we just don't like, you know, and that level of mindfulness, can we still hold that space for them? And like, you know, you said, being loving or kind or compassionate, even when there's everything about them that just rubs us the wrong way.
That just rubs you the wrong way.
Yeah.
That's,
And they don't like us
either.
at the same time.
Yeah.
So when you have to have
They're
those
not a
kind
fan
of
of you either,
conversations.
right?
Right,
So, they're not a fan of you either.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Right. I understand. That's good. I might have to try that even myself. Honestly. I mean, because it is, and depending on where you are, and you know, you have to try different stuff.
Yeah.
Because not one thing works all the time. Doesn't land on work all the time. Slow down and listen. I do want to make sure I say this. Because very often when we have courageous conversations, we may not do it intentionally, but it's very easy for us to speed up the conversation. Because it's a conversation you don't want to have. So since you don't want to have it, you speed it up to get it what? Over with. Let's just get it over with. I just want it done. And so remember to slow it down so that it hits every piece and part that it needs to hit so it's most effective. Because if you speed it up, sometimes it won't hit all those pieces. And then guess what? It doesn't land the way that it should have landed, of course, the effectiveness, and then you end up having to come back and revisit it anyway. So slow it down. If emotions get high, sometimes we just speed it up because we want to get it over with. You know, slow it down. Chenequa hands us a Kleenex. I see you're crying. I understand. But we can still finish this up.
So with the slow it down, right? So I've had situations where I'm going through it, and I've learned to just sit in the uncomfortableness of it, just for me, so I can still live. But then sometimes, like when I'm talking to a person, they're like, they have the okay, this is over. They're like, they're ready to go. Are we done? And I still have more that I want to talk to them about, but it's like, okay, you know.
Right.
It's like,
Oh, I know it so well, Charles.
yeah. It's like,
I do.
You know, yeah.
I've experienced those things, and in those instances, you know, you can't control other people's behaviors, right? And so these are strategies and techniques that can influence them,
Right.
but you can't control them. And so if they've decided that they've tapped out,
Yeah. Just let them go.
just let them go.
I would drop the ball to them. Try push
Put it
them
back
to
in their
speak.
court.
Yep.
And
So
if they come
engage
back
them.
with them,
So-
and if they come back with a, well, I know, I'm good, I'm fine.
And pick it up from there.
And
Everything's great.
Everything's great.
That's what they're doing.
Just let me sign the paper.
Or
Just let me sign the paper.
And you know, it's sometimes you're gonna have moments that's like that, and you just have to operate from the fact, okay, you signed it saying you acknowledge that this is what we're dealing with. Okay, thank you. Have a great day. Document. Try to give something back, such as alternative to the original request, if at all possible. If the original solution that comes up, you like it, say just that. You know what? That's doable. We can do that. I think that's good. That's a good solution. And if they are the one who actually comes up with the solution, give them what? Kudos for coming up with it.
Right.
Give them kudos for coming up with that solution. Reflect and learn. Process later what went well and what did not. You're going to go through it, but then at the same token, you're going to need to reminisce and think about how it went to make sure that you're improving the more and more you do it. And that's what you call Reagan. And
Hey,
that's what you call Reagan.
I
So here's some other references about courageous conversations that I think may be helpful. These can be things that you can share with other people. If you've had people that you're trying to have these moments with and it's like, okay, I'm trying to have these moments with you all and it's just not going the way that I would like it to go, these are resources that you can share. But the big thing with courageous conversations is just remembering they're not supposed to be easy. They are supposed to be, they're supposed to stretch you. If not, they wouldn't have courageous in front of it. I mean, think about it. Conversations, period, can be what? Stretching. I mean, communication, period, can really stretch us. And so they're supposed to be that way. But hopefully you've been able to kind of process and talk about some tools and things that you all can use to help you get through the process. And don't beat yourself up. You have one, and there's pieces of it that goes really well, great. You have one, and it's pieces that you be like, oh, geez, no. It's okay too. Acknowledge that that's where you might have dropped it this time around, and just try to make a conscious effort not to do it the next time. That's all. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we have now made it through the entire Communicating Through Courageous Conversations workshop. And we're at 1:45, and so I'm at like a good place. Look at this. So what I would like us to do now is talk a little bit about reviewing our hopes and fears that are over there. So I'm going to pull those over. And Reagan, I hope you don't mind me mentioning this. So originally, our time together, I developed like 3 trainings. Talking about managing stressors, talking about courageous conversations, and then giving tools on a holistic workplace. And hopefully from the 2 that you all have been exposed to at this point in time, you've seen where they all connect. And I promise you, every last one of them really do connect. But for the sake of time, at this time, we're doing 2. And the 3rd one, Reagan and I have already had conversations about me coming back in, let me see, New Year, to talk about holistic workplaces and what that looks like. And so we will get that on the calendar for me to come back out and talk about holistic workplaces and holistic leadership, which is something that I'm really loving diving deep into right now. It is like one of my new things all of a sudden, the more and more I learn about it. So let's look at our hopes and fears. I'm going to pull them from over here. Let's look at our hopes first, because we want to be positive, and see if we were able to accomplish or meet some of these hopes from the programming that we've had thus far. Okay? Let's see. I'm going to slide my back. Well, no, I ain't sliding. Okay. All right. So one hope was to have a better understanding on how to prioritize my team's needs. What do you guys think of that? Do you think we were able to do anything with that for anyone that's in this room?
Read it one more time.
A better understanding of how to prioritize my team's needs.
I think when you talked about yesterday with us about that work-life alignment, that maybe would be helpful to someone in terms of prioritizing team needs, just taking that into consideration, like what else besides the task at hand that you're asking people to do or to take on.
Okay. I'm going to just kind of put a little thing right here. Okay? Let's see. I hope to learn some type of new idea or information. Was there any new information or idea shared at all?
Yes.
Okay. Learn more about managing my stress while in the workplace. Did we talk about any of that?
Yes.
What did you all learn about yourself? No, we won't go down that long. We won't go down there. New skills and competencies. Okay. Calm conversations.
Yeah.
Okay. Something something new, like a new idea or skill. Okay. Engagement, not just sitting still. I feel like you all were very engaged, but you guys tell me your answer.
Well, I wrote it. So, I will say, I wish there was some more movement.
Up and down.
Up and down.
Up and down.
And
Okay.
that's just because for me to sit for 4 hours.
Is a lot.
I thought the conversation was great and everything, and I think that that's wonderful, but just like a little energizer here and there, like
Gotcha.
just a quick one.
Gotcha. No, that's good, that's good. Okay. That's good for me to take into, oh, you were, I think you walked out of the room. That's good for me to take into consideration. Was she in here when I mentioned?
I think I was using the rest.
Okay, so that's good for me to take into consideration for when we actually do the next one, because Reagan and I have already talked about me coming back in January and doing some things on holistic workplace. So, no, I need to know that, okay, to take that into mind, in consideration. New ideas and refreshers for stress management.
Yes.
Okay. Stress relievers. I don't know. Stress relievers.
Yeah, you covered that in some of the slides about like different activities and things you could do.
Okay. Let's see here. Having fun with learning some new techniques and strategies. Did you guys enjoy yourself for the most part?
Yes.
That's what I feel. Tell me your truth. Understanding more of the nonprofit.
Yeah, that was, probably wasn't really addressed,
Right.
particularly to the
Right.
nonprofit, but to
Mhm.
this specific organization.
Yes. For this
So-
organization,
Yeah.
yes, not nonprofits necessarily.
Exactly, so in a way, yes,
We'll give you us half.
okay.
Look, I'm like, we'll give us half, okay? Okay, group awareness. Whether y'all said it or not, I feel like there was some group moments of you all talking a little bit about your awareness of your colleagues, but there could probably be some more. That's my thought, but you guys tell me what you think.
Yeah.
You like my thought. Okay?
Reagan was about to say something.
I was
Different.
saying, yeah, I said, because we're down 4 folks, so people might have had different perspectives if everybody was back in the room around courageous conversations, or like the intern's perspective, who this is their brand new, just learning, getting into the workforce, but yeah.
New insights I can connect to my work.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Tools to execute.
Yeah.
Tools to strengthen us in the workplace.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Shared experiences with staff.
Yes.
Okay.
I wish we had up there, no, we're not gonna die if we take care of ourselves.
Yes, please. Thank you so much. Yes, this is true. And so these are the areas here that when we come back together in January, we'll plan and pay close attention to those, okay? To make sure that we meet those expectations and needs. All right, so let's take a look at some of our fears. Now, you guys didn't have a whole lot of fears. I will tell you this. You all are a fearless group, I guess. Most of you were fearless. Y'all were like, you're like, I don't have fears. So, no fears. Let me just read these ones. No fears at this time.
Yeah, there
Should
you go.
check. Okay, we did a check for them. Okay, yes, ma'am. No fear.
Oh. Yeah, no, they just wrote no.
Fears, none at this time.
That's me.
Fears, none at this time. Look at that. 3 no fears. Okay, let's see. Let's see if we were able to address the ones that are up here now. Okay, in a healthy way, productive way. Being misunderstood. Did anyone feel like you were misunderstood in this moment? Somehow. A little bit, right? But we provided clarity. You provided some clarity, right? Okay, I'll give us a half a check for that. Okay? This was cute. This was really cute. My fear is introducing myself. That's over. Now I'm good. I feel like I know who that is. I feel like it might have been one of the interns. No, it's not.
That's mine.
Just yours. Oh my goodness.
think you should say, introduce yourself and one interesting fact about yourself.
Now,
Oh,
yeah,
that is the
I
worst.
struggle with that piece too. I would have never known that. Well, you did great. I didn't know that.
It took a while. Got it too.
Feeling awkward or uncomfortable. Did anyone feel awkward or uncomfortable? A little bit? Not at all. She's like, not at all.
I think because we know each other.
Yeah.
That might have been one of
That
the
was
issues.
setting the tone, too.
Yeah.
That, I tried.
That might have been.
It may
That may be, yeah, that could have been.
Fears that I will look silly answering questions. Did anybody look silly?
Me, but now I don't care.
I
make you pale and laugh.
And that might be, that also might be put out there by people who may not be in the room right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But as far as those of you who are in the room right now,
I don't feel silly. Sometimes I feel like, am I articulating myself where people can really understand what I'm saying? And I think that I was able to do that because for the most part, it seemed like everybody was like, they got it, so.
I understood. I did.
Yeah.
And if I didn't, one thing I can say about myself is if I'm not certain that I'm understanding what you're communicating with me the way you are trying to deliver it, I will certainly ask.
Right.
And so, okay. Disengaged, disingenuous behavior. Judgment. Did you feel judgment in here? Lack of sharing.
Oh, no.
You get 3 check marks. Y'all said y'all get 3 check marks. Check.
I don't think I have to worry about that with this.
We all participate.
All right.
We might have shared too much.
I loved it. Look, I absolutely loved it. That is good stuff. I love this. I thought you guys did an awesome job with your sharing. Too much information. I thought it was great. So now that we've talked about the hopes and fears, and so like I said, what I will do is, when I do some additional preparing for the next time we're together, I'll take those into consideration. So you guys will see those again. I'm a person who like rolls it up, put it in my office, I pull it out, I date it, pull it out for the next time, all that kind of other stuff. But hopefully you guys have felt as though you've gotten something that will be worthwhile from our time together. I also wanted to make sure that taking a break. I was just wondering what was people's preference. If you had to take a break. Beach?
Mountains.
Who's mountain? Mountain? None? Is it anybody that's none? Beach?
I would like to take a stroll.
I like the beach if it would be concrete.
You don't like sand? I was saying,
Like the boardwalk?
you don't like sand.
No, I want to be in the water,
But on concrete.
but on concrete.
But on concrete. What about you, Ms.
Fine.
Beach A? Beach A. Okay. That's interesting. I was just wondering, because when you need to go there, my vote would probably also be, I don't know, the mountains are beautiful. But my vote would probably be A.
Yeah.
My vote would probably be A.
We got no problem.
You don't have to, right, they're beautiful to look at though, and so is the forest. I used to do a lot of walking. So I was just wondering, so the other thing that I also wanted to show you guys have been given references and things of that nature. I will give you the entire list of my resources and things of that nature, but that's a whole nother piece of thinking. I'll give you entire list of my resources and things like that, Reagan, so that you can share.
Sure.
It's like 3 or 4 slides. I mean, it's a lot. But that hopefully shows you guys the depth that I tried to go in when looking for research and best practices of what we wanted to give you. So at this point in time, do you happen to have any questions or comments or concerns for me? Okay.
Well, thank you, first of all, for coming and giving 2 days to us. And thank you, everyone, for 2 days. And I feel like, with the question we were laughing about in terms of sharing, that we all were very participatory and kept us very engaged in our conversations. And I just know for me, think about with my stress, but then to just, areas for growth for the agency, some of the content we even talked about yesterday, some of those categories, and where we can still strengthen as an organization.
That's great.
And to hear that she's in trouble, that makes us, it makes me nervous. So how can we also help take some of the stress off of her?
Yes.
I know that I'll send her grants as they come around and, being very positive about the move because it's such a cost save, even if you're irritated about it, deal with it.
Yes.
And
Look at me. Yes.
Just so. Yes, she's the executive director, but we all should be responsible. And, that's how I feel.
Yeah, no, I think there's some truth to that. I think that it would be appreciated by her. I think it also would be appreciated by the board. I think I can speak for the board in the seat, though I'm in front of you in a different lens today, but now that we put that hat on. It would be appreciated by the board as well. We don't minimize anything that you all have done or that you all are experiencing, but we do know that a lot of it does fall on Reagan. There are those of us on the board that are also working to try to move us to a different place as a board, with really identifying the current climate and culture of the organization and just the world, right? And so we can't continue to keep things the way that they've been for umpteen years because the world looks different. And getting everybody to keep that whole, growth mindset of I'm open to that. And so I think we are headed in the right direction. We've had, 2 meetings? Me as me serving as the current chair. I feel like they went very well. According to our meeting after the meeting, it went well. And so I think they went very well. I think that there's some energy that's there with the board, and I'm excited about it. And so we're just going to keep moving forward, right? Trying to get them to see what she needs and what the organization needs. And so do know we're trying to get them there. She's communicated to us what she feels we need, and so it is our job to support her with what she says she needs.
And if there needs to be a courageous conversation with the board member that's not on board, bye.
So I do want to make sure that you all are aware that we are working on that as a board, and I'm excited about the opportunity to continue to be able to serve in that way. And so, and we are kind of growing new board members. We're growing and we're pouring into to encourage them to continue to be able to soldier on and be active and engaged and things of that nature. So thank you. If you all wouldn't mind, please fill out your evaluation. I think I have my folder here again today that you can put it in. I don't even have to see them. You can just sit and have it here.
Oh, you already took it out yesterday.
I did. They're on my desk.
I just want to thank Reagan for bringing me to this kind of event the last couple of days. Also, thank your husband for coming in. And also Evelyn for ordering our food and stuff.
Yes,
She always
ma'am.
make us
Yes, thank you so much, Ms. Evelyn, for all your help that you did to make this moment happen. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you to our reporter, videographer. We appreciate you. Woo! She needs to get 100. Was he still going? I think he is. He may still be going.
I'm so loud.
The other piece is make sure you all get you some goodies. I feel like there's still more donuts back there. Okay, yes, help yourself. Please, please, please help yourself. And I hope you guys enjoy your weekend. I don't know what you have planned, but I'm hoping you guys have something planned. All right, so I'm Chenequa Hayden. I'm now sitting down with Reagan Johnson, the Executive Director of Alternatives, and I'm going to give her the opportunity just to share a little bit about the organization and what we've been doing together for the last 2 days.
So Alternatives is a community-based nonprofit. We are celebrating 50-plus years of providing services to children, youth, and families here in Hampton Roads, both with early childhood, after-school programming, youth leadership development, training, and then also programs for our families to empower them here in our community.
Great. And so I've had the opportunity to work with Reagan and her team here in Hampton for the last 2 days for some professional development moments, talking about managing stressors, both personal and professional, as well as communicating through courageous conversations. And so can you just give me some thoughts on how you feel the training in the moment went?
I think it's been a great training. The staff all love it. They were having conversations even after day one yesterday about how beneficial the information was on stress management, and that I really appreciate how it was not so much work-life balance, but this idea of work-life alignment for us and what that looks like. And then also the content that gave us opportunities to look at how well we're functioning as an organization, what our strengths are, and what our opportunities for growth are. And so the content you shared yesterday gave me some, as the executive director, some ideas about where, there's always room for improvement, and some things we can go back and do as a team, or that I can go back and personally do as the leader. And then today was Courageous Conversations. I can't wait for you to come back. So I know we've talked about you coming back in January to do some work not only with holistic leadership, which I think is going to be fantastic, but I also think that part 2 of Courageous Conversations, it's so hard sometimes to do that, whether it's with our partners or one another in the workplace, and those we even supervise. And so that, I think, I could tell the staff was really engaged. They shared. I know they kind of joked and said, we probably shared too much, but I think that's a sign of feeling comfortable, though, with you as the facilitator and our trainer today, that they felt comfortable, that you created such a great space for us to share.
Well, thank you so much for all of that. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to pour into your team. I do not take that lightly when leaders allow for people to come in and pour into their team. That really means a lot. And oftentimes we don't do that unless we really trust the individual and what they have to share.
Yes.
So I want to say again, thank you so much for allowing me to come in and pour into you and your team. I look so forward to having the opportunity to be able to come back later on and at the beginning of the year and pour into you all. And the other thing I would say is, before we wrap, if you could just share the social media handles, and if anybody would like to learn more about Alternatives, the organization, how they can do that.
You can check us out on altinc.org, so altinc.org on our website. We're also on Facebook, Instagram. If you want to learn more, you can send us a message on the website. We can sign you up for our email list, and you can stay in tune with upcoming things that we have. And we're just so excited to have you back. It's going to be a great time in the new year, and thank you for creating a space for us the last 2 days that also allowed us to feel comfortable and share conversations and ask questions. I heard several of us say, well, what about this? Or how would you handle that? So also being able for you to share your own personal experiences and leadership experiences with us as well. So it was a wonderful 2 days.
Great. Thank you so much. Anytime. And thank you again for the opportunity.
Absolutely.
And I continue to champion on for Alternatives and the
Thank
work that
you.
you
We're
all
so
are doing.
excited.
All right. Thank you.